Amore infinito, infinite love, the strapline for the Giro d'Italia. Rather appropriate, don't you think, on the day of the royal wedding? Here, though, well, we've only got eyes for the mountains. Yeah, the day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Monte, Zoncolan, stage 14 of the Giro d'Italia. This is what the GC looks like leading up to this epic day in the mountains. Yates in pink, Dumoulin second, and Thibaut Pinot in third. Chris Froome out of the top 10, down in 12th place. Yeah, hello and welcome from me and from Bernie Eisel and from Monte Zoncolan between us. We drove together in convoy when I wasn't taking the wrong route today up here. A real sense of excitement.
Oh, definitely. We have seen already thousands of cyclists coming up here to see the finish, and it's, yeah, the Monte Zoncolan is ready. I hope the riders are ready too.
Indeed, they'll need to be ready, that's for sure. And our question today, in terms of the Twitter vote, at Eurosport_UK, is the handle to use. Will the man in pink, after the Zoncolan, win the Giro d'Italia? There's quite a lot of scenarios potentially can come out of that. What would you say, Bernie?
I mean,
depends who wins.
Yeah, I mean, Yates is definitely the favourite, but it's definitely the first day where GC could change dramatically, and it's all up and down all day, and then 22% of climbing and 12% average waiting for them, and yeah, we will see the first real big battle.
More about Zoncolan in a second, but we do have to doff our cap to Viviani, winning his third stage yesterday. You sensed afterwards he was a bit irked by all the criticism of his form?
Yeah, definitely. You could see he's like, it was like, yeah, he relieved himself. It's like a stage win and showing the media and, yeah, the people who criticised him is like what he's capable of. And he showed an amazing sprint. And, yeah, Sam Bennett was also there, but Viviani had the better legs yesterday and probably also the better team. And it was an amazing victory.
It was. Let's take a look at the Giro hero graphic, because he is our Giro hero inevitably for that win yesterday, the first Italian in 5 years to win 3 stages in a single Giro. And there are his power numbers, 1100 watts for 16 seconds over 280 metres and 1300 maximum power. Great stuff from Elio Viviani there, and he must now be the favourite for Maglia Ciclamino. But let's now turn our thoughts to the Maglia Rosa. It is stage 14, the Zoncolan stage. We're going to look at the profile of this now. Sore teeth, very much the case. We've got Zoncolan at the end, but there's lots of other bumps here, Bernie, as well. You know, you've been part of Team Sky, big GC team. How do you approach a day like today?
I mean, we see a lot of bumps before, like you said. It's starting with Monte Ragogna, and they're all pretty steep, less gradient than the Monte Zoncolan, but they all are between 16 and 18%, small, steep part in it. I looked it up, and as Team Sky did, we have Joni who definitely has ridden it before on the bike and in the car, and it's what counts. It's like the climb itself, but also how the downhill is, and this is where the teams could make a difference. I looked it up. It's most of the climbs are actually nice roads and a few switchbacks on the top, and on the top of it to go down, but it's actually mostly big roads and nice roads to go down, and it will not really make a difference. If we take the last climb, Basso Duran is like switchbacks on the top, then it's just straight down, and then coming into Sutro, there's a few more corners, and then they're already like heading up to, yeah, the last climb. So
in a sense, is it because Zoncolan is so hard that you almost don't feel you can expend too much energy in the lead up to it?
I mean, definitely. I mean, we will see Mitchell and Scott riding in the front, and let's see how they approach it. It depends also on the breakaway, but it's more like they will ride a steady tempo uphill, and then let's see if some team takes it on, because Yates is just, or his team is just controlling it, so they're not going to squeeze it on in the downhills. Probably see some teams trying to get some putting in some effort in the downhill, and yeah, what we have seen in the past already, like to make it a little bit more complicated for the riders who are sitting a little bit further back. And yeah, you never know when a team takes it on in a downhill. But I think it's not going to play a big role before heading into Monte Zoncolan. It's, like I said, a big road, pretty much straightforward. And then it comes to the left-hand corner into the Zoncolan, and then it's up to the leaders. Indeed.
Well, I'm sure Mitchelton Scott will be active. Team Sunweb as well, looking after Tom Dumoulin, the defending champion. This was him after the stage yesterday. Rob Hatch was waiting for him. He was asking the questions, and he began by asking him just how Tom thought his defence of the title was going.
So far, so good, yeah. I can't complain. I'm happy where I'm now, and Yatesy was a bit too strong for me the last 2 weeks, but I hope that it turns around and that I will be the better one in the last week. We will see.
Was that always the plan, though, to be the better one in the last week rather than early doors?
There was a plan to be good from the start, and we will see how it evolves, yeah.
What about the mighty Monte Zoncolan? Because, of course, it casts a shadow. Everybody scares some people when they talk about it, but is it a mountain you know? Have you ridden it? Have you ridden it in a race or in training?
I don't know it. I just know it from TV, but I know it's steep and it's going to hurt. That's all I know, and that's all I need to know, I guess.
After that, of course, you've got the stage on Sunday, then your big day on Tuesday, I imagine, and that must be the day that you really are concentrating on the time trial.
First, the coming weekend. I think that's already far enough ahead, so first the weekend.
It was a pretty hellish final week last year. How does this final week compare?
Hellish again, I guess. It's been slightly harder, I think, in the first 2 weeks. Last year we had only Blockhaus and Europa, who that really made a difference in the first 2 weeks, which I did really well on. And now we had some mountain stages behind us already, and a hard weekend coming up. But the last week is going to be, it's always hard. I mean, everybody suffers, and we just have to suffer the most.
Yeah, Tom Dumoulin pretty relaxed there. I mean, he's not a pure climber. He's got a great time trial that's coming up in a few days' time, stage 16. How does Sunweb approach today?
I think he will time trial him already today. It's like he mentioned it today, and then like I said, it's a 40-minute effort, and that's what I think he goes in there. It's like he will hope to have teammates around if there's a mechanic or something, and to support him. But I think he just goes in there at the bottom of the climb. He goes in his time trial mode and just goes his own tempo, his own watts, and just, yeah, will follow, probably even takes it on and just rides his own tempo. Interesting that he doesn't know the climb apart from on TV. Simon Yates has said similar things. Chris Froome, we'll hear from in a second, did do a recon. What do you think the value is of reconning, or not as the case may be, a climb like this? I think for Yates, for a rider like Simon, for Yates, he's like, he goes in there, he's young, and there's just like, he takes it how it comes, and it's like he definitely knows the numbers on the percentage, but he goes in there and just like doesn't care. It's just like goes up there. Tom Dumoulin is more like a rider who prepares, like he's like in time trialing and everything. He's just like by numbers and minutes and everything. And I think for him, it's like it could be surprised by how steep it is and how much effort it is go up there. But I think they both know what they're doing, and just it's a different approach. But I think Simon is just he's flying at the moment. It's just
anything. It doesn't matter what it is. He'll take it in his stride, won't he? It feels like.
Yeah, he's like, you can say he's like on the flow now, and just what happens happens.
Okay, let's hear the team sky view now. As I mentioned, Chris Froome recon Zoncolan a few weeks ago, and this is when I sat down and spoke to him.
It was quite good to go up there again today and actually see that it wasn't all that bad, and as bad as certainly I remember it was. So there are a few aspects to these recons. I mean, especially a climb like Zoncolan, for me to get familiar with a few key parts where I know I need to hold something back in reserve for this part, or I can push on a little bit here, and to have those in mind going into the race and knowing what I'm up against, really. And certainly a stage like the Zoncolan, that's got to be an amazing opportunity for me to try and gain time there.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's a big day. It's a big day for everyone. Every GC contender will be a bit afraid of today. Even if they feel good, they're still afraid, because if you have a bad day today, your GC is over.
A GC is over, but a good day today, and it could be back on. Is there a possibility of that for Chris?
Yeah, we are confident. Chris has managed itself really well coming into the day, and I guess today we will see, and tonight we will have a more clear idea.
Thanks, Dario. Good luck.
Now, it was 3 weeks ago. I sat down with Chris Froome. He was very buoyant. He was very confident about his prospects of the Giro. Things haven't gone as well as he would have hoped. It's going to be a tough day for him today. He's, what, 3 minutes 20 down on GC. I guess he's going to try and limit his losses.
Oh, definitely. I probably see him attacking. I mean, it's like there's a lot of speculation. There's like it could be the crashes he had, and he's healing up and feeling better. And he mentioned it. He's like, I'm feeling better every day, and so you never know. And probably the Giro gets decided in the third week. Probably he's losing a minute today, something, or probably he's up there. It's one of the riders you never know.
So you think he could still potentially turn this around, even given what you've seen so far?
I think so. It's like if you look at the third week, that a lot can happen in the third week. And already talking about tomorrow, everybody's concentrating at the moment on today, but there's like, it will definitely mix up the GC today, and then people we see is like who's out of GC completely. But he still probably has the legs to go in a breakaway and win a stage, and then coming back into GC like by the breakaway makes it by 8 minutes or something. So everything in the Giro in the third week is still possible, but Froome's programmed, and he's like they definitely know how he's feeling and what he's capable of, and probably waiting for the third week.
Indeed. Well, by contrast, it's been perfect so far for Simon Yates, hasn't it? But of course, it's not just about Simon Yates, is it? It's about his whole team, isn't it? And the support he gets. And Brian Smith, the coach, has been taking a look at the team behind the man.
When we look at football, it's normally the goal scorers that steal the headlines. Likewise, here at the Giro d'Italia, it's about the man in the pink. Simon Yates has showed us that he has the form, but without the team behind him, it could be a very different story. Again, like a football team, everybody has their positions. The first three team members I want to highlight are Sam Bewley, Swain Tuft and Chris Juul Jensen. These are the defenders of the team. These are the riders that go to the front early on in the stage to protect that pink jersey. We can see here the three riders now riding on the front as they protect that pink jersey. The next three riders are Mikel Nieve, Roman Kreuziger and Jack Haig. These are the midfield of the team, climbers that deliver Chavez and Yates to the final of each stage. You can now see Roman Kreuziger and Jack Haig bringing Simon Yates to the front of the peloton, showing their dominance. Now the final two members of the team, the strikers, Esteban Chavez and Simon Yates. And these are the riders most likely to win a stage or take the pink jersey. And unfortunately for Esteban Chavez, his difficulty in a previous stage now leaves one up front with Simon Yates. With Simon Yates now leader of Mitchelton Scott, the main worry is Tom Dumoulin, so every second is going to count. Simon Yates reckons Tom Dumoulin will take 2 to 3 minutes out of him in the next time trial. If he can remind you that in stage one, he only lost 19 seconds in just under 10 kilometres. With this time trial of 34.2 kilometres, that would equate to roughly just over 1 minute. Now that Mitchelton Scott have got all the riders in position, the next big match coming up for them is stage 14 of the Giro d'Italia, up to Monte Zoncolan. And Simon Yates has to score another goal if he wants to win in Rome.
Yeah, Simon Yates really in superb form, the team in superb form. But just as a counterbalance to that team element to it, you've got Sunweb last year who weren't so strong, yet Dumoulin still wins it. So in the end, it is about the man with the legs, isn't it, who's in the pink jersey or not, as the case may be.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it also depends how the other team's riding. And Dumoulin had a big advantage. They all tried to attack him, and they all had to do something because he was in the lead, and he was just, like, controlling it from behind. And with Yates in this form and Mitchelton Scott being so strong, they really have to control it, like, really, really. And riders will just pretty much wait till he cracks and then go. And with Dumoulin, they knew it's like he's just riding his own tempo. We have to try earlier. And I think we were also going to see it. If somebody wants to take pink from Yates today, he has to go early. He can't wait till the last 2Ks.
And in terms of Simon potentially holding on to Rome, winning the Maglia Rosa, he's shown a lot of form. He's been very active in the first half of this Giro. Is there a question mark, do you think, in people's mind, in your mind, that maybe he's shown his hand too soon, he's done too much too early?
Yeah, it could happen, but at the moment, I think even if he loses a little bit of form in the last week, he has been so dominant at the moment that he could lose some form, and he's still capable to follow everybody and is just there and outsprints them at the end. So I think at the moment he's definitely the man to beat, and let's see.
Yes.
I hope for some surprise.
This is the beauty of the Grand Tour. You just don't quite know what's going to happen, how people respond and how people's bodies change over that 3 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, crash can change quickly, but it's also like being like in this sport and like calling yourself like you know what's going on, but at the moment you don't know. It's like in 3 weeks, it's such a long period. It's like you don't know what's going to happen in the next day, and it's like you forget things, and it's just the beauty of the sport too.
It is the beauty of it. Well, let's hear from a man who's very cool at the moment. He's in the Maglia Rosa. It's Simon Yates.
A royal wedding in England today, and the Queen's stage at the Giro.
Also the FA Cup final. No, big day for me. You know, I'm actually looking forward to it. I hope I got good legs, and we'll see.
Do you hope to win with the Maglia Rosa again?
We'll see how the start is. I think a lot of guys are going to try and go up the road. We can't control everything at the start. You know, if there's 30, 40 guys who want to be in the breakaway, it's impossible to control. So, but after we'll see. If there is a chance to win, I will try.
Yeah, he's taking it all within his stride, that's for sure. Bernie, thanks very much indeed. Live coverage coming up very shortly. Just time to tell you the results of the vote. Do you think the man in pink after the Zoncolan will win the Giro d'Italia? 61% of you say yes, 39% say no. That's probably a vote for Simon Yates, I would say. OK, we're going to take a break now. When we come back, it is stage 14 of this 101st Giro d'Italia. Incredible anticipation and excitement here for the race. Don't go anywhere. It's all live on Eurosport.
Forget gold rings, forget silver trophies. Focus instead on the end of today, the Zoncolan. It's going to be tough. It was designed to be exactly that. And when the course was announced for this Giro, the 101st incarnation of the great race, the Zoncolan, well, it shouted loud from the very end of today, and it's echoing right the way back down the course. So, how do you strategize a day like today? It took a long time for our breakaway to be established. We've got one, and it's 4 minutes and 4 seconds up the road with 127, just shy of that, kilometres remaining of the day. We've had one climb. It wasn't exactly the springboard, but the approach to it really drew out a response, and finally the breakaway has been established. Today, it's time to establish your claim to the pink jersey. It's time perhaps for Simon Yates to find some extra time, insurance policy, if you like, ahead of the time trial that comes up on stage 16, where Tom Dumoulin is expected to shine. How will he go today? Well, there's been some questions about his mountain legs so far in this race. They need to be put to one side. Others as well need to retrieve a situation that's not gone well for them. We know about Chris Froome, 3 minutes and 20 down. And what about Esteban Chavez? Well, his challenge overall has gone. He's now solidly in support of Simon Yates, but yet more question marks on mild terrain. He seems to be being challenged. Today would have been a day that would have suited him. Not so sure how much he's going to be able to offer today. And so extra pressure on Simon Yates, perhaps, and the rest of his Mitchelton Scott team who've done such an amazing job so far. Well, it's wide open. There are plenty who can have an option on the day. Our breakaway, as it stands, is kind of a mixed bunch, not ragtag by any means. And in fact, there are some who could potentially go on to, well, maybe take the stage. In fact, the Zoncolan, whenever it has been graced or has graced the Giro d'Italia, has often produced a breakaway winner. And so it's usually coming later in the race, and we've had pink jerseys decided on this day. Not sure that it will be definitive today, but it's certainly, Brian Smith, the first marker of those who will be great in this Giro.
For sure, it's a big day in the Giro d'Italia. It's a big day for the battle for pink. Also a big day for riders thinking of trying to win this stage today. With it being so iconic, everybody wants to ride well.
Well, I'm sorry you've crashed Mario in his wheels of steel. This is our little funky section regarding sprints and KOMs. Brian, you were saying?
Gavazzi won the first sprint of the day, and it was Valerio Conti that won the first King of the Mountains. It was a third category climb, 2.8, 10% average, 16% already. When we think about where we are now, the top of Monte Zoncolan, maximum gradient 22%, and it goes up to a meterage of 1730. So very tough day for everybody, including Mitchelton Scott. They have had to ride on the front, but possibly not in this terrain. So it's a big effort from them today to make sure that obviously they think of keeping that pink jersey first and foremost. But obviously Simon Yates trying to increase the advantage between himself and Tom Dumoulin. The best placed of the riders in the breakaway here is Conti at 13 minutes and 7 seconds, the 25-year-old, and he's sitting second from the front in the black in the UAE colours, just with the kind of black and red helmets. So nothing to worry about there, but a lot of these riders in the breakaway thinking of the stage win. It was active, as you said, Carlton, early on. 4 riders went away. They were joined by 3, and now we have 7.
And quality as well within that group, Brian. Valerio Conti, who soloed in the Welter up to Urdex, a sort of rolling stage, really, so expected to be in the break early on. He could well be a foil a little bit later for Fabio Aru, and maybe Atapuma. We'll wait to see if the Colombian can do something today. But they've got Conti up there as a marker. Ciccone for Bardiani will be hoping, I am certain, to stretch his legs again. He did so in Etna, roll of the dice for him, but whether it'll stick this time by is anyone's guess. He's got Enrico Barbin up the road. Bit of a quick man, Barbin. I guess you could say the same for Gavazzi of Androni Zeidemek, who's found himself out and in the break, who's just rolled through that intermediate sprint. Matteo Monteguti, who took the Tour of the Alps last year, doesn't mind a few peaks and troughs, but the Zoncolan, I don't know, a bit too much of a bite for him. I think it may well nibble the man from AG Tour Le Mondial. Again, thinking of others, two, though, from Trek Sagafredo, with Laurent Didier up there, the Luxembourger, and indeed Mads Pedersen, who went so well in Flanders, pipped by Nicky Terpstra there. You wouldn't have thought necessarily the terrain that would suit them, but stranger things have happened. And in this race, Brian, in the past, we have had some rather strange winners, where the GC men have often, as this the Zoncolan has appeared later in the race, have actually decided the title. It was the same for Quintana and indeed Contador, who went into pink on these very peaks. However, don't be surprised if it is a surprise winner today.
We could get a surprise winner in the past, just to name one of them. Michael Rogers, you know, strong rider, but more of a time trialist, a strong rider, rather than possibly a mountain goat. Okay, Michael Rogers can get up climbs well, like you know, most of the professionals, but you wouldn't put him as, you know, a gifted climber. So yeah, he held off the peloton a few years back. We do have one rider in the race who's won it in the past. That's Igor Anton from Dimension Data. He won it in 2011. And he is a bit more of a kind of gifted climber from the Basque Country. But Pedersen, you'd not say is a gifted climber, struggles in the climbs, but obviously wanted to put himself in there. Himself and Laurent Didier, the other rider in the red Trek with the black shorts, has also been on a breakaway in Sicily in one of the stages. They are trying to get something out to the Giro d'Italia. Brambilla as their main man, and you know, he's not really been firing. So these 7 riders have been held about 4 minutes, and looking at the route of today's stage with all these climbs, maybe not long climbs. The next climb, a third category climb, 4.6 kilometers in length. The second category climb, 4.4. The third cat before we had Zoncolan is 7.6. But it's the pitches that are most interesting. The pitches are from 15% to the next climb, 18% in the second category, and 12% before we had Monte Zoncolan. So these are kind of short, sharp, and it really suits Simon Yates. And I think Mitchelton Scott, although they want to try and control things, no real danger in the breakaway with Conte here from UAE 203 at 13 minutes and 7. I think they want to make this stage fairly difficult, because I believe that Simon Yates is suited to this sort of terrain, especially the final, more than Tom Dumoulin.
I agree with you, Brian. I also think that Simon Yates is on such stellar form. He looks amazingly relaxed when he finishes any of his efforts. You saw him when he came up Etna, the turn of pace that he had to bridge over to Chavez, his teammate, and in fact then, well, gift Chavez the win. That served everybody rather well. We were actually ruining at the time whether the time bonus that he handed over to Chavez by letting his teammate cross the line first, whether he'd want those 3 or 4 seconds a little bit later on in the race. He then goes and wins 2 other stages, don't forget. The Gran Sasso belonging to Simon Yates, finishing in front of Pino, who's one of the big favourites today. And he's finishing in front of the chasing, rapidly closing Tom Dumoulin, who got close but just could not make it stick. And Yates, in fact, extending his lead overall in that run into Osimo. Fabulous day that really was supposed to be about the baroudeurs and not necessarily about the mountain men. Yates can go at big peaks, it can take on nasty inclines, and for the time being he's taking on absolutely everybody and winning. Can he do it again today? Well, he needs time. He needs to put something in the bank ahead of the individual time trial at Rivereto over, notably, Tom Dumoulin. Can he? Will he? We'll wait and see. Lake Cornino, it looks spectacular, but we're going to be heading to a brief break in a few moments' time. It'll be something like potassium. We'll find out in a short while. As you may expect, Mitchelton Scott are doing much of the pushing at the moment, and it is, of course, on behalf of Simon Yates. So it was referred to earlier by a local seller as a Simone Yates, because he was selling the leaders' jerseys, of course, and he was basically saying, "Look like Simone Yates." I thought, who on earth is that? Obviously, I worked it out. Tagliamento River, absolutely beautiful, and the limestone round here, it causes a little bit of clouding in the water, and it alters the frequency of light, which is why you get this spectacular colour to the runoff in the locale. It's beautiful. It sort of refracts back off the white stone underneath, the sunlight that is. And in fact, we do have sunlight. It's unlikely to last, because at the top of the Zoncolan, Zonk! Exclamation mark, sounds like a graphic from the old Batman. Yes, they're going to get hit, and potentially by rain as well. We were expecting plenty of that by midday, but it hasn't happened, so rather pregnant looking clouds are hanging around, and we just hope they don't burst. Coming through Pionis, we're out of the Po plain, and indeed just starting to roll, despite the fact it's a reasonably flat approach. Would you mind getting out of here? This is a tell-off. Would you mind moving a little bit further away and stop auto-pacing the chase, if you don't mind? Clearly some riders would like this to be harder than it is at the moment.
Well, Ventoso there for BMC just, you know, doesn't like the riders sitting at the front of the peloton getting dragged along by motorbikes. You know, obviously we're into the 14th stage of the Giro, and sometimes, you know, obviously the camera guys fall asleep a little bit, but you know, they're trying to get us the best pictures possible. They can't help sometimes that the peloton kind of chase them, and yeah, we've seen, you know, in the press, riders and managers and everybody saying the you know, the motos at the front of the bike races are dictating sometimes the winner. So yeah, they're there for a reason, and the riders at the front will always try and chase them.
A little bit of controversy yesterday, if we're talking about assists. It appeared that one of Viviani's teammates handed over a bit of power late on. I'm sure that it hasn't appeared anywhere in the press, by the way, mainly potentially because Viviani's Italian, say it quietly. But nonetheless, you spotted it, Brian. There appeared to be a little bit of an assist there just ahead of the sprint.
Yeah, I was watching the run-in with Jonathan Edwards, and I noted that one of the quick-step riders gave Viviani a bit of a push, and then he came in behind Viviani to try and keep Sam Bennett off the wheel. I thought it was a little bit naughty, but you know, I think the UCI have got a referee here to look at that sort of thing. The fact that he missed it, I don't know why someone could miss that, but Yeah, I think I would be interested to hear what Sam Bennett said about that, but for sure you cannot push another teammate. We've seen it the other day when he got relegated, and yeah, a push by Viviani. He never asked for it, but one of his teammates definitely pushed Viviani in the last few kilometres yesterday, and came over behind him. I don't know, tried to impede Sam Bennett, and all of a sudden Sam Bennett had to find his own way around the outside. So, but the UCI obviously are here looking at these type of things and saw nothing, and reported nothing, and nothing was done.
Bryce saw it though. Good to hear from the
Eagle eyes.
Yes, exactly.
Like a vulture.
No, the vulture's bald. That's me, mate. You stick with Eagles.
Okay.
115 kilometres from home then. In a short while, we'll be you will hear the voices of Rob Hatch and indeed Sean Kelly. We'll carry you a little bit deeper into this race. Brian and I will be back to a little bit later on before indeed we get to the foot of the Zoncolan. 3 minutes and 37. It's a solid-ish break. I'm not sure how much I believe in it for the time being. There's quality up here, up front, and indeed in any Grand Tour, you're going to get quality riders.
Well, Mitchelton and Scott aren't giving this breakaway a big advantage. The best placed is the rider at the front now, 13 minutes and 7 seconds, but they're holding it round about the 4-minute mark, so they're not giving them too much rope, and I'm thinking that Mitchelton and Scott want to keep the pace up, don't want to give these riders too much, and are possibly thinking of another win by Simon Yates up Monte Zoncolan, and with the 10-second bonus as well. So you never know, he needs as many seconds as he can, and you know, another stage win and a 10-second bonus would do the trick.
You know, you're talking about unexpected performances. Rowan Dennis has been absolutely outstanding, keeping it Antipodean for a few moments' time. We heard from George Bennett a little bit earlier on as well. Didn't start riding a bike seriously until he was 16 years of age. Reasonably late. But, Rowan Dennis... Yeah, he will take whatever advantage he can. If you're wondering why Ventosa was getting so angry with the apparent accidental auto-pacing of the pack, he wants as much pressure to be put on the likes of Mitchelton Scott as possible, and he wants them to work hard, of course, and they're closing this gap down, or at least maintaining the gap to the breakaway at the moment. So they've got some hard work to do, and the easier that task is made by the motorcycles, then other teams get aggrieved by it. And Francisco Ventoso came up and vented aptly on behalf of Rowan Dennis, who sits very well in the overall in 7th place at the moment, only 2 minutes and 36 down. Behind him is Chris Froome. What can Froome do today? I guess that's going to be the main question from the Brits. We accept that Simon Yates is going to go well. There is other British interest, I might add. I think Hugh Carthy could be a late pusher. We'll wait and see. The terrain might well suit him. But what about Chris today? Are we going to have more questions than answers?
I think there'll be more questions. I hope he goes well, but I think he's still in the recovery mode for the time being. He needs possibly to get over these 2 stages, try and kind of limit losses and get to the rest day, and maybe try and look forward to the final week of the Giro d'Italia. It would be a surprise if, you know, he was up there in the top, you know, 5 or 6, because he hasn't kind of shown that form, and he's still, I was speaking to one of his Swan years a couple of days ago, he's still kind of struggling a little with his leg injury. So I still think it will take a few days to recover, if you can call this a recovery day, because certainly not, and he'll be pushed in a day like today. But Rowan Dennis, you know, we talked about him so much in the first few stages. He's been in kind of stealth mode for so long now, and he's still in there. He's actually shown that what the team believed in him. He came here as a GC contender, and until now he's actually proven it.
Yeah, he is. Well, let's see what he can do today. Certainly the way that BMC were getting so twitchy about that motorcycle, wanting the hurt to be put on Mitchelton Scott. This is for Rowan Dennis, and maybe today, you know, he can prove something. Although the Zoncolan looms large, it's reasonably consistent on its ascent, isn't it? You could set a tempo a bit.
And more steep, and even more steep.
Gets to 20, averages 12, some nasty pitches within it, but it is something you set a rhythm on, albeit an extraordinarily slow one. Shortly, once they've finished their tucker, just to keep it Antipodean, we'll be handing over to Rob Hatch and Sean Kelly. The gap at the moment is 4 minutes, and as we pass through the Po Plain, as you can see, they've built a dirty great big highway here. Thankfully, we're on the old major road, the old national road, and it looks like, for the time being at least, this is about preserving everybody ahead of what is going to be the mighty test at the end of today. We've had so much varying terrain. The race, when it was announced, Brian, many people said, oh gosh, it doesn't look too difficult. All right, you've got the Zoncolan, a few others as well that are going to test them, Bardonekia, Cervinia, Etna naturally, but there was general disappointment. But I think this race has been absolutely spectacular. Every day has produced something dramatic.
Well, I believe there's about 2,000 more metres to be climbed this year than last year. Okay, we've had a couple of flat stages, but add in all the metres of climbing, and it's going to get tough, and it's going to come at you in the final week because of that slow build-up. Today, Saturday, the Tifossi's out, and you know there's many other nationalities up on top of this climb, and the weather is actually quite sunny at the top for the time being, and everybody's enjoying themselves.
They are. Bit of a party atmosphere as the clouds clear or a ray comes through. Yeah, we've got a little ray of sunshine at the top. I'm not talking about Brian Smith. No, there is clouds around, and quite heavy they look, and rather threatening, but nonetheless, for the time being, we're in sunshine. We're going to add to that in a few moments with the voice of Rob Hatch. Brian, 4,438 metres of altitude gained today, but the main focus, of course, is at the pointy end.
Yes, we've already had one climb earlier on today. We've still got a third category climb, then a second, then another third category climb, and then we are on to Monte Zoncolan. But it's these climbs, okay, they aren't too long, but you know, definitely steep. The second category climb, 4.4 kilometres in length, but it's the 9.6 average with 18%, and you know, obviously that coming with 43.5 kilometres to go to the finish. So although we're in a bit of a plane at the moment, you can see Stan Bewley, Hugh Jensen riding on the front. So they've got Swaintuft as well, so they'll be sitting at a good tempo. They'll try and take it a little bit easier on some of these climbs, but once they get on over the climbs, that's when you know, they come into the fore and start pushing hard on the pedals. But they've done a good job so far, but this is definitely a big test for Mitchelton Scott today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know there are other things on the telly today, so you've chosen well. Monte Zoncolan coming up, the monster itself. 186 kilometres in total, 110 of which remain. We started in San Vito al Tagliamento today, heading over several smaller climbs, including the Passo Duron. Not too small if you've ridden it yourself. It's a difficult climb in itself. And then descending straight to the bottom and to Ovado, where the gates to hell lie. 4 minutes and 18 for the break at the moment. A gap like this, though, and the way it's being controlled, you already get the feeling that it will not be a factor. Laurent Didier and Mads Pedersen are together in the break again. Trek Segafredo having two men there. Matteo Montaguti with Francesco Gavazzi. Enrico Barbin in the green. Haven't seen him in the breakaway ever since the Roads of Israel. Took the green, I was going to say the green jersey, the blue jersey, pardon me, the Maglia Azzurra of the mountains. And Valerio Conti joining the other Italian, Jacopo Mosca. Just had a walk around this finish line area whilst the gentlemen were beginning the broadcast, and there is quite an atmosphere up here. Talking to you from one of the most special places in cycling. The first time I came up here 8 years ago now, I was absolutely gobsmacked by the atmosphere, the party atmosphere, and the dedication of everybody to get up here. I'm sure the gents have already told you exactly about what had to happen with the cable car and everything else, the chairlift. Courtesy buses up as well for some. Some just chose to walk. Lots of bikes up, plenty of mountain bikes. Barbecues are going, the beer tents are open. Polenta's being made as well. And there are already thousands of people on the natural stadium, if you like, in that final kilometre where the riders come out of the tunnel and it's the famous sight you've already seen on 5 occasions on the Monte Zoncolan. Well, we will see it for a 6th time later on today. Simon Yates in the pink jersey. Already one winner in the pink jersey in the previous history of this mountain. Gilberto Simoni, and his first win was in pink, but that was from the easier side, from Sultrio. That's where most people have actually ascended the mountain today. But looking down into the valleys, this beautiful colour of the water with the limestone in the rocks in what are the Carnic Alps. Well, some of you might be tempted to say Dolomites in this area, but don't utter that word until tomorrow. UAE Emirates. They have Fabio Aru at 3 minutes and 10 in 10th place. One man in the breakaway in Conti. Sun shining at the moment. I can tell you that there are a few clouds, and there were spots of rain earlier on. It seems to be a feature of this mountain, actually. 2010, it was pretty rainy after the finish, after Ivan Basso had won. 2011, a thunderstorm. So 3 wins for Valerio Conti in his career, as the gap is at 4.5 minutes. Well, that's the breakaway this time. Last time we were here was in, what was it, 4 years ago. Mick Rogers won from a breakaway there. It was the penultimate stage of the Giro d'Italia then. Nairo Quintana was the overall winner, with the following day in Trieste. It was a breakaway of 20-odd people coming into Monte Zoncolan on that day. Remember, the podium was almost set, barring any sort of final crises on Monte Zoncolan. Nairo Quintana had won the Giro d'Italia. The race was a little calmer behind. That breakaway going away. We had 4 riders in the break then who were actually in the peloton today. Mattia Cattaneo was there, Georg Preidler, the Austrian, Maxim Belkov, the Russian, and of course Nicholas Roach, who hasn't got in the break again, but of course knows this climb very well. And we spoke to him at the start today. Here is Nicholas Roach before the Monte Zoncolan stage.
Nico, good morning. You had such a great result back in 2014 here on the Zoncolan. What do you remember from that day?
I remember it was a pretty exceptional day. You know, in the morning we had talked about it. Michael Rogers was really, really motivated, and the two of us really pushed hard to be in the breakaway, and the team gave us a good hand to really set us up. You know, it's easy said in paper, and on the book then it happened. Rode for Michael as well as I could, and he finished the job really well, and I was really happy to be able to manage fourth, because at the bottom of the climb it wasn't quite guaranteed. The bunch was coming back very, very quick on us. There was still the battle for the pink jersey between Quintana and Iran, and I was really happy when I crossed the line and be able to confirm the 4 over.
Alpe d'Huez, Angliru, Zoncolan. When you approach days like today, when you wake up, is there like some excitement there, or is it just nerves? What's the feeling for the riders?
You have nerves when you open the road book 2 weeks ago, you know, or when the team presentation is done a year, almost, well, 8 months ago, the Giro presentation. But no, obviously there are those climbs that you know, you just wish that you're not on a bad day, and they do make history. You know, a lot of the bigger riders really want to win on those on those climbs. I think today it's going to be, you know, I mean, Yates did say it in the news yesterday, didn't he, that he wanted to win. That was his dream. So it looks like the race is going to be pretty controlled, I guess. But it's the dream of many riders, and even riders from breakaways, obviously.
Dream maybe for Simon Yates. Mitchells and Scott are controlling this at 4.5 minutes to try and make that dream come true. We heard a lot about the trepidation then, and maybe nerves when you wake up on a day like this. Sean Kelly's alongside me in the commentary box. And Sean, how would you be feeling if you had to race this today?
Well, depending on where you're in the race and what ambitions you've got for today, because a lot of riders with different ambitions going out at the start this morning. If you're won the sprints as well, then you're not looking forward to the day at all. And you just try and get through, and you're hoping that the breakaway will be allowed away pretty early and things steady down back in the peloton, and you can get through a big part of the day before the race and really gets serious and really heats up, and just get through the day. As we heard Nicholas Roach saying there, if you're a rider who's thinking of getting in the break, well, then you're going to be nervous, and you're going to go to the toilet a number of times more this morning before you start. Than the general classification men, pretty much the same. It's, you know, nervous day for them, and if you're a general classification man in this race and you're riding well, as Yates is, well, then you're looking forward to, because he has to gain time. He's the one who has to try, you know, pull time from the better time trialists in this race, notably Tom Dumoulin. And so there's a lot of different tactics going into the race, and a lot of different ambitions as well. But it is a big day, and this is one of the days where we'll see a clearer picture at the end of the days here on Monte Zoncolan. Who can win this Giro? We will see splits, but how big will that be? Because there's pretty much a grind up here. Sometimes they're not that great distance, but if you're on a bad day, you can lose lots of time.
Not a day to have a bad day. We will talk much more about Simon Yates' approach, about how Tom Dumoulin might ride this, but this is the scene at the top where they wake the riders. The sixth time that the Giro d'Italia has left San Vito al Tagliamento. Today, to head up to the mighty Monte Zoncolan. 166 riders remain in the Giro d'Italia, 2 non-starters to tell you about today. Tim Wellens, gone home, not feeling well for the last couple of days since his attack to Imola, and Lotto Fixall have finally lost a man. And EF Education First have lost their first man as well. Tom Scully, the Kiwi rider, a non-starter today, and well, we're getting to that stage in the Giro d'Italia now. I've had a few bits of bad weather in the last few days. This weekend could also take its toll, and I think we've been commenting, Sean, the last few days that it's been remarkable that we've hardly lost any riders compared to what you see normally on a Grand Tour. I'm afraid I think that those DNFs might start to tot up a little more frequently.
Well, we're coming into the terrain where some of the non-climbers will be looking out ahead, and they'll see the mountains and decide to go home. But we're doing really well in this race. The number of riders have dropped out. It's been very little considering the race and the way it has been very fast. Crashes, I think we've been lucky. We haven't had many of these big crashes we've seen in the Giro, where you see stack-ups of 15, 20 guys going down. It's been really good that way. In the flat stages, we have got away very well, and for that reason, injuries have been at the minimum. So, thank God we still have most of the riders in the race, and hopefully we'll have a record number finishing this Giro.
Yeah, including Konstantin Svitsov, we've officially lost 10 riders, and the reason I mentioned Svitsov, if you haven't been following us since the start, he was on the start list to start, but didn't actually start the Giro d'Italia because he broke his collarbone just a couple of hours before he was due to begin the time trial. 24 kilometers per hour for the bunch. That's going to increase as they're over the last and latest lump at the moment. Team Sunweb just behind in their black and white jerseys as Mitchelton Scott continue to ride. They'll be looking after Tom Dumoulin today, and I know many of you would have seen the chat we had with the defending champion at the start today. Interesting to note that apparently his team have mapped out each and every kilometre of this Monte Zoncolan climb, and they've worked out what power numbers he should be putting out to avoid going into the red. And it's a scientific approach. It's one that we've seen used with guys who aren't natural climbers before, certainly when the likes of Wiggins and latterly more Froome has ridden the Tour de France as well. More scientific approach, but it's one that's been used for Tom Dumoulin because he didn't come here and do the recon. He had a crash at Tirreno Adriatico. That meant that he couldn't do the planned recon, and they've obviously given him a plan to ride to today. But the thing about racing, Sean, is that whatever happens on the road, sometimes you can't always stick to the plan and you need to react.
Well, it depends on the rider as well, of course, because Tom Dumoulin, we know he's a big rider. In the climbs, he does suffer, but he can, you know, go at a strong pace, but he's not able to make that acceleration like some of the small lightweight climbers. And it's understandable he's going to, you know, to work to a power output, and it's been working for a lot of riders, as you said, notably Wiggins and more so Chris Froome of recent, and Tom Dumoulin, sorry, would be in that category, and I think they're going to try and do that. But you know, the finish here to Monte Zoncolan, it is it's a brutal one. You know, 22% and 20%. It just goes on. So it's one where you have to ride at that, and you know, you just have to try and get into some sort of a rhythm and look at your what you're turning out, and just keep going at that pace, and hopefully that pace will be good enough to stay with the other favourites here. And that is going to be the interesting thing, because you know, the lightweight, the better climbers, they are going to have the certainly the advantage here in this real difficult steep gradient finish climb to Zoncolan.
Yeah, with Dumoulin so far, you talk about the steep gradients as well at the start. There's the central section, and we could talk about the maximum gradient, the average gradient. The real hard part comes after that 22% maximum. It's then 6 kilometres at 15%, pretty sustained, no rest at all. It's difficult to keep up your power if you're not feeling so good there. We shall see. But coming up first, I think we'll have a quick chat with one of the guys actually riding for Simon Yates today. He was at our microphones at the start today. We've seen him on our screens a lot as well. He's an hour and 40 minutes down. That doesn't matter. He's doing a great job for the man in the pink jersey. One of the top rouleurs at the moment in the peloton. He can go up and down, control the bunch at just about any terrain. It's Christopher Juhl Jensen.
Giro-feltet rullede over Monte Zoncolan i 2014.
You did this time in 2014 in the Giro. How hard is it?
Alle de andre bjerge, du har kørt?
Jamen, det er selvfølgelig det er ret sejl. Altså i Danmark der taler vi meget om Kidsvej, den berømte Kidsvej-etape i Vejle, men det her det svarer lidt til at køre
like riding the worst and most famous hill in Denmark, but for 10 kilometres. I've got good memories from 2014. My former teammate Michael Rogers won. I remember it as a really good day. I hope it'll be a good day again that I remember from today.
Det samme gælder i dag.
Og til gengæld en, der ikke rigtig har nogen minder derfra, det er Simon Yates, der ikke har kørt den før.
Yates hasn't been on this climb before. How can Roman and Nieve help him with their experience?
Jamen, jeg tror, hvis Simon har de ben, han har haft indtil videre.
I think if Simon has the legs that he's been showing so far in this race, it doesn't really matter if he hasn't ridden it before. I'll feel sorry for the other riders. He's seen a bit of YouTube of the climb, and he's really calm going into it.
Men ellers så tager han det ganske roligt.
Tak skal du have.
Very calm going into it. It seems that nothing can faze Simon Yates at the moment. This is his 8th day in the Maglia Rosa, the 25-year-old from Bury in the northwest of England. He's had 2 stage wins, both of them in the pink jersey. But Sean, with the time trial coming up after the rest day, and Tom Dumoulin expected to take quite a bit of time out of Simon Yates, although we must caveat that by saying that Yates is a better time trialist than many give him credit for. He does need to take time out of Dumoulin realistically, doesn't he, this weekend?
Well, he sure does, and I think what we've had in this Giro already is nothing like what we're having today in the final to Zoncolan, and this is going to be a real test for the general classification men. Going on what we've had, you know, Yates, very impressive the way he's been winning. So when you consider that, and you consider this climb with the gradient, it should be advantage Yates today. How much will he be able to take in the general classification from the other challengers? That's something, it's unknown, and he'll be concerned himself here that he needs to be on a good day, of course, and as we mentioned, you do not want to be on a little bit of an off day, because then you're going to have difficulty doing anything. And Tom Dumoulin, how much will he lose, or will he lose anything? He'll have to defend and try and stay with the lightweight, the climbers, as long as possible, all the way to the end if possible. But you know, this is certainly the day where we'll see a clearer picture for this Giro.
Giro d'Italia is in Tolmezzo. on our way to Monte Zoncolan today. Heading up to Villa Santin next, with the next climb on the route. Still in the province of Pordenone, in the region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia, far northeast of Italy. It borders Austria and Slovenia. Tolmezzo on your screen. Obviously with the geography, it's not a hugely populated area in Italy, but it is very, very beautiful. It does feel quite different up here. Geography's one thing. And of course, the neighbours are here. Slovenian fans on the side of the road. Good to see, and of course, their nation has already taken a stage win at this Giro d'Italia. Slovenian cycling, we were hearing from Matej Mohoric earlier in the race as to how and why things were going so well for Slovenia at the minute. It was Primož Roglic racing better than ever, winning the Tour de Romandie. And here it was Mohoric to take the win. We've seen Jan Polans do great things in the last few years. And the last time, funnily enough, we were at Monte Zoncolan, the following day, the first ever Slovenian stage win would happen on the Giro d'Italia. Luka Mezgec was the winner in the sprint in Trieste. And of course, Trieste right on the border, so it was as close to a home win as you can get for Slovenia at the Giro d'Italia. Here's the Avons Bridge, the door to the Carnia. And the Carnia is this particular region of the Alps where we sit. Conic Alps in English. Tagliamento's the river. And as that graphic tells us, 105 years old, that bridge. Peloton flying past on their way to the next climb. The gap was about 4.5 minutes last time we checked. And we're ready for the most feared moment of the season so far. Today is a race into those final 10 kilometres, basically. And 10 kilometres to go won't mean the end of the race is nigh. It's usually about a 40-minute effort, is Monte Zoncolan. Tell you the record, Sean. 2007. Giro Simoni, when he won for the second time on Monte Zoncolan. Just over 39 minutes then. He'd already won a few years previous from the, I'm going to put inverted commas in this, easier side, because we drove up that side this morning. I tell you, it's easier, but not easy. Giro Simoni won from Soltrio in 2003. The record, 39 minutes, 3 seconds when he won in 2007. Demire Van Basso, as there's a car stopped on the right there from Androni Giocattoli. Hello to a few friends, maybe. Was that Gianni Savio doing the rounds with his fans?
Definitely. He's a great PR man.
He's superb. We've seen him every day. I mean, the few days that I've not been working on the finish, I've been in the press room, and he's come in and started talking to everyone, and he's not shy of having a chat, and speaks fairly good English as well, does Gianni Savio?
He sure does, and French quite good, so he is multilingual, and yeah, he's around a long time. How many years is he in the professional peloton? He's a team going a long time, and you know, at Conti Pro level, it's not easy to keep the sponsors on board. Difficult. We see with Pro Tour level, the teams that are looking for second sponsor having difficulty in the last number of years. But Gianni is just holding in there, and quite a good team. You have to hand them this race. They have been in the break every day.
Yep, that record continues. Francesco Gavazzi, the latest to be up there. He's at the front in the red and white jersey. You talk about the sponsors, all the 350 million sponsors that are plastered all over the jersey. This year's jersey doesn't quite look as busy as the Di Qui Giovanni days. Funny, I was going through my old pictures from Monte Zoncolan last night and found a lovely shot of the late Michele Scarponi coming across the line in third place, I think it was, on the day when Van Basso won, just ahead of Karel Evans, and Scarponi had the old white Di Qui Giovanni jersey on, and there wasn't much white or blue on show. He came past a crowd similar to this. It was better weather though then, because it's starting to rain at the top of the mighty mountain. Those who've made the trip up here, most of them would have been, well, intelligent enough to bring waterproofs and coats and umbrellas. Some even camping out, as you can see, tents on the side of the road. These guys are oblivious to it at the minute. When does the brave sports director tell them about the weather further up the road? I think if it were me in the car, I'd be keeping it quiet, sure. Don't want to complicate things even more for them.
No, and we can see out there it is very cloudy, very overcast, but still dry for the riders. And you definitely need a day with drier conditions, because if you're in the rain here in this stage and you come to the final climb with the gradient, 10-kilometer climb, the heavy legs, well, it's going to be a real killer. So you certainly don't want to have rain today for the riders. The other thing, if the damp road as well, if you try and get out of the saddle, to keep traction is going to be difficult. So hopefully it does blow off, but we are getting little light rain here at the moment. But yeah, quite a bit of a wind out there as well. Hopefully it will be dry for the final run up here to the finish.
Two groups on the road there, 4 minutes 38 seconds between them. It's the smallest Grand Tour peloton for quite a few years. Remember, just 8 riders per team this year, 22 less. Heading to Monte, Zoncolan today. Another full menu. It started with Monte Ragogna. Avaglia was the next climb. Passo Duron. Then we'll climb up the Sella Valcalla and Ravascletto, quick descent, and into Monte Zoncolan itself. It starts at Ovaro. We'll talk gears later on when we get closer to the climb. We'll talk style of climbing as well. No cars allowed up either. Lots of peculiar little rules about mechanical assistance as well. And of course, mainly that's to avoid any cars breaking down on the very steep gradients and getting in the way of the race. That would be a safety issue, of course. Swaintuff's turn on the front. 3 riders riding at the moment to control this breakaway. .96 kilometers to go. A little bit of a stretch there for Esteban Chavez. A lot of people, Sean, at home today might be wondering about Esteban Chavez and his health and how much help he might be to Simon Yates. However, once you get onto the climb, there's very little that your teammates can do on a climb like this, isn't there?
Yes, it is a difficult one. I think the only comfort would be if you had a mechanical problem, the teammate could do something for you. But other than that, I think it's just going to be such a grind up this one, and not really much the teammate can do for you. Talking about Chavez, it's looking good that he's on the front of the peloton riding there with the other riders from Michelin Scott, because yesterday I was concerned. He did come in 15:24 down. He was the last man to finish. We see Mitch Docker came in 10:57, but he had to crash a number of kilometres out. So I was very concerned when we see on that small climb Chavez losing contact. I was wondering, had he a problem? Was he sick? But looks okay today. He's very much to the front there, and that's good, because it will be important that he can recover a bit and get back into the race with the mountain days to come. He can be a real important one for Simon Yates on the big mountain stages as today.
Watching the Maglia Rosa group. We talked about Gibo Simone's record win. That was when he wasn't in the Maglia Rosa. The first time he won from the other side, he was in the pink jersey. So if Simon Yates were to win at the top of Monte Zoncolan today, he wouldn't be the first man to do it in the pink jersey. Other pink jerseys who were at the front when it was won by a front group. David Arroyo was the other one, but he was dropped very quickly in 2010 once the climb started. Didn't lose the jersey that day, though. It was a bit later on in Aprica when Ivan Basso took the pink jersey from him. A few spots of rain on the camera lens. You've seen the pictures from the finish. It is raining at the top of Monte Zoncolan. This is Mads Pedersen with the bandage on the right-hand side. Matteo Montaguti for the second time in this Giro d'Italia is in the break. 34 now is Montaguti, running for Age de Serra Mondial. Sighting of Fabio Aru for the first time on the left-hand side as well. We've seen the same article in the Italian newspapers repeated about 5 times in this Giro d'Italia. And every time that the headline seems to read, it's Aru's time, it's Aru's moment. The moment hasn't really appeared for him, has it, yet, at this Giro d'Italia? And unless he's going to ride into form fairly quickly, you get the feeling that it might not appear at this Giro d'Italia.
Yes, well, he's not looking good, losing a bit of time in the overall standing, but the short uphill finishes, I don't think he likes that. He likes a longer climb where he can get settled into the rhythm and then attack in the end. So today, a big test for Aru. We see here very clear the style of rider he is as well. He's a lightweight, he's a good climber. He should be very much up there in the action in the final at this stage, and if he's not up today, well, then it's not going to be good, and the Gazette are going to have more pages tomorrow about him, and there's going to be a lot of question marks after his name.
He said that he told the Gazzetta that he was tranquillo, he was calm. He was already getting an excuse in there just in case. He said, well, at this stage it's not the only decisive one, and the problem is for Fabio Aru that he's lost 3 minutes 10 already, and rather like Chris Froome, another man can't afford another bad day, really.
No, he cannot, and Aru, time trialling we know as well, he has to take advantage of the better time trials, and so today is the day where he will really want to do something. Will he be capable of doing it is another thing. It's one thing, you know, thinking about it and wanting to do it, but the legs are not responding. Well, then you just, nothing you can do. You just have to try and limit your losses here. And talking about Chris Froome, it'll be interesting as well to see where Froome can do today, because this is the sort of climb, the longer ones, I think Froome can get into that rhythm, and we see him then when he spins it up and he gets going. Will he be into that today? He has to try and do something here today. If it's not a good day for Froome, well, then you'd be concerned that this Giro is going to happen for him. And unfortunately, the weather conditions, you know, Froome, we know he likes the warmer conditions, and the rain has been following us every day over the last 4 or 5 days. We've talked about that when we do the transfers. I won't say what we said exactly, but we did talk about the weather, and you know, it's not been nice at all. And some of those riders, they just need that hot weather, the bit of heat to really get into shape, and it's just not. It's not happening, the warm weather, when we compare it last year with such beautiful conditions all through Giro.
I think we saw 20 minutes of rain on last year's Giro d'Italia, and it was before the stage. It was over in Piemonte one day, and yeah, our conversation in the car yesterday when we realised that that big black rain cloud was following us here and was probably not broadcastable.
Certainly what Kirby said was not broadcastable.
Don't let him hear you say that. He sat right across from you. We're all packed into the commentary box at the top of the mountain today. All our colleagues and the rest of the televisions actually down the other side of the mountain. There's not much room for many cars, or in fact any cars up here. I can see a couple of catering vans outside, and the podium, the winner's podium today, it's a mini version of the one we usually see, isn't it? Space really is at a premium up here. It's one very narrow road, and there's just this very small peak on the top of the Monte Zoncolan before the road goes downhill again. And yeah, it's a logistical nightmare for the organisers, and I'll tell you what, they will be praying that they won't have a repeat of the other night when there were lots of people stuck on the mountain for hours and hours and hours at 2,000 metres. It's not a big cable car job today, and there are more ways down the mountain, but, well, if any thunderstorm strikes or the wind gets up, then I think the organisers might be hiding behind the bushes.
Yes, well, I think they definitely will be hoping that they won't get a big downpour, wet conditions, because it's not going to be nice to get out here with the small amount of vehicles allowed up here, because space is, you know, very, very tight. I think there's more space. The hot dog stores are taking over more space than part of the race, but they're actually out on the ski slope on the grass, and if it does get wet out there, it will be very, very difficult getting out. But yeah, it's one of these difficult ones, but it's such a monument. And looking at the route book, they're talking about it. You know, Monte Zoncolan is the most difficult climb in Europe.
Approaching 2.5 hours of racing on stage 14 of this Giro d'Italia. Same race situation at the front and roughly the same gap back to the pink jersey group as well. We have 7 riders up the road. Matteo Montagutti is the Italian riding for the French team AG2R La Mondiale. A lot of chatting between teams back here in the pink jersey group. Gap at 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Was Mitchell and Scott doing a lot of the riding. It's just starting to rain on the peloton for the first time as well. We mentioned Montagutti up there in the break with him. Gavazzi, the Italian for Androni Giocattoli. Another Italian in Enrico Barbin. He rides for Bardiani. Jacopo Mosca and Valerio Conti, the other home riders. They're riding with Villiers and UAE Team Emirates, respectively. Mads Pedersen is the Danish national champion, riding for Trek Segafredo. And Laurent Didier of Luxembourg is his teammate. A little bit of a movement at the front with some other teams coming to stop to ride. Matej Mohoric is starting to pull it on a little bit. You just saw Chris Juul-Jensen on the right-hand side on the radio. What's happening here, Sean?
Well, it's an interesting one because, excuse me, we're still a long ways to go here, still over 88 kilometers to go, but I think the wet conditions is making everybody a little bit concerned, and they just want to hold a good position on the front end of the peloton. I don't think there should be any reason to chase at the moment, but looking at the men out in front, of course, Valerio Conti, he's a one in the general classification. He is up there, he's at 13 minutes, so Mitchell and Scott, they're riding a little bit. If he wasn't up there, the rest of the men are a long ways down. We might see a bigger advantage allowed to the breakaway, and some little hope, some little glimmer that they might be able to get enough of an advantage that they have some chance of going to the finish. But the way it's looking at the moment, it's not going to happen at all today, and Conti is causing the problem. So we're not going to see a winner from a breakaway, I don't think, today, as we've seen in the past here on Monte Zoncolan. But yeah, the weather conditions we can see there is just a little bit of drops on the lenses there, and I think that's the reason we're seeing the peloton is just changing who's controlling front of the main pack.
Well, it's brought the gap down to 4 minutes already, just like that, on almost a click of a finger. Just that little bit of a jockeying for position at the front. We saw Juul-Jensen radioing in what had changed. And of course, as Sean said, people wanting to be safe on the descent. And, well, they've got probably the best descender out the lot at the minute. Matej Mohoric at the front doing the job for them. Hardbin on the left-hand side of this comparison is at the front of the race. And back in the Gruppo, Esteban Chavez travelling a little bit quicker, but again, all on different sections of road. .87.5 kilometres to go. Climb to Avaglio, pardon me, with the next one. Into Villa Santina, where the climb starts. Avaglio up at 738 metres. Not going above 2,000 metres today. Monte Zoncolan at 1,730 metres. Highest point of the day, with second and third cats on the way. As Mohoric leads them down to the start of their next classified climb. Second of 5 classified climbs on the day. Of course, GC, with the way the gap is, still only at 4 minutes. Looks to be the main aim of the day for those wanting to look for a stage win as well, but lots of points for the mountains classification in the next couple of days too. The way this stage is being ridden, though, at the moment, doesn't look like we're in the business of breakaways going away and guys been able to take up all the points at the finish for that either. Strong out down here in the valley. Mitchelton Scott take over again as Sam Bewley remonstrates with a couple of riders around him. Swain Tuff takes it up once more. It seems it was just for the descent that people were looking for the right positioning. Certainly as the weather is changing, and Sean suggested would make a lot of sense. Into Villa Santina. And whilst we're in and before the climb, let's hear from the Team Sky boss, Dave Brailsford.
Well, David, good morning. We want to know today about how you prepare the guys for a stage such as today with such a big finish after flat stages, specifically physically, mentally and so on.
Well, I guess in many respects the fundamental physical work's been done already. And then coming to a day like today, I think fueling's key. You know, so getting the fueling strategy right is absolutely critical. Of course, that doesn't happen today. It's been happening for the last couple of days. And for us as a team, you know, I think whilst they've been tricky finishes, you know, quite challenging little finishes last couple of days, I also think that mentally, you know, they've been, all the GC guys for the last couple of days have been just looking to lose no time, minimise their efforts, and then psychologically they know that today's a big day. So today they're going to be in a different mindset altogether than maybe they have been the last couple of days. And so it's all to play for. It's pretty exciting, and it's going to be, I think, it can't not be a big day, you know, so brutal that something's going to happen.
On days like today as well, that every part of your team is meticulous in its preparation, of course, talking of the tech, of the bikes, in terms of the setup. What do you know from what the mechanics have been up to today?
Well, obviously gearing's the main thing. You know, the weight of the bike and gearing are the two fundamental things you'd look at on a day like today, and making sure the guys got small enough gears so they don't run out of gears, as it were, keep the cadence up. That's fundamental. And then, of course, try and minimise the weight of the bike, so because power to weight is going to be so important today. And they're the two critical things. Obviously, look at the weather, and look at tyres and wheel pressure, tyre pressure, sorry. You know, if it's going to be really stormy in a finish, then very technical descents, got to take that into consideration as well. But then from a team point of view, I think really one of the key things on a stage like today is to think, actually, you know, the team car is going to be quite a long way behind the leading group for quite a long time today with the descents and the narrowness of the roads. So fueling, being able to keep on fueling accurately and not missing a beat on that side means that the insurance policy is to get everybody out there and make sure that we have feeding opportunities along the way at all the critical points, so nobody will miss a feed. So theoretically, we think that even if the guys can't get back to the car, they could still feed optimally during the stage today. And I think all of the teams now are doing the same thing, and that takes quite a lot of bit of logistics and manpower to get that right, you know.
So Froome's got a granny gear, that's the headline. Good luck today, David.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't need it.
Dave Brailsford talking to Ashley House there before today's stage. Well, you mentioned weight. Sean, there's little that anybody can do about that now that we've got to the day itself. He mentioned gearing, we'll talk about that, but also there's logistics as well as we go into the second classified climb of the day. Avalio, 7% average gradient, maximum percentage at 15 again here, so not an easy climb. It's 4.5 kilometers long, and whilst the breakaway started, it's a bit like a classic, or at least Dave Brailsford made it sound like today's logistics for feeding and getting everybody in with, you know, spare wheels as well, and mainly with that food and fueling on the road. It made it sound like he'd been preparing a Paris-Roubaix with getting old people along the course.
Well, it is a very complicated day, and if it's racing real fast, and you know, you never know what's going to happen out on the course. If a big breakaway get away and you have to ride really hard to control, well, then it's much more difficult to get the drinks from the cars, and the guys who are supposed to do that, they will not go as often as they normally would when it's going slow. You know, remember when I was racing back in the day, when it was going real easy, you'd be smothered with bottles, guys coming up. But when it was going fast, not so many of them coming up. And it's normal, because when you have to go back to the cars, the line of riders, like, it's so long to get back to the front, it takes a big effort. So, you know, they only go when it's really necessary. But when it's going along at a very slow pace and the peloton can be just, you know, real casual, well, then guys will go back to the car, and you know, 5 minutes later you're back up to the front of the peloton again. So that is very important. So that strategy, you have to have it worked out beforehand in case today is a really fast day's racing. And of course the roads as well, there's a lot of narrow roads here, and we see all of that. And you know, the final as well, the team cars are not allowed up here. The manager or a mechanic have to get it on the back of a motorbike in the final, and he can't take wheels or a bike, whichever he chooses to do. But I think it'll be most of our bikes we will see, because for the lead of the team, if you have a mechanical problem, well, then they just give him a bike.
This is the team that's going to be protecting Chris Froome today. Chris Froome, who starts today in 12th place overall in the general classification. 3 minutes and 20 seconds down from Simon Yates, his fellow Briton. David de la Cruz, Wout Poels and the rest. and the guys riding at the moment. We just saw Christian Knees, the former German national champion, very close to the front. And as Mitchelton Scott take over again, and after that last descent, the gap has been allowed to grow once more to about 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And we're 83.5 kilometres from home. The last 10 of which are 10 of the hardest kilometres that any of these guys will ride all year long. 11.9% average, 22% maximum. Giro d'Italia back to take on the monster for the first time in 4 years. Movistar's Fernandez coming to the front on the left-hand side. There's Esteban Chavez. Sean was talking about him not so long ago as Salvatore Puccio gets his face on the camera too. This is one of the climbs to wear everybody down, and we can talk about Monte Zoncolan all day long as well, can't we? But we can't forget the other climbs either, because it's a wearing down process. As Carlton was talking about earlier on today, over 4,000 metres of climbing. Passo Duron is a tough climb in itself, and even this, and I'm going to put again inverted commas, climb to Avaglio, it's 4.5 kilometres long, but it goes up to 15% in places. Not easy stuff.
No, it ain't easy stuff, and you know, there's a number of them climbs during the day.
We're already seeing its effect.
Yes, we can see on the big man here, Mats Pedersen, you know, the more heavyweight man, more of a classics man, the man for the flat. Well, he's getting the difficulty here. But the way it's racing, that will, you know, change a lot here, because they're not having to push on big time. If you had to race really full gas, as they say in biking terms, as we have seen in this race many times, and you know, not only in the more difficult days, on the flat days as well, the breakaway have been going amazingly fast. You know, 45 kilometres average, which is, you know, when you get a breakaway out in front, you would not expect that. You'd expect things to calm down, because the break have been pushing on so strong. The peloton will do the same, and that's the reason we finish a high average on a number of days. But today, if they had raced really hard and over these smaller climbs, well, then that would be a big wearing down process, and it would probably suit maybe some of the stronger riders. Maybe Tom Dumoulin would like to have a more of an aggressive day, and you know, just to tire the smaller lightweight climbers out a bit more. But you know, that's you have no control on that. There's nothing you can do. But when the break is formed, you just have to roll with it then when it's done, and wait for the final climb of the day.
Just saw Francesco Gavazzi there going up that 13% part of the climb to Avaglio. Looking at the little ring, he looked like he had a compact on there. It was a very small inner ring that he had. Looked like a 34-tooth chain ring, which is, you know, what the likes of a lot of cyclotourists would ride at the weekend. Interesting to note the gearing today as well. A lot of people will be going compact 34 or semi-compact on the front, maybe up to even as high as 32 on the back, 32 sprockets. I know that Alex Dowsett, one of the British pros, said that he'd be riding a 34-32 today. And for those of you who don't know, the numbers relate to the number of teeth on the chain ring, or on each ring that is on the bike. The ratio is the important thing, Sean. But they're not usual ratios that these guys ride in a race. I'm just wondering what effect that would have on the legs, as we saw Gavazzi there spinning away. He might have been riding a 39 through the rest of this year, and suddenly he's on a 34. How does that make you feel?
Well, I suppose for our viewers, first of all, you know, the 34 is the two rings on the front, the chain rings, and that is the 34 is the inside one. Some riders will probably use a 36. Inside one, and then you have a 53 or 54 on the outside, and then you go to the rear where you have that 32. So it is confusing, because nowadays they're so big on the rear, you can get confused. But a lot of the riders, I think, will use the 32 on the rear as well, and start with 11 sprocket and then work up from there. It's a gear they're not used to, and they haven't been used to it in this Giro at all. So that could have an effect when you have to go to such a small gear, but it will not be where you'll have to spin the gear. It will be just as a real, you know, power uppers, and a slog more so, you know, just struggling uppers. That will, I think, help. It won't have the effect of not being in the longer climbs where you have to spin the gear in the mountains a bit more. And we did also hear in the communique, which they said on the climb itself, we did hear days bread for talking about the, you know, the mechanical part of it. You can have people out on the road. You're allowed on the final climb with wheels. You can give a wheel to the rider. You can understand why, because if you're allowed to give a bike, well, then the guy is going to just jump off his bike, get whoever's there to push him, and you can gain time actually, because if you're a little bit behind some riders in front of you, you have maybe 100 metres to make up. If you have a good fit mechanic, and he can push you a long way when you take a spare bike, and you can actually make ground by doing that. So bike change from standing on the roadside, not allowed.
Yeah, don't talk about pushing on this climb. Remember Francesco Manuel Bongiorno? Well, his career hasn't recovered from that moment where he was pushed on his bike in the break from Mick Rogers. Almost disappeared off our screens as Francesco Manuel Bongiorno. But you talk about the gears there, and I'm not trying to set you up for a, oh, back in my day it was different, but tell us what ratios of gearing you guys were riding when you were riding the big mountains and the big tours.
Well, back in the day you had the inside ring was a 41 or 42. 41 was as small as you could put on, actually fit on, and on the rear then you had about 25. So you can see, if you look back at some of the footage of, you know, back in the mid-80s, when you see the riders of the Tour of France and the other big tours, you know, they're just struggling up the mountains, where now, you know, they spin the gear much more.
So the climbing style was different then? Totally
different. It was more with power. You had to have the power to get up there, where now they spin the gear much more, and it looks much better now, because, you know, it looks very smooth. The riders look good doing that. But if you look at the footage, you know, back in the Tour, when, you know, Laurent Fignon, Bernardino was winning the Tour of France, Greg LeMond, you know, everybody was just grinding up the climbs, and there was a lot of zigzag going on, just trying to keep moving.
Talking of spinning a gear, I think the director was listening to you there. Chris Froome was on the screen with those washing machine legs of his. I wonder if we'll see those later on today. Nowadays, climbing in big races on the big mountains, much more about using the heart and lungs rather than just the power in the legs. Different energy systems. You can see, though, again up here at almost 15%, only travelling at 10, 14 kilometres per hour. And just to finish off the point about gearing for now, we'll come back to it on the final climb, as we see these guys spinning away. And if you just look on the right-hand side, that does look to be a very small inner ring that Francesco Gavazzi has. Chris Froome, I just heard from our production team, because they came to interview Chris Froome when he did his recon of Monte Zoncolan. I'm sure you've seen it already. He's having a good chat with Jonathan Edwards, and we must give our presenter Jonathan Edwards a bit of a hat tip here, mustn't we? Because he rode Monte Zoncolan on that day, and apparently Chris Froome was riding a 34-32, which just about the smallest gear you can ride, isn't it?
Yes, well, it is pretty much the smallest gear, and when you're out training, of course, or doing the recon, you know, you're not going to be motivated like you are in the stage. Although at the end of the stage of today, which is 186 kilometres, you know, you will be getting tired, but still, it's a different situation. Remember when, you know, we did some of the recon in maybe the Alps or the Pyrenees back in the day, you'd find the climbs very difficult, but when you go into them in the race, if you're in good shape, you know, you get over them so much easier in the race itself. But when you're out there doing the recon, you say, this hill is going on forever. This is a real difficult one, but a day of race, then it seems to be that much better. So, but you always need to have that in safety, because if you get the weather, wet conditions, that makes the muscles very, very, you know, heavy legs, as they say in cycling, and so you need a lower gear. So you always need something in reserve there. So, you know, that 34, 32, like, it's amazing. If you ride a bike, you know, and the bikers that are watching is, you know, you have some idea of what it's like to, you know, to go up a hill on that, but it's the gradient, and you will need it. And certainly the guys who will be further down, you know, just getting to the finish, they will be, you know, climbing a lot of the final climb here to Zoncolan on that gear, that 32 or 34, 32.
Yeah, and a lot of people at home, or if you're on the move watching us on the player, will have heard us talk about these horrific gradients before. 22% maximum on a climb is nothing new, but the difference with this climb is that it's so sustained for so long. There really is no respite whatsoever, and that middle section is averaged, and I repeat, averaged at 15%, and that lasts for around 2/3 of the climb. It is sustained, and it's pretty hellish. Where are we now, then? 3% of a gradient, that feels better. Even just talking about it. The peloton on the 12.5% as the breakaway are very close to the top of the climb to Avaglio, and it's from Avaglio where we'll descend to the same climb, the same town, pardon me, that we actually climbed it from. It's Villa Santina. Then it'll be lunchtime in Caneva today, before we head to the intermediate sprint at Paolaro, and then the Passo Duron up to over 1,000 meters, descending to Sutrio. That's the other side of the Monte Zoncolan, up the Sella Valcada, over to Ravascleto, then they get to Avaro, and then it is the climb to Zoncolan itself. King of the Mountains points time then. ...700 meters to go. 3.5% gradient for this group of 7 riders. 7 riders, it's now down to 6, pardon me. Of course, we lost Mads Pedersen at the bottom of that climb. 2 kilometres on the road between the two groups. Nicholas Roach on the left-hand side. We heard from him not so long ago. Former Irish national champion. As we take a look at Fabio Aru and Thibaut Pinot. George Bennett's there wearing 173 as well, going very well. One man who hasn't started very well, but is on his terrain today, looking to get back in the top 10. Miguel Angel Lopez, the man they call the Superman.
Miguel, ¿qué escenario es posible para hoy?
What is the plan for you today? Well, it's a very hard stage, obviously. And these are going to be some big mountains, so we'll see exactly how it plays out. I'm not sure. Do you think we might see you in the breakaway? No, I don't think I'm going to be in the breakaway. I think that's too complicated for me to get in. However, it's going to be a big fight to be in the breakaway. I think today that's going to involve some interesting strategies, and I'm hoping that I can be involved. How are you feeling? Well, my legs are a bit sore. We're at stage 14 of a Grand Tour, so of course I'm not feeling amazing. It's been a hard Giro so far, so there are a lot more fights to come in this race, and the roads are going to be very hard.
Roads are going to be very hard for Miguel Angel Lopez, and even harder now that he's lost Tanel Kanga, who was by his side. Still has the likes of Luis Leon Sanchez, Pello Bilbao, who's in the top 10 at the minute, the Basque rider. Jan Hurt, who's a good climber too. Davide Villela goes well in the hills, but he's lost his best mountain domestique. And as we were saying before, that's not necessarily a huge problem for today. It's for the rest of the race, as we're down to 6 in the group. 4.5 minutes ahead of this man, Maglia Rosa, at his escort. Today dressed in black and yellow. Simon Yates, one of the biggest days in his career, but we could say that about every day in the leader's jersey here. 8 days already in the Maglia Rosa. No Briton has worn this jersey for longer than that man. Road narrowing at the top here. By the way, while we're away watching that interview, I can tell you that Matteo Montaguti went and took the lion's share of the mountain's classification points. There's David de la Cruz on the right-hand side. Now then, what's happened here? Oi, 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 oi. Thankfully, Francesco Gavazzi managed to save that one, and that road's not even wet.
No, I think up front it brakes a little bit heavier, and he had a little bit too much speed on, went for his brake a little bit heavy and locked it on a little bit. And if the road is a little bit damp there, which it looked like it could be, that's where you can lose it and he can slide out so quickly. So you have to be smooth on your brakes. And in the wet conditions, you know, when you're going downhill, you just allow 2 or 3 bike lengths from the guy in front of you in case he panic, and you have that little bit of space, a little bit of breathing space, as they say. And if it does slow up in front, you know, you just cannot just jam on your brakes, otherwise you're risking of going down. And some guys are great, some guys are brutal.
It's that sort of day. Thankfully it was the back of the group here. Wouldn't want him to have been first or second wheel. And that could have been adios to most of the breakaway.
Well, there's one thing good on bikes that you know, it's manual, and of course there's a lot of discussion now about the disc brakes, how good they are on the descent, and they are really good. But if you go a bit too heavy, you have to be very, very smooth on them. And if you go heavy on the disc brake, well, then you're definitely going to, you know, block whichever one you go for, front or rear, and that is the danger one. So yeah, you have to be fed on the brakes, as they say. You have to do that better again on the disc brake.
Mads Pedersen's on his way back on the descent. Areas on the left-hand side. About 10 seconds behind the group as it stands. 4:42 the current gap. Breakaway safely down from Avalio. The peloton are just following them. The gap is up to 4 minutes and 44 seconds again. Hasn't been allowed to get bigger than 5 minutes, though. Still Mitchelton Scott are the team doing the work. Sean, just an update on what you think about the gap, as we've seen Sky trying to protect Chris Froome towards the front on the descent again. 4 minutes 45. If they were to get to the base of the Zoncolan now, would they have enough?
Not at all. I think we would need at least double that, and I think I'd be still concerned if they had it 10 minutes. You know, you look at the riders that are out there, would they be able to hold on with the effort they're making? I think 10 minutes would be a possible one, but what they've got now, and it's only going to come down more as well, as we can see here, 73 kilometres plus to go, and we're into a section now where we're getting into the meaty part of the stage. I think you know, the Passo Duron, it's a second category climb. We could see some action there because there's a long descent of that one, and you know, then we go on to another climb, a third category climb. So we can see the teams are being careful here on the descent of the climb, because you just never know. If a team pushes on here, you could find yourself in difficulty. So everybody is just playing it careful. We can see, and we have seen as well, a lot of the general classification men appearing on our screens in the last 10 or 15 kilometres, because they do not want to get caught out, and you don't want to have to do an extra effort here before we get to the finish here today, because Zoncolan, you need every ounce of energy to get up it and to, you know, to challenge. If you're challenging for the stage victory or the general classification, you need all that energy here today.
Well, just watch the general classification riders down this mountain. And then it'll be lunchtime, and I think Jonathan Aris-Bass has been cooking us something up. For now, we'll just make sure everybody gets down safely. One long line. Puccio doing a good job for Chris Froome, who is in second position. First real test of Froome's form and recovery for a few days. He did say he was getting better every day. A look behind there from one of the Mitchelton Scott riders, and I guess it's always a nervous moment to make sure that your leader's still there with you. And big distance from the front to the back at the minute.
Yes, well, you can see single file down here. Not surprising, because it is a technical descent, and Team Sky with Puccio there doing the lead. He's doing a good job, because with Chris Froome not having a good time, you know, crashes here, I think his confidence mightn't be as good as they would like it to be within Team Sky. So the safest thing to do is put a teammate on the front. He knows the pace right. He's not going to, you know, take any risk at all. He's not going to push into any corners, and just get Chris Froome down this one, get this descent over with, and then just move on. And That seems to be the tactic of Team Sky for the moment, and it's easy to manage it because there's no real racing back in the peloton, so do it without having to make too big an effort.
4:40 with 71.7 k's to go. In the meantime, the breaker pushing on the false flat through the feed zone. False flat uphill all the way to the Passo Duron. And it looks as though the front part of the group is just about to make it down safely. That's what we want. We want to see all the main actors still involved when we get to the final climb today. Rain is falling and has been falling around the feed zone. This is how the brakes gap has gone, by the way. Has grown to 5.5 minutes now at 4:38. So then it's lunchtime for everybody. Lunchtime out on the course. And I think Jonathan Harris, perhaps you can tell us what's for lunch at your end.
Well, Rob, today I've done a peposo, which is a type of stew. It does actually come from Tuscany, but as you know, I've always had slight issues with the cuisine from this part of the world, even though you did paint a beautiful picture of the wonderful slabs of polenta that were probably on the sidelines on your way up there, along with the sausages as well. But peposo is a beautiful beef shin stew. I thought it was pretty apt for today's weather conditions on the Giro, and also if anyone was contemplating taking on the sort of climbing that these riders are going to be doing. You need a bit of beef shin, some shallots, some garlic cloves, peppercorns, bay leaves, red wine and some fresh tomatoes. It's a very simple one-pot wonder that you can get onto the hob and just leave to simmer away for around an hour and a half, and it goes very well with either polenta, which does hail from this region, or you can equally do it with some mashed potato. If you want to go and find this one, you can go to my Twitter handle. That's at Jono_HB, at JONO_HB. Another recipe that we didn't quite get round to yesterday was for Essa biscuits, which come from Venice. That's another good one that you can make whilst you're up here, perhaps for your dessert after having a nice peposo stew. So that is today's recipes. Also, there's been the World Cup of Tiramisu goes on up in these parts. I've been listening avidly to the cycling podcast as they yesterday went to Le Becchery in Treviso for the original tiramisu, and I think today they're going to be trying the one in Tolmezzo, which claims to be the original tiramisu, but it does sound as though the Becchery does have the original recipe, and of course a good tiramisu doesn't have any alcohol in it because it was originally made for a pregnant lady as a little bit of a pick-me-up when she wasn't feeling very well during the pregnancy of one of her children. So lots of information to be learnt in these parts. The wine I've suggested for today is an Amarone, which I think is a very hearty, meaty, full-bodied, strong red wine. You definitely don't want to be drinking too much of it, otherwise you'll feel rather average the next day, but a good glass or two with your stew would go down well.
Thank you, John. I'm joined by Brian Smith. Thanks to Rob Hatch and Sean Kelly. They'll be back a little bit later on to carry you up the mountain. Right now, carrying everyone and putting a bit of impetus, more than just a bit. Team Sky have decided to invest, go deep. Yeah, they want some pace about this. The gap's starting to look a little bit serious, I guess you might say. I don't think, as Sean Kelly was saying, that he's got a chance of making it all the way. And Chris Froome's on the blower. Let's have a listen. Didn't quite pick it up on the effects, Mike. Did you get anything out of that, Brian?
No.
No, neither did I. But nonetheless, call for pace. And I was just discussing with Brian, by the way, some amazing fans here. I just put up a tweet of everybody sitting underneath storm clouds. We've had a few lightning strikes touch down in the mountain range, thankfully quite a few kilometres away. But rolling thunder set the alarms off, and dogs barking as well. Then the rain came and the fans put their brollies up, and everyone stood exactly where they were, or indeed sat down like cows in a field, just to preserve a little bit of dry ground, I guess you might say. Possible rainstorms? Well, it's not a possibility, it's a fact. They are around. Temperature 11 Celsius. That is not warm. Everyone is wrapped up. Thank heaven we're in a cosy commentary position here. But it is darkening the skies and sort of set fair for a bit more drama. And the way that Team Sky have decided to add some impetus to the chase, it proves that this is not just about one team. It's certainly not about just about Simon Yates today. It's about retrieving ground, making up, I guess just dispelling criticism or doubt, even within his own mind, Chris Froome. I was speculating with Brian, as I was about to say, that perhaps they'd send a satellite rider up the road a little bit later on, someone like Kenny Elissonde, Sergio Now, Poles even. And Brian says absolutely not. Today it's about coping, just getting through it. Well, if they're getting through it, Brian, they're feasting on pace at the moment. And in fact, the gap's shed around about 20-25 seconds. It's down to 4:04. Is this insurance going through a feed zone? Does everyone want to stay safe going through that?
Well, if you can remember that when the rain came down before and Chris Froome came down, so it's more about safety than anything. They want to protect him. The last thing they want is an incident involving Chris Froome. He doesn't want to come down on that recovering right leg, so he really has to stay safe, and that's what they're trying to do.
So safety first on the approach to that feed zone. Sensible stuff. Here's Basso.
Ivan ha vinto già al Zoncolan, che ci puoi dire?
Even here you are on the Zoncolan stage, the stage you of course won in 2010. What can you tell us about it? Well, it's a very hard climb. Quite often the person who wins here will win the Giro d'Italia, so it is a special stage, and well, it could well be the case again today.
Una base fondamentale per poi arrivare in maglia rosa.
Simon Yates, I think if he can get good time here, then he'll probably be able to arrive in Rome in the pink jersey.
Potrebbe essere questo. Yates deve consolidare il primato, Dumoulin è sufficiente che non perda.
Simon Yates definitely has to consider today's stage as the vital stage. Tom Dumoulin has to look at it as a stage where he can't afford to lose too much time, because he is still the favourite to win the Giro d'Italia, and with the time trial coming, then it's going to be just a big battle for the GC today. What sort of difference are we going to see between the main contenders on the Monte Zoncolan today? It will all depend on how well the day goes for any of them. It could have a huge impact on the GC, and if the riders are feeling good, then they could really do well here.
Salita adatta alle caratteristiche di Dumoulin, perché è una salita che è una cronometro in verticale, una cronometro devi per 45 minuti, 42-45 minuti devi usare la testa e le gambe, il cuore.
You've got to keep your mind at all times. It's 35-40 minutes long, and you just have to keep all of your composure throughout the climb. So it's a hard climb, it's a brutal climb, and it's just going to be very interesting to see which one of the riders is in the best sort of condition. They're going to have to show their best out there today.
Credo che oggi è il suo giorno, è il giorno dove, se vuol vincere questo Giro d'Italia, deve fare una prova magistrale.
Grazie, Ivan.
There we are, they will have to show their best out there today. Interesting as well, a few moments ago, we saw a very bad take from the feed zone. No wonder Chris Froome was getting up to the fore, and indeed just trying to get into a safe place, Brian. It was exactly what you said. There was some shaky moments out there.
Yes, indeed, and you know, these things happen at feed zones. There was a chasing group, obviously splitting the descent, trying to come up, taking it at speeds, and unfortunately the bag broke. So the breakaway of 7 riders still together, 4.5 minutes. This breakaway not getting more than 5 minutes today. We've seen Team Sky come up just before the feed zone. It was starting to rain as well, so it's about safety for Team Sky. But for the time being, this gap has been held
Mitchelton Scott doing all the riding at the front, as you expect. There's no other teams helping out, and with 65 kilometres to go, we've already done 2 climbs. We're starting to head towards the next climb of the day at 43.5 kilometres to go, but we've got a sprint before the last sprint of the day. It comes with obviously bonus seconds of 3, 2 and 1 at 47.9 kilometres to go, but the breakaway will sweep that up. May remind you, the best placed in the group in front is Conte at 13 minutes and 7 seconds. So Mitchelton Scott doing a good job of controlling the gap to the front. So it does look as if it's not going to be the day of the breakaway. So we're going to see the battle for pink for sure on the slopes of Zoncolan.
It's exactly what we want, Brian. A bit of a punch-up. Just under 65 kilometres of the day remaining, and coming by one of these wide open spaces. They've gone for arc shots at the moment because it's a bit of a holding pattern. They're coming to an almost dead stop on a hairpin. Nobody wants to throw it away on in a silly place. Francesco Gavazzi got out of shape on one of the descents, and as well as climbing, of course, when it's a lumpy day, Brian, you have to take on the downhills, and there's still plenty to come.
Yeah, there's loads of climbs. You know, we're all talking about the inclines. The rain came down a little bit, and it's coming on, it's off, pretty much where we are at the top of Monte Zoncolan today. But you're right, the next climb, 4.4 kilometres and 9.6 on average, 18%. So it goes up steep and it comes down steep as well. And same with the next climb, we've got 12% maximum gradients on that climb. So you really have to be cautious in the descent. And you know, we may see something happen on the penultimate climb, especially on the descent. Somebody might want to go for it and maybe try and stretch out the race. So especially if the rain comes down, some riders will have a look at it. You know, there's a few downhill specialists. Even Mohoric, he won a race earlier on this year, Industria in Italy, by going down a descent in towards the finishing line, holding off the rest of the breakaway riders. So there is that, but if it does stay dry, I think a lot of the riders, and the way the race has been riding at the moment, and with the way it's developing, I think a lot of people are starting to worry about this climb. They're worried about this stage. When it was announced, this was a big worry. I know a lot of riders want to tick this off, part of their bucket list, but it is a survival stage. With all these steep climbs and Monte Zoncolan, I think tomorrow is more of a racing day. Today is a survival day, and it's going to really be the survival of the fittest.
Indeed. One man is not very fit at the moment, and my thanks to Matt Hutchings for sending this in. Nova Raiders in Newport, Shropshire, 200 members. One of them, I'm afraid, is down. He's not very well. The hench, I'm afraid, he's having to be turned by nurses every 3 hours. He was hit by a car in Spain, medevaced out, 5 broken vertebrae, 54 years of age. Andrew Henshaw, mate, get well soon. It is, well, it's a dangerous game to be played on open roads. Thankfully, they're closed for us, and it's dangerous enough. But anyway, thanks to Matt Hutchings for flagging poor old Hench up. Hope he gets well soon. 63.3 kilometres then, and time for a treat, why don't you? You often see the red can getting pulled out, sometimes the blue can as well. Goodies, Brian, they cheer a man up ahead of what is going to be a big test a little bit later.
They certainly do, and you know, you have to keep it very varied throughout the Grand Tour of 3 weeks. You cannot have the same. So obviously the staff, when they're making the sandwiches in the morning, the fresh sandwiches, they have to kind of try and mix them up, because it can get a little bit monotonous, and this is a real mental game.
Certainly is. You saw Pozzovivo there bouncing behind Tom Dumoulin. Pozzo is a minute and 18 down. Tom Dumoulin 47 seconds down. That's not enough, if you ask anybody, for Simon Yates. He wants more time, and so Simon Yates in the pink jersey today does lead this race, but will he be leading it after the time trial? Maybe not, but there's still 3 other days of climbing. Don't forget, just abutting that run to Rome, which will be one for the quick men who've enjoyed, well, their fun, I think it's fair to say. Viviani and Bennett duking it out for that coveted Ciclamino jersey. Sam Bennett, that is. George Bennett might have an option today. He's 2 minutes and 9 down. Chris Froome himself is 3 minutes and 20, sitting further down the order than perhaps he had hoped for. It's just suddenly gone out. Once you get through the feed, they sped up to in a long line to take their feed bags a little bit easier. And in fact, while they've been stocking up, the gap has gone back out again. I think they feel like this is in control, the peloton, at least for the time being. You can't take a breakaway too lightly on a stage like this, and breakaway riders have had their fun in the past. There's plenty in the peloton, I think, that aren't going for GC, that would have targeted this stage. And quite frankly, these guys are flying the ointment for them.
Yeah. I know we're here in Italy and that'll motivate all the Italian riders, but I think any rider wants to try and win in Monte Zoncolan. It's such an iconic climb, and to put that on your palmarès is, you know, something special. So I think the whole race is up for this, but it's just a natural chasing descents. You know, the gap will always be slightly varied. You can just see after the feed station that Mitchelton Scott just knocking it off the front. They've had their feet, they're just recovering at the moment. The second category climb coming up. They're not really under any pressure whatsoever, so everybody's just taking this moment of respite and preparing themselves for the final 60 kilometres, which involves a second category, third category and Monte Zoncolan.
Yep, so 3 tests still to come, a little bit of lumpiness as well, and if you want to iron out the lumps, then a good old stretch at this time of day is going to help you. One of the illuminated tunnels, thank heaven they've got some lights on here, and that looks rather ghostly, doesn't it? The amber light meaning get set to go on the traffic lights. Yeah, well, we are, aren't we, Brian? It's looming large, this mountain. It casts a big shadow over the entire race. Let's see who indeed shines in the gloom later. Showers all over the place, and in fact some of the pickup that we've been seeing while we've been away has caused a bit of dampness out there. Temperatures hovering around 11 Celsius. It really does feel rather chilly when you're out of doors, and many thousands of fans are exactly that. The organisers saying 100,000. I don't know, but nonetheless, the mountain, it's hard to see some of the Zoncolan for the crowds. It is rather spectacular. And I know you're saying, well, 100,000, that's basically Wembley. So yeah, I guess why not? Look at this. Here is a man who is looming larger than his stature at the moment. Simon Yates is proving to be a powerhouse.
He certainly is, and as already shown with 2 stage wins, he deserves that pink jersey. He's going to have a fight in his hands, because obviously everybody's saying that this climb is going to suit him better than Tom Dumoulin, but Tom Dumoulin is a strategy, and a strategy worked last year in the Giro d'Italia when he won. So it's going to be an interesting battle, and I still believe that it's well within Simon Yates' grasp to possibly win here, and I think he may want to, because that'll put a big dent in most people's confidence. But at the end of the day, it's where Tom Dumoulin will finish. And, you know, I'm estimating, I think beforehand, that Simon Yates needs possibly 50 seconds to a minute. Whether he gets this in this climb, we don't know. We'll have to see how things play out. But there are other riders that maybe have dropped out the general classification, maybe thinking of a stage win. We don't know what you know, their orders, their team orders are. Someone like Davide Formolo is a rider that, if he doesn't have any team duties to work for Conrad, to look after him for the top 10 performance, then he could have his day, because even since you know, the Etna stage, he's been obviously there and thereabouts, and you know, Italian Giro d'Italia, Zoncolan, he would want that in his palmarès. So Dennis Ciccone as well showed well on the Gran Sasso. So many riders that are just sitting there. It really all depends on what the team have said to them. Are they allowed that bit of freedom? But I'm sure we're going to see a battle, not just for the stage, but definitely for this pink jersey.
Well, I spoke with Francesco, the lead commentator on Rai, the host, the national broadcaster here in Italy. And he said, I said, who do you fancy for today then? Any surprises? And he said, I have one word. Davide. Talking about Formula, of course. Yeah, bad luck, but could turn into good fortune. Finds himself 6 minutes down, but that could be to his advantage today, because the GC men won't regard him as too much of a threat. If he's got a minute on everybody else, I'm not saying they'll mind. I'm not saying that they won't mind, I should say, but because everyone wants this stage win, but it could be a battle that rages behind him amongst the GC men. He hasn't got a chance now, I'm afraid, of taking the title unless something very dramatic happens. But he's started to dial in a bit of drama to his efforts. In fact, run up to Carapaz in the run to Monte on stage 8, and he's had the next day at Gran Sasso he was 6th. And then he was 3rd behind Yates and Dumoulin, don't forget, up Osimo. That terrible drag to the line where Dumoulin, the giant, was chasing the little guy, Simon Yates. Spectacular stuff. Formula, the forgotten man. Well, you'll remember him today if he suddenly springs forward, and there'll be others as well, some notable Italians too, who would also want to make an impression. If it's going to be the favourites who are duking it out together, don't be surprised if Domenico Pozzovivo pops up. He can go very, very big on a climb like this for a little guy, and he's got the stature, he's got the purpose. I imagine he's done the sighting rides as well. When they announce the Zoncolan, you come here and practice. If it's in the locale, you've got space in your timetable to do it in a busy season. Pozzovivo will know this climb. He'll know where the attack points are, and he'll want to win it.
Yeah, of course he will. He's another big favourite. He showed well in Gran Sasso. Even Simon Yates said that Pozzovivo was really strong. Formula really depends on the team. Conrad is up there in the general classification, and he's sitting nicely in 9th place at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And on this sort of climb, I know that we've got some team members kind of dotted all the way up the climb, and you know, most of the GC riders have got a motorbike with you know, one of their spare bikes on it for the mechanic to come up. But you always want to have a teammate round about you just in case. And if he's let off the leash, then for sure he's shown the form that he can do it. But if he has to be held back to help the likes of Conrad, then you know, it's a different story altogether. So we'll see how that plays out. But there are certainly some big ambitions in the peloton of a stage win for sure. It happens in every big stage. This isn't the Queen stage, but it's a big mountain that everybody wants to win on, to have on their palmares.
Bardonecchia is the Cima Coppi, the highest point of this race, and it sits in the centre of a trident of spiky days. Prato Nervoso is stage 18, Bardonecchia itself on 19, Cervinia on stage 20. But if you want more than an entree, but maybe a first big primi, then this is it. I know we've had Etna, but Zoncolan was the one. That was the one that everyone was talking about. Listen, they used to have clackers, didn't they, and clappers that they used to take to football matches. This was the Italian version.
Tell you what, they look like Popeye at the end of the day.
Do you know what? I think we've moved on, haven't we, musically? Listen, when you're bored and you've just got a penknife and some wood, and you're stuck in a mountain lodge for a good few months of the year, no internet or TV, you know, it's worth a whittle. 6 minutes and 17 is your gap, and we have another brief chat. I believe it's about a bike. It's about John. Here he is.
Oggi giornata particolare soprattutto per il materiale, con una salita come lo Zoncolan. Cosa cambia sulla bici?
Ma diciamo che la cosa importante è sempre la leggerezza, perché gli atleti si raccomandano di stare appena superiore al peso dell'UCI, che è di 6 kg e 800 grammi, quindi questa è la cosa più importante. E poi i rapporti cambiano tutti, useremo 53-36, 11-32.
And the concept all changes.
Si poteva fare magari anche col rapporto col 30 o col 28, però
So
siamo nella seconda settimana di corsa. C'è stato il caldo, tappe veloci,
we might use cranksets like 30 or 28,
e quindi penso che il
but because we're on the second week of the weight race,
il rapporto ottimale oggi.
and because it's warm as well,
Quindi I rapporti saranno gli stessi per
I think the crankset will be 36 or 32 will be optimal today.
In modo che se ci dovesse essere anche un piccolo problema, e speriamo di no.
Do you think it'll be the same settings for everybody?
Qualsiasi atleta,
well,
se non
all
ci
of our
fosse
bikes
mono
will
in gara
be set
con la
exactly the same way,
e fossimo in quel momento
so
di
that
distante, se un atleta gli dà
if
la
there is any
ruota,
problem for
alla
Domenico
sua ruota
Pozzovivo,
uguale
then
a
he
come
can
è
swap
partito
straight
questa
over onto any of his teammates' bikes.
Thanks, John. Bike changes, Brian. Anyone going to do that ahead of the Zonca?
I very much doubt it. You know, it's happened in many other races, but this stage is full of kind of steep points in some of these climbs, and I think that many wouldn't do it. So I think they'll ride the same bike pretty much all day today, and they've got the gearing suited for the whole stage.
Another of these spectacular viaducts that you see everywhere in Italy. They bridge and tunnel extraordinarily well. They're hell to take at any kind of pace in a car, not so bad on a bicycle, but they have expansion joints built into them for the summertime, and it really does slam the suspension. These guys, of course, don't have such a luxury, but then again, they're not going at the same sort of pace that Sean Kelly brings us to finish lines. 54.1 kilometres of the day remaining. And really, this is where it starts to hurt, Brian. I know we've had some inclines to deal with as it stands, but 3 significant climbs to come. We know about the Zoncolan. What about the other 2? Tell us about the Duron and indeed the Sella Valcala.
Well, the next thing up is the TV sprint at 48 kilometres, so that'll come in 6 kilometres time. But straight after that, it's right at the bottom of the climb. The climb is 4.4 kilometres in length, 9.6 on average, 18% maximum. Then we go downhill quickly, a little lump, and then straight back up again to a third category climb of 7.6 kilometres in length, 5.6 average, with 12% even on that one. So the riders will be softened up even when they reach Zoncolan.
Good Lord. Quite frankly, the Passo Duron, it's a nasty, nasty intro to it. That's where, at the very foot of it, you come through your intermediate sprint, and I expect there'll be a bit of pace picked up at that point, because you need as much impetus as you can get into that 18%. It kicks again to 13.5 after a bit of 10% respite, but that doesn't sound like terribly much. There's a couple of steps within it that you can aim to as well, and if you regard it as 3 phases, I guess it might, to some degree, be a little easier. But nothing's easy on a day like this, and certainly the Zoncolan is looming extraordinarily large in our thoughts at the moment. Tom Dumoulin looks nice and relaxed. He's not been absolutely at the form we'd expect him to be, or if this was his only target this year, let's put it that way. But he was a late call to this. Some have been saying his legs don't look quite the same, but I think he's gradually, slowly but surely coming to where he needs to be. And today he needs to be close to Simon Yates. It's as simple as that.
Well, in Osimo, he's very close. Only 2 seconds separated them now. Okay, it was a smaller climb, but still steep gradients into Osimo. I think Tom Dumoulin is riding into this race. Very good time trial to start with when he won it in stage 1, and he's been there and thereabouts, so I think he looks rather good. Simon Yates is obviously worried about him. Everybody's talking about Simon Yates v Tom Dumoulin, but you know, there's still some other riders loitering with intent. Pozzovivo is, I think, having a very good Giro d'Italia, and if he keeps that up, then you know, a podium place could be there. Carapaz, a revelation, 5th at the moment for Movistar. Pinot is there and thereabouts. He was just off the podium last year, and he's a fighter. Round Ennis will struggle. Bilbao may climb a bit better. Conrad, you never know, but Aru has to really do something today to try and kind of take some back some time. The Italian champion has to have the ride of his life on Monte Zoncolan.
Well, he's got Darwin Atapuma potentially as a foil to help him through it, but yeah, I'm afraid his pout has been curling down at the sides. Indeed, he's been getting a hard time, Fabio Aru, in the press for not performing. He's 3 minutes and 10 down. Sitting further 10 seconds behind him is Chris Froome, incidentally, who had a real slammer, I'm afraid, before he even began racing here on a sighting lap of the short individual time trial that started this race in Jerusalem, and it's magnified itself almost throughout the race, and we're just waiting to see whether finally his legs are functioning properly. Was it his left side that he hit, Brian, that was considerably diminished? He was basically, he had an imbalance in power between his legs.
Yeah, in the time trial, it's a right-hand corner, and when we were going uphill, it's a right-hand bend he went down on, so it was the right side of his body that took it twice. But talking with his Swan Muir a couple of days ago, he will fight on, but he's not kind of feeling himself, and you know, he wants to get back into feeling kind of normal again. But today, in these steep climbs, I don't think it's going to be a day for Chris Froome. He'll just want to try and kind of limit losses, but then again, if he feels good, he'll be there. But it's more about survival in this final climb. Some people want to see it, some people would rather not see it, but I think most of the GC contenders would rather see what's coming, because it's about pacing yourself, it's about not going into the red. If you go into the red in this final climb, then you will lose a lot of time, so it's knowing what's coming. Do I think that all the riders know Monte Zoncolan? No. I would say that at least half the peloton don't know Monte Zoncolan and don't really want to know it.
Not very often, anyway. Well, we've got it today, and they're going to have to lump it. It is a big lump as well. Taking lumps out of their, I guess, chances due to incidents and ill fortune. Davide Formolo, that crash on Etna did for him. He's 6 minutes down, and so we mentioned him. But what about Miguel Angel Lopez? Couple of crashes. He didn't have too much fun at all, I'm afraid, up the Gran Sasso. Is he going to pick it back up and go for it? Astana certainly have looked reasonably aggressive during this race, and today's time to turn that on, I suggest.
It's a difficult one for Astana. They come into this Giro d'Italia with big ambitions. Lopez was going well in one of the build-up races, the Tour of the Alps, and obviously in the Gran Sasso stage they came up to go for the stage, and it never happened for Lopez. So yeah, I wouldn't say that they've got great confidence in that team, but you know, I think the management have got a big situation now that, you know, they really want you know, Lopez to perform. They've already got you know, some other riders up there in the general classification. When you look at Bilbao, he's sitting in 8th place. You know, Bilbao looks as if he's in a better position than Lopez to a result today. So they've got two riders that could come to the fore. But looking at Lopez and Bilbao would be my bet.
Almost 50 kilometres of a tough day remain. 186 on the card, not anywhere near the longest that we've had in this race. And indeed, there'll be much longer days still to come, but nonetheless, it is going to bite. So, Brian, it's a long, long way out. Who's your pick today?
Well, I said, you know, we had a nice coffee at the bottom of the climb. We're all talking, all the commentators in the booth, and I said Simon Yates that it would be a big win, a huge win. It would you know, obviously strike fear to everybody else, but he really needs time, and you know, maybe the 10-second bonus as well. So I have to stick with what I decided this morning. I think Sean and Hatchie were looking at Formolo. Myself, Matt Stevens, thinking of Simon Yates, and I'm not too sure what Rob Hales is going with. I think he said the Busherer.
Poor old Rob Hales. He's sticking it to him today.
He did say the Busherer.
Oh dear. Well, I was going to go with, I didn't know you'd had that conversation, by the way, because I was up here very early, as I'm sure you know. So I'll go for Lopez. There you go. I'd like him to turn it round. If Davide Formolo is going to turn it round, why not Lopez from Astana today as well? Yeah, why not? It'd be great. Do you know I'd love to see go well? Rowan Dennis. No, Rowan Dennis. I'd love to see Rowan Dennis dialing out some of those who don't believe he can go up mountains. He can, and he's lost an awful lot of weight. I actually thought he'd lost too much. It may well favour him today. Let's see. He carries a lot of power, and more than that, he carries belief.
Yes, but he weighs heavier than some of these small climbers. So
well, he weighs. He doesn't weigh that much. I think he's less than Dumoulin now. But anyway, I'll double check that. But anyway, yeah, let's see, shall we? Be great if he did.
No, it would be, but for sure these steep slopes of 22% suit the smaller riders. You know, the Simon Yates, the kind of Chavez, the Lopez type of riders. So, but at the end of 186 kilometres, and you know, with some very difficult stages already in the Giro d'Italia, it's going to come down to strength. And tomorrow is going to be another hard day. I think it's going to be a bit more racing tomorrow, rather than just kind of survival.
Intermediate sprint in 1200 metres time, and this has got to be surely after Tagliamento. They hoover up just about everything. Gianni Savio's been up. He never looks at the camera, but he knows it's there, and he's got his best side. You know, you can see he's beautifully coiffured, waiting to open the window. There's no reason why he should be there, to be honest. It'd be more the a DS that should be having a chat with him. But yeah, the only thing missing is I don't know, a smoking jacket. But anyway, that's him. I think he's a great character, despite the light and shade that surrounds him. But Androni Zajdamek with Francesco Gavazzi in the break. Is he going to nudge forward and take the intermediate sprint? They've been busy at moments such as this, and is it opening up for him? We'll wait and see. This is just merely a bouche à mouse before the rest of the courses start to be dished up for us today, and I'm afraid they are going to be tough. Mats Pedersen's done a great job, actually, the Danish champion, to sustain it today, because for a big guy, I thought he'd been lost earlier on one of the climbs, but he's refound himself, and he's staying with it just for now.
Well, he's a fighter. That's a Danish champion, just going to the front of the breakaway. We saw that in the Tour of Flanders earlier this year, where he got a very fine second place. He got dropped on about 85 kilometres to go on the stage just before the second climb. Came back on into descent with 70 kilometres to go, but still there and pushing hard. This next climb, he's going to really suffer, but he's there doing a very good job for Laurent Didier.
Is indeed. 6 minutes and 2. Well, it hasn't snapped yet, this gap, I'm afraid. I don't think it's going to be they that carry it to the line as we come through our intermediate sprint. And is it just going to be a rollover, Brian, or are they going to duke it out?
Well, in the first sprint, Gavazzi took it from Mosca, and Conti was in third. So I would think that the rider fifth in line, number 21, he would be most interested. But you can just see it just in front, and just as I say it, they roll through with Mosca taking it.
A rollover then. Just under 48 to go, and we are going to take ourselves a brief break, and we'll be back with you fairly soon. Nasty, gnarly surface to suddenly introduce them to the lumpy stuff, Brian.
Yes, indeed. But now the riders don't get any respite. We start to head up as we come out of town to the second category climb that we just talked about. It's only short in length, but it is steep.
Still 47.5 kilometres of the day to go. And as you can see, water running white here. I imagine some of these guys will be going pale a little bit later on. It's pretty compacto back there, however. Everyone wanting to put something in the bank to spend it later. Nasty slope for those up front. It says 9.2%. You can see that just at the top of your graphic. And in fact, it's started to have an impact on our breakaway. Mads Pedersen came to a halt almost immediately they hit the incline. 18% was a rude announcement, and I'm afraid the announcement was it was the end of Mads Pedersen from the breakaway. Jacobo Mosca just got over the lip of that nasty incline in the very, very opening moments of that climb, and he's trying his best to get back to the 5 that remain. They're pushing on, though, and Matteo Monteguti is leading the charge away from the pack. It's sort of holding, though, just for now, at around about 5.5 minutes, as you can see. And some spots of rain upon the camera lens. It looks to be clearing a little bit at the finish, and those who sat down and bagsied themselves a little bit of dry land haven't actually stood up yet. I imagine they'll be doing that a little bit later to welcome everyone back. Here we come through the intermediate sprint zone. All points therein have now been absorbed. However, almost immediately after it, you get a slap on the backside with this incline of 18%. It's not nice.
That's why we're getting a race to this point. Everybody will know this. They have to be towards the front, and Jos van Emden bringing up the yellow train of Lotto NL Jumbo for George Bennett. Everybody else pushing to get to the front. They know that this steep climb is coming, and you know the dangers here is not just the climb, and position is still 46 kilometers to go, but it's the missing of the gears, and you know, we may get some bollards, human bollards, and you know, you just want to keep out of trouble, keep out the kind of melee, because as soon as these riders start changing gears, putting it in the little ring from a 53 or a 52 dropping into a 34, sometimes that drop can throw your chain off. So a lot of the riders now, you can just see them putting it into that 34 or 36 inside ring, and sometimes some riders mess it up and they have a mechanical, and you just keep out of trouble.
This is the maximum they're hitting right now, and you can see from the pace and indeed the attitude of the crowd how they're standing against it. It's pretty narrow as well. Lotto Jumbo, is it for George Bennett today? Why not? They've got some others, someone like Hessink, who go in a break and be very, very useful, but all strategy, I guess, is going to have to be amended. Almost as a constant, it depends who goes for it and how you're going to put out the fire. Safety first for Team Sky through the feed zone, and indeed the same can be said for Lotto Jumbo on the approach to this nasty, gnarly one. And the gap, let's just watch it, shall we? I've got a feeling that this might start to close down. They're leaning on Monteguti at the moment. He's done most of the pacing up this incline.
Yeah, it definitely is pushing on. He wants to think of the possibility of a stage. This is the stage to do it. Obviously, the veteran Italian at 34 years old would dearly love to have some minutes when we hit the climb. But I think the race will come from behind. Just noticed that Jules Jensen coming through the inside. Chavez, this is a big day for that man in the blue jersey. Not for the King of the Mountains, but Simon Yates will need him today. And he's been sitting off the back the last few days, saving energy.
Just behind him is Fabio Aru, who also needs a big day. Oh, showboating going on. Let's hear from Aru, shall we?
Fabio, oggi comunque le gambe devono parlare,
Fabio,
non ci sono segreti.
Today you need your legs to be good, don't you? Yeah, today we've got a really hard climb.
Forse la più dura che abbiamo mai fatto, e quindi
it's definitely going to be the hardest climb I've ever done. So yeah, it's going to be really hard. Have you recovered from the previous stages? Did you manage to recover on the last couple of stages? Because they were pretty easy. Well, they were sprint stages, but all of the stages have been hard up until then. So I think everyone's feeling the strain in the same way.
There we are, Fabio Aru. Could it be him today? He could certainly use it, Brian. It's getting a bit noisy in the Italian press about him and his capabilities. Despite the fact he's Italian champion, we know he can do it, but when's he going to shine?
Well, if he's going to do it, today's the day. Italian champion, but you know, he hasn't shown the form already, and I think it will be fairly difficult for him.
Look at who's marking out the day, calling for action. Tom de Milan wants help, and he's got it. Lawrence Tendam, the Wolfman, up here as well. You saw that Chavez was making his move, and there's a big danger here that you're going to get a quality rider going up the road who could act as a foil and basically give an excuse, I guess, and open up the strategy for the likes of Simon Yates. Everyone's got a marker up front at the moment, 5 minutes and 20 in arrears to the 5 riders who remain in the breakaway. I guess we're going to be collecting in a few moments' time that were originally up there. Mads Pedersen and Jacobo Mosco now trimmed off this group. They're sharing duties rather nicely, but helping themselves to the front line in the drive to close this gap. Plenty of teams, plenty of main players are starting to at least show partially their hand. Eli Viviani yesterday showed his hands at the line, didn't he? He did the everybody calm down. There's no fire here to worry about. And then, of course, he did that punch in the air that represents an expletive. And I think that was a message to the press, who'd been giving him a hard time since the rise of Sam Bennett, who himself a few moments ago has been showboating, doing a wheelie for some of the fans. I suspect it was Irish corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of pawns being played. We keep on saying this, the game of chess. Pawns are being played, and they continue to do that with Sunweb coming to the front, and now Astana take control. There's a lot of gamesmanship being played at the moment. You know, our team is stronger than your team. You know, there's a lot of mind games being played out at the moment between Sunweb, Astana and Mitchelton Scott.
Yeah, you better believe it. Chris Froome as well was lively, just to stay safe earlier on. But this is about imposing your will on everybody else, as well as a bit of hurt. If you've got something left in the tank, then now's the time to use it. 5 minutes and 5. If you're counting down, this is climb 3 before 2, and then the big one.
Yeah, just seen Conte swing off. Monte has been setting the tempo pretty much all the way up this climb, but too much for Conte. He's gone back, he's talking to his car, and yeah, he is the best placed of the general classification riders at 13 minutes, but gone back to talk to the car. Big push now from Monte Guti. It's hurting a lot, but he's taken 4 riders with him, and he's going to need that help over the top of this climb, because there's still another climb to come before we hit the final climb of Zoncolan.
Just noticed Ruben Fernandez bouncing nicely there. I'm wondering whether Carlos Betancourt might dial the clock back today. How many times have we said that? He shed an awful lot of weight, and they're keeping him away from the fried chicken, and believe me, he is more than waddling up some of these inclines. Don't be surprised if he does it today. I think, though, he might be on duty for Richard Carapaz, who's been in better shape. Betancourt's 3 minutes and 29 down. Carapaz much better placed, only 2 minutes in arrears. So a minute and a half to the good, I guess you might say, and you've got to be good. We know the likes of Sanchez are. You're looking at Luis Leon right there, but he's grinding himself down, basically, for Lopez. KOM will go over the crest of this one in 1,100 meters time. The slope they're dealing with right now, 8.8%. Doesn't look like that, but it is. Sometimes the cameras here do not, they kind of mask, really. They do not overly represent the incline that we are in fact dealing with. At least you've got the number up there, but these are professional bike riders, and they're not going quickly.
Yeah, this is a second category climb, but it's not all about the length, it's about the steepness of it. It's 4.4 kilometers, so isn't that long. You just see the mind games being played by the teams at front. Astana taking control after Sunweb came to the front. But you know, just looking a little bit further behind the riders from Mitchelton Scott, Simon Yates still looks as if, you know, he's fine. He's okay with the tempo at the front. Walt Paul's coming up in the left-hand side for Team Sky. So yeah, this is the softening up process. But as soon as we hit this final climb, it's just going to explode, this race. Nice to see Michael Woods up towards the front for Education First. He went through a difficult period of, you know, not feeling well, but it looks as if he's towards the pointy end today, looking okay.
Batterglin battered at the back of the peloton here for Team Lotto Jumbo. For them today, it is going to be George Bennett, Robert Hessing presumably as a foil. I'm wondering if indeed Wout Poels is going to play that role for Chris Froome. And I'm wondering as well whether if Chris Froome really is not feeling great today, he may find out some answers for himself. I don't know how much longer the masking process can go on, if you see what I mean. He's in this game, in cycling, you hide your problems. In other sports, you make as much of your problems as you possibly can. But here, it's about just making everyone believe that you're okay. If he's compromising the team's chances of stage victory, I'm wondering how long they're going to keep that going. Then again, it may well be that Chris Froome is actually refinding his legs after that, taking a battering after that tumble in Jerusalem. That's one of the questions, I guess, that he gets bored of being asked. It takes a lot of stress, quite frankly, and a bit of a lightning rod for the rest of the team at the moment. I wonder if they will have at least the mental freedom to do something. Simon Yates moving up. Quite often, Simon Yates is the man that sets the pace. He doesn't overly lean on his teammates. It's wonderful to see that he's got that belief.
Indeed, but he won't be leaning on Esteban Chavez today because he's already been tailed off the back of the main group, the pink jersey group, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought over the last few days that you know, he's just cruising in towards the finish, saving himself. He did come up towards the front, but Esteban Chavez, since his loss of time, he doesn't look as if he's in a good place. He's been trying to help as much as possible, but on this climb, he's suffering off the back of this main group.
8.6% taking a turn here, and the messages, I'm afraid, shrouded by the trees that have established themselves precariously on this mountain. Sometimes you see landslip, mainly due to avalanche. Well, I'm just wondering if some are going to cave today. There is Tom Dumoulin, waiting for him to light up. We'll see. He's been. It was great to see him chasing down Simon Yates in that run up to Osimo. And I'm just wondering whether today it might well just be the day that he has the bragging rights. Lots of talent on the mountain today, and you'll have Sean Kelly and of course Rob Hatch to carry you up the big one at the end of today. For now, it's 43.5 kilometers from home, and as you can see from this test, they're not insignificant, the climbs that we have on the approach.
Yeah, just looking at the top of the climb, and Conte takes the maximum points. He's been scoring very well today and wanted maximum points over the top of the second category climb. Monte had been doing all the riding pretty much up this climb. Looked as if, you know, he was interested in taking the points, but Conte sat on the wheel, slipped by, and took the maximum points at the top of this climb.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought he was cooked. I thought he'd gone back to the car and was saying adieu, but no. It may well be that he's in a great place. Having a man up the road has helped UAE Emirates. Darwin Puma, you know, is a good side bet for today, but Fabio Aru really has to remain the main focus, and Italy needs something. This man needs something. It's a back wheel by the looks of things. It's Luis Leon Sanchez, and he's waiting for assistance, and it's a long time coming. He's gone neutral. Front or back, can't quite see what the issue is for the time being. Let's have a look. Is this a slow-mo of it?
Yeah, well, it looks as if he's got more mechanical than anything else.
Yes, right.
And he'll be a big loss to Lopez, and unfortunately the team car too far behind. Gets off and tries to fix it, but Luis Leon Sanchez back after getting some neutral service. Brambilla there suffering as well for Trek Segafredo, so you just see he's been on the front having a good day, and bang, straight, he'll be on in no time whatsoever.
You know, you can't count on fortune. It's how you ride your bad luck. And let's have a look through this one. Well, I think I thought we were going to get to that moment. Oh, bad take, man down. Well, running backwards is not a great idea, especially when it's uphill. But sustenance, you've got to take it when you where you can and when you need it. That was interesting. Sky taking their feed on the climb. They'd actually raced through the feed station to stay safe and away from everyone else taking their knapsacks, and now they're getting fed.
Well, that's the trouble you've got, and obviously taking a feed, it has to be within that feed station, but it's one of those rules that UCI don't look at. They turn a blind eye to it, but getting Musette up during the stage, I know a lot of teams do it, but Team Sky taking them on that climb, and to go back, you've seen Luis Leon Sanchez having some trouble there. To wait in his team car's all probably about a minute behind the front group anyway, because they put a barrage on all the riders that are dropped. So waste of time waiting for your team car. It took neutral service. You got some help back on, but if you're wanting a bottle now, you'll not get it. So we keep on saying that it's all about, you know, hydration and making sure that you're eating as well. To get that sustenance, you really have to try and take it from the side of the road, because you ain't getting it from the car behind.
Bit of skirmishing. Nice to mention data with some options. Ben O'Connor, I'll be bound, could be a man to take himself. He's a great diesel at moments such as this. Why not?
Yeah, the rider that was at the front there for Team Dimension Data is the only man in the race. He's the rider on the left-hand side, the only man in today's stage, or the Giro d'Italia, that's actually won in this mountain Monte Zoncolan. That's the Igor Anton, the Basque rider, just there in the green and the white.
2011. It was indeed, and well, he's in a good place at the moment. So is Simon Yates, just rolling at the front here, not with the punches just yet. Chris Froome likewise is looking sprightly, spinning it up like a good one, as he usually does. And the gap to the breakaway is absolutely tumbled. They've shed 1.5 minutes on this test, and just about done over the crest here. 2 more to come. Well, I believe Mario and his Wheels of Steel are about to entertain us once more. I'm still not sure about those interludes, but anyway, your latest King of the Mountains, Conti, it was, after going back to the car and looking a bit second-hand, reinvigorated, takes that King of the Mountains, and because of its class and his, it gets himself 15 points. Good work. A little bit of a suggestion of Lasse on the descent here. It's not a huge descent. The road surfaces here generally rather good as well. There's your climbers classification. Guess what? Simon Yates, who's lending the jersey to his teammate Chavez, still leading that competition, but starting to narrow. If he wins today, it's a Class 1. He'll be doubling up his margin, more or less. Fabulous. We have, of course, many mountaintop finishes to take. It's not that they've been a rarity. Even now, some of the rolling stages have had very, very nasty pitches towards the end. It's the character of the race, Brian, is that it ends hard. Very much. This is probably,
one of the hardest finishes of the Giro d'Italia, and that's why, everybody's kind of concentrating on this stage. You can just see that, this front group is thinning out. Aru is, probably towards the back of this front group, but we've already seen Sunweb come to the front, and then straight afterwards, Astana came to the front, and it's all, they're playing the pawns and showing that they've got confidence in their leader. But over the top of that climb, it was Mitchelton Scott that came to the front to take control of the race again. Chris Froome was brought to the front by Wout Poels, because guess what? We've got a descent. Descents can be treacherous, just like this one. What goes up, what has to come down, and we had 18% in the way up, and likewise and when we come down, very steep descent, and that's why there was a bit of fighting to get good position over the top of that climb to come down this descent.
Yes, indeed. You saw Simon Yates wanting to get his nose in the wind, and in fact leading his own team. That little sketchy moment just by that rock-built house. Looks like it's been built from Pierre that they've carried off the mountains, as you'll see in a moment. Let's hope that everyone comes down safely, shall we? This is that little roller coaster. It starts now. They're 3.5 minutes back, and it really does start to twist and turn. Lucian Sanchez is back in, by the way, after getting neutral service. And this motorcycle is in the wrong place, to my mind. He needs to get out of there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at you know, the boys in the red with the gold helmets. Visconti up there helping Pozzovivo. We've already seen some riders in the past trying to take some of these descents with speed to take advantage, but it's Zeitz for Astana leading the way down this descent. As we pan out here, we'll see a kind of natural thinning out, but this is a dangerous descent, and you don't want to be getting this one wrong.
No, especially if you're a motorcycle cameraman. Get out of there. You saw that Zeitz almost coming and within reaching distance of the camera bike, and quite often the heavier machines has more difficulty getting through the corners, and I think Zeitz is having to amend his angles here because of the motorcycles. They don't seem to be aware of the pace that they're being caught here by the riders. 37.7 to go. It's trimming down nicely, Brian, but the drama, the main feast of the day, still to come.
Yeah, that hurt a lot of the riders, that climb, only short and steep, and this descent thinning everybody out. But just look behind Zeitz and you see the team of Mitchelton Scott shepherding the pink jersey down this descent.
Yes, indeed. They're taking it easy. Just knocking it back, clearly. Zeitz, just look at the pace into this curve here. It's not due to worriment. The gap had come down by a margin of around 2 minutes over that climb. I'm just wondering whether they want to offer the brake a little bit more out there, just to preserve the order for the time being and leave everyone to do battle at the last.
Yeah, it's just safety first and foremost. Yeah. Zeitz is there. He's going down the climb. He's not pushing it because he knows that Lopez is behind, and you know, it's a steep descent, steep incline, and likewise steep descent, but nobody taking any risks whatsoever. And you just see that grate there. It's actually been boarded over as well, so yeah. Zeitz just saying, look, just be careful. So that kind of water drain across the whole road, and they've kind of boarded it over. But in the meantime, these 5 riders have continued to keep together. The best place, this man here, Conte, 11 minutes. Well, it's not going to be a threat to the general classification at 3.5 minutes. This man here, AG2 R's Monte, has been pushing on. He would dearly love to have a shot at the stage, but I don't think it's going to be today.
You've got this desperate gap in the middle of the road. In mountain passes, they can't close the road, or they try not to. Let's put it that way, save, of course, for blizzard conditions. And so when they repair it, they generally tend to repair one side, and then they repair the other. Unfortunately, the 2 parts have to meet, and you've got this black line down the middle. It does cause problems. You can get tramline in that. They're trying to avoid it at the moment. We've got a chat with Pozzovivo in a few moments' time. It's very much Italian complex to the breakaway. We have, of course, Laurent Didier, and then his compadres within this fighting force, all Italian. So is Domenico Pozzovivo. How will he go today? He's got a very big chance. Can he make it stick? Bahrain Merida certainly believes so. Plenty of the Italian press as well. Let's hear.
Domenico, oggi lo Zoncolan è una salita famosissima. Tu la conosci?
The Zoncolan?
Sì, la conosco.
It's a very famous climb. Do you know well? Yep, I know it. I've done it several times. I know how hard it is. It really is one of the toughest that you can ever take on. So I'm hoping that I'm going to be taking it on in my best condition. And I know that I've been feeling in good form in the first week of the Giro. I'm feeling a little more tired now, but hoping to be involved in the mix-up at the end. A couple of years ago, Chris Froome told us that this was his least favourite climb in Europe. Well, even the climbers struggle on the Monte Zoncolan. For me, I'm light, and so I'm just hoping that I can arrive at it in my best condition, and I'll be able to get up it as quickly as possible. Who do you think is the main rival for today's stage? I'd say Simon Yates is the main rival. He's probably going to be the favourite for today's stage.
Domenico Pozzovivo there talking about his favourites for today. He sees Simon Yates as the main rival, and of course, while he stays in the pink jersey, no surprise that that is the case. There's nowhere to hide on this final mountain that's coming up, the Monte Zoncolan. We've just had the Passo d'Uron, which is hard enough as itself. One more climb to go before we get to the big finale. And we've got 5 riders up the road now, a measly gap of 3 minutes and 28 seconds. As it stands, this would not be anywhere near enough to take the stage win. 5 riders up there, and it is all for the guys in the GC. Well, the nerves start to build. I can tell you, outside our commentary box at the finish line, the atmosphere is definitely building. We've seen some big names hanging around. Giro Simone is at the finish line on his own mountain, eagerly awaiting the next man to add their name to the honours list. We'll be back. The grand finale starts right after this. It's magic where we sit talking to you from at the top of Monte Zoncolan. An absolute pleasure to be here. Sean Kelly, you can feel the excitement in the air. We've just been for a walk around. The riders oblivious to it all at the minute. They're in the valley. They've been up and down the Passo d'Uron. They've 2 climbs to go, the second and last of which, well, they're going to ride into a natural stadium, aren't they? It's a wonderful atmosphere out there.
Well, it's an amazing finish here. When you look at the final 500 or 600 metres, the riders look so close to the finish, but, you know, with the hairpins there, it's going to take forever to, you know, cover that 500-600 metres. And when you look down alone, it looks very hard, but when you're on the bike, you can imagine how difficult it will be. And the gradient there is just unbelievable. And the crowd just, you know, everybody's sitting out there. It is going to be a spectacular finish here. We can see he's building too at 3:15 for the break. We did see there with Mitchell and Scott, you know, they're riding away at a steadier pace. Suddenly we see Sunweb injecting a bit of pace there. Astana also just pushing on. They want to keep the thing nervous. They do not want to leave Mitchell and Scott just control there and have an easier ride to the finish. They want to make it a bit nervous, I reckon, and just, you know, build the nervousness there as we get closer to the end.
The nerves are building naturally, even in the commentary box here. The 2 gentlemen who were the technicians who were sleeping earlier on during the day have woken up. They're watching everything as we look at it as well, as we see Christopher Juhl Jensen, Roman Kreuziger, Mikel Nieve and Simon Yates there, with Jack Haig still a presence for Mitchelton Scott. Behind Sunweb there with Laurens ten Dam, Sam Omen and Tom Dumoulin, the defending champion. Then it's the rest. This is all that's left of the Maglia Rosa group already. I tell you what, before we get on to the main business of everybody fighting for the stage win, as somebody from a defunct team's on the side of the road, spare a thought for those already dropped, Sean. It's going to be a long, horrible ride in the Gruppetto today.
Yeah, well, it is going to be a horrible ride up to the finish, but again, we could see there, I think they tagged on in the bunch for a long time, so it wasn't a case where there was a difficult climb at the start and you get blown out. And, you know, 186 kilometre stage, you could be out at 170 kilometres to go. We've seen in the last hour a lot of riders losing contact, but, you know, we're very much into the final. So if you have to ride the final 50, 60 kilometres, you know, that's doable in a Gruppetto. You just ride the climbs a bit steadier, then ride the downhill and the valley, push on there, and there should be no problem for anybody, as we can see there. A little bit of a scare.
That is David de la Cruz. Just behind Chris Froome, who's wearing 181. Well, Pool's up there with him as well. De la Cruz at the moment for Team Sky. Well down, but of course a valued domestique for Chris Froome. This is what's left at the front of the race. Montaguti, Barbin, Conti, Gavazzi and Didier. Sean, before we went for a walk around at the finish line, before we saw the helicopters coming into land and all the VIPs around as well, the superb atmosphere we've just talked about, you said the breakaway had no chance. I presume your mind hasn't changed with 3 minutes and 30 k's to go.
Well, unless somebody can produce an unbelievable performance on the climb up here to the finish. You know, 3 minutes of an advantage and still 29 kilometres to go, and I think it's going to start getting nervous in the peloton. We'll see more teams just trying to bust front of the peloton, as we've seen many times, and this pace will go up, and the advantage, I think, you know, will come down quite a lot more. So even with 3 minutes as it is now, it would be hard to see them holding on here, because the big riders, unless there's rivalry in the beginning of the climb and they really just mark each other out of it, I don't think for the breakaway at the moment 3 minutes would not be enough.
We talked about things getting nervous. You said that other teams wanted to try and make it difficult for Mitchelton Scott here. Are they doing that as well because this is the only place that they can use their tactics, because when you get to the final climb, as you see, with Yates leading by 47 seconds overall, 1 minute and 4 back to Pinot, 1:18 to Potsovivo, 1:56 to Carapaz. The rest in the top 10, 3 minutes and 10 separating them. But on the climb itself, there's very little room for team tactics, isn't there? It's so brutal.
Well, there's not really any team tactics where you can use a teammate, because if your teammate rides in front of you, you're not getting anything. You're going so slow, drafting is no good, so it doesn't really help. The only thing is have a teammate around you. It is comforting to see a teammate, your team colours there with you. You know, if you have a mechanical problem, you can always take a wheel from him. You can always get a good push from him as well. You know, he can push you on the steep part of the climb, which would help a lot in the very steep gradient here. So it is nice, but for, you know, to help out, there's not a lot you can do. And this one, the final 5K, will be just, you know, a struggle and a grind to get to the top.
It's exactly what we were just telling you about. The road slopes up to the right, goes right across to the left at the centre of your screen, and then across the top, it zigzags up the mountain. Wow. It is quite a sight, quite something. I'm going to go as far as to say that outside of the classics, there's very little that I've seen that equals this in world cycling.
Well, I think the setting here just lends to it, because you can see the big bank there, and people can just, you know, sit down there and have their sandwiches, drink their beer, drink their vino, and just relax. And it has been a little bit of shower, but very, very light shower, so that's not concerning them at all. Even, you know, to sit there is not it's not difficult. And you can see the number of people, and we're just looking at the final. What we see there was only the final 300 metres. A bit further down, you can see, you know, the final 600 metres, and then they come out of the tunnel. But I think all the way on this climb, we will see huge crowds. And we did see, you know, the people who are going to patrol the roadside in their blue jackets there. There was hundreds of them walked along. But by the finish line here, going down the climb, we could see them down there. So they're going to line the road, and it's not surprising, because if some of the spectators get out there and they start pushing riders, it can be major problems.
That could be indeed. I've just looked at the commentary box. I can see a flag of the Canary Islands. That makes me very happy. I wonder if there's any Lancastrian roses flying out there for Simon Yates later on today. 2 minutes and 39, and Simon Yates' team continues to pull it on. Christopher Juhl-Jensen. He's almost man of the match so far this Giro d'Italia. He's been incredible. Same with Tuft, and of course Sam Bewley as well. Approaching the final 25 kilometres. We're going uphill again on the Giro d'Italia. Not for the final climb today. At the moment, we're going up to Sella Valcada. And it's up to Ravascleto, and there's the climb, 7.6 kilometres long. Climb's almost 500 metres. 5.6% is the average gradient. And it's the final appetizer before the main course. We've talked climbers, we've talked GC contenders. Here's another one. Let's hear from the camp of Thibaut Pinot.
Thibaut, ça y est, aujourd'hui on y est, Zoncolan, même si tous les jours il se passe quelque chose sur ce Giro, c'est quand même un jour particulier.
The Monte Zoncolan, a mythical climb in Italy, the most difficult in Europe. For sure, today will be an important race day, won't it?
Donc ouais, c'est sûr que c'est une journée qui est ultra importante.
It's going to be huge.
Comment on gère une telle montée? Il faut rentrer
How
son
are your
frein
legs
et attendre
feeling?
vraiment le dernier moment.
Do you think that you'll be able to manage extra effort during this special climb? Well, I don't really know yet. The one thing I do know is that today it's going to need to make some difference in the GC, and Monte Zoncolan is not a place that you can hide. There's no wind, and so we've got to make some big differences up on that mountain today. How are you feeling after the transition stages? Were they easy or not? Well, Tuesday and Wednesday were tricky stages. Since then, it's been pretty quiet.
We see the front of the race still. Thibaut Pinot, third position at 1 minute and 4 seconds down. And this is another day where he should be up there. What's going to happen here today? We're approaching the final 25 kilometres. We want your impressions, as ever, on the Home of Cycling. Hashtag Home of Cycling for all your tweets, please. At Eurosport_UK or at Rob Hatch TV for all of your comments, predictions, and, well, even if you're just marvelling at what you're seeing, this is a very, very special day indeed. It's not a normal stage whatsoever, and we're approaching a quite terrible climb. 2 minutes and 19 seconds, and just 1.2 kilometres between the 5 riders on your screen and the peloton at the bottom. We might be even getting to a stage here that there's going to be hardly any advantage for the breakaway by the time we get on the final climb. It's not something we're used to seeing on this climb in particular.
Well, we can see there that they are pushing on. Mitchell and Scott are, putting a lot of pace into it now, and the peloton is stretched out, and the gap is coming down rapidly. 2:13 at the moment. 25k to go. The top of this climb, of course, it tops out at 20.2 before the finish, so there's quite a bit more to go on this one, and we can see the tail of the peloton is just singling out, and gaps starting to appear, and we've got a small group already. Before we get to the top of this climb, it's going to be smaller again.
Laurent Didier still there at the back, the only non-Italian in this group, the Luxembourger. Areas in the red and black. Of course, he's representing a team with a sponsor in this very region. We've been through it in the last couple of days. Now then, Alexandre Geniez is being brought up to the front. He's been a man who's been slowly coming into form. That's how he tends to ride all of his Giro d'Italia. Remember, he's finished in the top 10 before. This year, he's trained a little more seriously, given the fact that they lost their usual team leader, Domenico Pozzovivo, I should say, to Bahrain Merida. Geniez is back for the first time in a couple of years. He's currently 18th, 4 minutes and 33 down, but also a man who could, well, grind his way up today, and he's been looking better and better as the days have gone on. Also the man in the white jersey, and I'm intrigued to see how the Ecuadorian Carapaz gets on today, because he's been brilliant in the mountains so far, and one of the most pleasant surprises of this race so far, I think. And I say that because we've never really seen an Ecuadorian at this level before.
We have not, and he's got a stage victor already, and he's in the white jersey. It'll be interesting to see how we fare out on that, but I think he should be good on this climb today. He's a pretty lightweight guy. He's tall enough, but lightweight, and a very good climber. But again, it all depends on how you're feeling today, how the riders are digesting the efforts over the last number of days. And if you're a little bit under your best here, you could see the cracks today. And everybody's hoping that if you are feeling a little bit tired, you motivate yourself by saying, well, everybody else has to be feeling tired as well. This has been a difficult Giro. It has raced very, very fast the last number of days, and you say to yourself, everybody is going to be tired, and you just convince yourself in that way.
It's a new experience for Carapaz. He'll have to be telling himself that. I don't think the altitude's going to be a problem for him. We're at 1,700 metres here at the finish line. It's basically downhill for him. Of course, his hometown of El Caramelo is in the region of Carchi, which is close to the Colombian border in Ecuador. It's part of a country where the average altitude is 3,400 metres in that region of the country. He's from the Andes, and the 24-year-old Carapaz waiting in the peloton whilst his big rival Simon Yates is up there in pink. And this group continues to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Meintjes and O'Connor being brought to the front for Dimension Data. Thanks for all your tweets, by the way. Jeff Latten says he's in Toronto cheering Mike Woods up the mountain. We know he's not had a good few days. There's Jacopo Mosca, who had a good first half of the day, being out in the break. He's just hanging on to the main group at the moment. Pozzovivo is in there as well. Miguel Angel Lopez wearing 31 on the left-hand side, and we talked about those guys who like the altitude. Lopez, one of the 8 Colombians in the race you were telling me about, and Lopez is second in the white jersey standing at the minute. 1 minute and 21 seconds separate him in second place and the leader who we were just talking about, Richard Carapaz.
Well, it's nothing in the young jersey classification. 1:21 for Miguel Angel Lopez. On this climb, you could gain that, you could lose that very, very quickly.
Looking up to the top of Monte Zoncolan. That's just one of the many lifts up to the top. That's actually the cable car that brought the masses and masses, thousands and thousands of people down from one side of the mountain. We came up on a chairlift just to the left of that. Some of these have cycled up. There's a lot who camped out the night before. This is how Monte Zoncolan looks now. Let's have a look at how it looked on the bike early this morning with the one and only. Here's Fletcher.
Zoncolan is meant to be one of the toughest climbs in Europe. It runs up to 22%, and it has a section of 5 kilometers long at an average of 15%. It has tunnels, narrow roads, it has everything. And the Giro hasn't been here since 2014. And we're today to check it out. And as dramatic as it sounds, I think I'm about to be crucified. We've just passed the town of Ovaro, and from here, it's about 10 kilometers to the finish line. Right after the town begins the section up to 15% of average, and it will be for 5 kilometers long. This climb, Zoncolan, just force you to be standing on the pedals, which actually increases the fatigue. Finally made it to the top of Monte Zoncolan, a climb that is very steep and hard at the same time, as it holds that gradient for quite a long distance, over 5 kilometers, that is constantly, non-stop, no rest at all, at a very high gradient. We have to think as well, though, that this climb is very well suited for climbers, for pure climbers, and that means riders that score very high on that power ratio. Therefore, riders like Simon Yates, the leader, the Maglia Rosa of the Giro d'Italia, has clearly an advantage on his most direct rival, Tom Dumoulin.
Absolutely stunning images provided by Juan Antonio Fletcher and his team this morning. Heard there was a 5 a.m. alarm clock for that one, and it was a fantastic look at what is a tough mountain. Sean, from a cyclo-tourist point of view, I've never ridden it. Have you ever been up Monte Zoncolan on a bike?
Never. And we know it's difficult looking at the route book. When you see Fletcher there riding up, going through them tunnels, it's a bit scary, really. And when the riders will get here, of course, with the crowds we've been showing, you know, down the climb here, it will be unbelievable. And when you get into that final number of kilometres, especially that final kilometre, that will be, you know, unbelievable. And when you're a rider out there, even though you're suffering with the crowd, the way they'll be supporting everybody, you know, it will make the hair rise on the back of your neck. And you know, you just, if you're in there to, you know, fight for the stage victory, it's amazing what you can pull out then. And you know, for all the riders, it'll be exactly the same. It's just about who have that got a little bit more power left in the final.
I feel, you talk about the hair standing on the back of your neck there, I can feel the tension rising already. 1:18, that gap is going south and south very quickly, as there are 22.2 kilometers to go, and we're on the penultimate climb before the Monte Zoncolan. Enrico Barbin in search of more mountain points. He was in charge of the blue jersey, the King of the Mountains jersey in Sicily. Esteban Chavez has been wearing it for a few days. Wearing it as Simon Yates leads that classification. Of course, Esteban Chavez is not going to get any more points today, we know that. He's been spat out the back already. Laurent Didier, experienced rider from Luxembourg, on the wheel now. And you can see this is a 10% gradient. Didier about to come around the Barbin, who tacked brilliantly on that stage to Tel Aviv and just used his racecraft, saw the opportunity, saw the moment and took the points. Goodbye to some of the team cars. That's got to be so disheartening as the gap goes to just above a minute now. And even neutral service look like they're about to be pulled out too. This is the reason why. 3 domestics left for Simon Yates. Now looks like Roman Kreuziger at the front, Mikel Nieve just behind. Yates is in the pink jersey, obviously. And Jack Haig, who has been outstanding at this Giro d'Italia so far, is out there as Valerio Conti tries to push on. And Matteo Montaguti's going to follow him. We were down to 4. I think Sean we're now down to 3.
Yes, and we can see there is the battle there just to try and ride each other off the wheel here. We can see Conti is pushing on, and they are thinking of the mountain classification points here, because they know that the advantage now is not going to be enough at all to go anywhere for the stage victory. We have big points, of course, on Zoncolan here to finish, and you know, there's the first 8. There's 35 for the first rider here, so Simon Yates will pick up a lot, because unless he has difficulty and he's not in the front of the race, he should, you know, mark up a lot of points for the GPM classification here. But those guys are thinking a bit further on down in this race to try and get as maximum points as possible and see what they can do at later days.
Thanks for all your messages, contributions and tweets, by the way. Gordy says it must be bad if Kelly says it's scary. And, of course, Colin Lynch, the paracyclist, the international paracyclist who represents Ireland, he said that the Paracycling Road Worlds are down in Maniago, just down the road from the Zoncolan this August. While he's here, he's going to attempt the Monte Zoncolan. All the best to Colin Lynch in that. We know he does hundreds and hundreds of kilometres training. We've seen him ourselves out on the bike in Spain earlier this year, as Francesco Gavazzi is now on our screen. In the meantime, up the front of the race, Barbin on the wheel of Conti. Montaguti's the man in the turquoise, the white and the brown. Behind in the red and black, representing Trek Segafredo, Laurent Didier. Gavazzi further down the road for Androni. And there you have the 5 riders who represented what remained of the breakaway. And this is what's approaching. Kreuziger, been a really good signing for Mitchelton Scott. He's been with some big riders when they've won big tours. Alberto Contador most recently. In the meantime, Manuel Boaro. That's no real surprise. He climbs well enough, but he's a time trialer ruler, and he's gone for Pozzo Vivo.
Yes, and we can see there the pace is just up and all the time in the main peloton of favourites, and we can see out front the riders are just breaking up here, but everybody of the top 5 that were still there on this climb, just a bit further down, they are fighting. We could see Didier there. He was fighting big time to stay in contact, because they're inside the final kilometre of this climb. Then you have the long descent. I think they know that they're not going to get anything out of the end of the stage, but they want to get onto Zoncolan before the peloton, and that would be nice, just to start there and get on before the peloton catch you. It just would be something special.
Yeah, take that first cheer of everybody who's been waiting since silly o'clock this morning, or even last night, camped out to see a glimpse of their heroes. Conti. My count, at least, it's the 2nd time at a breakaway for him this year. The winner last time, Igor Anton, on the left-hand side in the green helmet, sitting alongside Chris Froome. Elbows out as usual, spinning away. You can never quite tell too much from Chris Froome's style. 1 minute and 14. Little look around. The games, the fun and games for the points at the top of the mountain. 400 metres to go. Barbin hits the front.
Yes, and not only look around from Conti, I think he was saying, come on, get up here and do your bit, pull on the front here, keep it going. Conti definitely wanted to hold on here. He's looking around to see where Montecuti is as well, so they're inside, well inside the final kilometre now, as we can see there, so he's looking to take maximum points.
No Andrea Amador at this year's Giro d'Italia, but we've passed the Costa Rican fans on the road. Their flags were out. That blue flag you can see as well there is the local flag of Friuli. Talked earlier on about their own culture, their own language. They're not different in their love for cycling, though. Just like the rest of Italy on the side of the road. And look at this. Penultimate climb of the day. It's Conti out there at the front. Can Barbin get over? Conti looks as though he's about to take the points. It will be 7 points for Valerio Conti. Barbin to get over in second place and add to his considerable tally. He started the day in third place. We'll see how he gets on for the rest of this Giro d'Italia. Valerio Conti taking the King of the Mountains points. Enrico Barbin just behind. It's the descent into the mighty Zoncolan now. All the fun and games set to begin. Whatever you're doing, do not go away. Well, I hope you're sitting down. I hope you're comfortable. I hope you are ready. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for since the first pedal stroke was made in Jerusalem on this 101st Giro d'Italia. We're in the northeast of Italy, we're in Friuli, we're in the Carnic Alps, and on the way up to the Monte Zoncolan. Just the 6th ascent in the history of this race. It's a modern phenomenon, discovered in inverted commas in the late 90s, and brought to the attention of the Giro organisers. There's several fables and legends as to how it came to be, but we're here. 2 wins for Gilberto Simoni. I can tell you he is at the finish line today, waiting to see who will be the next name on the Albo d'Oro, or the Palmares. He won from both the easier and the hard side. He set the climbing record in 2007, 39 minutes and 3 seconds then. He also won in the Maglia Rosa 4 years earlier. In 2010, Ivan Basso laid the foundations for his Giro d'Italia win by beating Cadel Evans by over a minute and a half here. Igor Anton won in 2011 from a breakaway. Mick Rogers won from a break in 2014. It's about time we had some GC action again at the front of the race, and it looks as though we're going to get that, Sean. We have just Valerio Conti and Enrico Barbin at the front of the race. These two have already been dropped from the break, Didier and Monteguti, and it's the Maglia Rosa. Simon Yates and his team Mitchelton Scott pushing on behind, just 1 minute and 6 seconds. It's fair to say now, today's stage is not going to come from the breakaway.
I don't think it can come from the breakaway because they've been out there for a long time, and on this sort of climb with the gradient being just a real killer, 15% for a long time, and it does kick up to much more than that. Is not possible for the breakaway, but they are putting in a good battle here. Our 2 leaders, you know, they're holding on to over a minute, 31 seconds back to the 2 chasers. They are going to get on to the final climb, certainly the first 2 riders here, and you know, that's something I think they want to do here, because you can see both are fighting, both groups are fighting big time, and the question is, Igor Anton, can he equal Gilberto Simoni and win it for a second time here, because he is very much to the fore. It's the first time we have seen him really to the fore, looking like he's blowing quite a lot there. We can see he's pulling faces, so I'm not sure if he's going to be up to it against the company he's in.
Igor Anton won in the orange jersey of Euskaltel-Euskadi when he was here last time. Mikel Nieve, he's about second wheel here, I think. Yes, there he is, another former Euskaltel-Euskadi rider. A rider who won one of the hardest Grand Tours in the history of the sport when he won just over the hills in the Dolomites. That was the year that Stefano Garzelli was the king of the mountains at the Giro d'Italia. Now it's all about the pink jersey on the way in. 13 kilometers to go. We're on the descent from the Sella Valcalda, and we're on our way to Ovaro, where the gates to hell lie. In fact, there used to be a big arch over the road. I hope they've maintained it. I hope it's still there. Adds to the sense of foreboding for the riders as they reach there. So many people on the side of the road today. We had projections and forecasts of about 100,000 people. Well, it certainly looks as though there are thousands and thousands, even just on the top of the mountain. It's a natural amphitheatre, and it's full to the brim. Well, the gladiators about to stop the climb. Barbin and Conti hope to be there at the front, and I think they're going to manage to take those first cheers. Their advantage still 1 minute and 6 seconds over the pink jersey group. It's 34 seconds over the 2 that they dropped behind, and here they are on the screen. Didier and Monteguti have both put in really good rides here. At the end of the day, not good enough to be out there for the stage win. It's a lottery going in the breakaway. Today, I'm afraid they didn't have the winning ticket. 12 Ks to go. Yates sitting in the back looking well. And this is an interesting view. I'm sure that Colton and Brian have talked about this throughout the day. Each team is not allowed to take their team car up. Even the race director's going up on the motorbike today. And you could see a spare bike, sets of wheels, anything that the one mechanic allowed up the road could be allowed to take. And we've got a little bit of a split in the group in the meantime behind. Let's just keep an eye on this. One of the Astana riders dropped. I think that's Eros Capecchi tried to close the gap. And a few riders dropped on the descent. That's interesting. Ryan Dennis on the right-hand side being helped into position by Alessandro De Marchi. Chris Froome still has Sergio Henao there. But again, how useful is everybody going to be? You see riders getting back on after being dropped on the climb. I'm not sure they'll be on for too long, Sean, because when the road ramps up again, it ramps up. It's a scary prospect coming up the Monte Zoncolan. It's roughly a 40-minute effort from Ovaro, but I think anybody who's got back on here, the last bit of work that they can do for their team leader is maybe in the race to the bottom, the race to the entrance of the climb and positioning.
Yes, I think more than a race, a sprint to the bottom of the climb, just to get a good position. We can see Astana here are setting up their leader, of course, and everybody's going to be doing the same here because you want to start on the climb in a very good position, as much to the front as possible, and that's the reason we're seeing, you know, it's opening pace here. And we did see on the descent there, I think the group split a bit, somebody not maybe comfortable. It tells that the peloton was pushing on very, very fast as we come into, you know, very close to starting of the climb.
Yeah, and Roman Kreuziger is done for the day. Roman Kreuziger finished. It was Mikel Nieve to take it up there for the pink jersey. In the meantime, still 1 minute and 6 seconds for Conti, the Italian rider, and his compatriot Enrico Barbin behind in the green. This is a special moment, and we cannot repeat this enough. Everybody ready. You can see the motorbikes we talked about on the left-hand side. Each team has had to nominate people, and you can see the bikes over the shoulders. It's a hard day even for the mechanics. But we're ready to go. This is Ovaro, and these are the gates to hell. The encouragement. And you can see 100,000 people expected. That picture taken earlier today, Sean, you and I went for a walk. It's much fuller than that now.
Yes, well, it is, and it's just amazing, and yeah, it's so difficult, you know, to estimate how many people are there, but, you know, you can see there's thousands of people, and you know, we haven't seen only a part of the climb here at the top, so, you know, further down we'll get the picture now as the riders approach the earlier kilometres of the climb.
10 kilometres to go. Monte Zoncolan begins. Well, the teams won't count for much here. These gradients are absolutely hellish. And there we have it. Barbin and Conti about to hit the slopes. This is the left turn, and the gates are up here. In the meantime, it's Pozzo Vivo being led in on the left-hand side in the red. And the pink jersey just disappearing down a little as the race convoy takes shape. The pink bikes are ready, the spare bikes are ready, the mechanics are following the riders onto the climb. 9.5 kilometres to go. We're on the Monte Zoncolan, out of Ovaro, and the first riders from the breakaway are about to be caught. There's still two who are 52 seconds up, but we are going to be watching the group of favourites now and nobody else. It's all about them behind. The road goes up quite sharply here, and remember, over 11% average. It's almost 12%, 22% maximum. That comes 3.5 kilometres in, and then there's that 6 kilometres long, and anything can happen. We said it was scary, and that's just the people on the side of the roads in fancy dress. 47 seconds, pardon me. Montaguti is caught, Didier is caught. Interesting that it's Bahrain Merida who take it up at the front. The pink jersey at the meantime, Sean, he's been dropped off, but he's in about 20th position there.
Yes, he's a little bit further off, and we can see here is Visconti who is setting the pace, and immediately Astana start to push on. And we could see that the moment they turned onto the climb, the road narrowed quite a lot. So you want to be definitely in the top 10 or 15. And as you get further up, when it really gets tight, you have to be moving up a bit further. But we can see Simon Yates there sitting a little bit far off, but I think we will see him just going a bit closer to the front as we get a bit further up here.
Eyes out for Chris Froome as well, who's well down in that group at the moment. That was Wout Poels, who was the most advanced of the Sky Riders, as Igor Anton, who was a winner here 7 years ago, goes out onto the attack.
He's going for a long one.
Well, he knows this climb, we'd say. How much force as he has, he's certainly showing his face on camera anyway. He's a man who recognises the history of this sport, and that will please a lot of people.
Yes, it will. And of course, you know, a winner here before, it's great that he's able to do this. If he hasn't got it, you know, at least he's given it a go here. He's shown he's still there and shown his team colours. I'd be surprised if he is thinking of the victory, because to go at this point, if you're feeling good, you just hold off for a while. So he's just having a go there and showing to everybody that he's here in this group of favourites.
The man they call Fuji in Basque cycling because of his ability on the mountains. Oh, he's blowing. Igor Anton having a good go. Now Yates has moved up. He's alongside the white jersey there of Richard Carapaz. 2:07 is Jan Polans, who's already in a little bit of trouble. In front of him in the dark blue and white jersey of Quickstep is Eros Capecchi. Capecchi also being distanced as well. Rowan Dennis is still in this group. And we're looking around for Chris Froome. Wout Poels was there. Chris Froome was way down in the group. Igor Anton Hernandez just pulling a little bit out. In the meantime, it's Conti who's pulling away from Barbin. You can see the fleets of motorcycles behind. Big job for neutral service, hanging on to as many wheels as possible. We talked about the crowd at the top there. They are on the side of the road as well. This is the most feared moment of the season so far. And Valerio Conti, I think, it's going to be the last man standing from the breakaway.
Yes, it looks very much the case, and he is you know, climbing quite well here. He's spinning a nice gear, a low gear, just conserving a little bit of strength there, just spin away, and he's holding on to that advantage. 32 seconds at the moment, but I think there's a little bit of a slowdown here. We can see Chris Froome very much on the rear here at the moment. It's not the first time we've seen him in that situation, but this one is a bit of a special climb because you know, you haven't that big open road on some of the climbs you have, so he has to be careful that if there's somebody attacks. And Hugh Carty here just riding off the front of the peloton, and very much grouped together, and that tells that, you know, there's nobody wanting to push on. And not surprising, with still they have well over 8.4 to go, because that is the leading group on the road. But there's a lot of difficult road to be got over in this final climb.
Igor Anton there, returning to the scene of possibly his greatest triumph on a bicycle. Valerio Conti, in the meantime, still maintaining his advantage. 32 seconds over the pink jersey group. We saw Hugh Carthy making a move off the front as well. The climber from Preston. Czech flags there, ready for Jan Hurt, who was doing a job for Miguel Angel Lopez at the start in Astana. And here's Enrico Barbin. Brave ride from him today, but he's about to be caught. Hugh Carthy approaching Igor Anton. This is a decent dart out from Igor Anton, as Carthy's looking good. And Sanchez stays at the front. Behind him, Miguel Angel Lopez. On the right-hand side, Giovanni Visconti is still there. The pink jersey still has Jack Haig with him, and it was noticeable the last time we looked at Chris Froome at the back of that group, Kenny Elissonde and Wout Poels were there for him as well.
Yes, well, for the moment, you know, they're on a wider section where the peloton is, but here, you know, it's getting a little bit tighter, and for the moment it stays at an easier pace, a steadier pace. Well, then you can sit back a bit, but if somebody really puts in an attack and some of the riders in front of you not able to follow, you could find yourself, you know, gaps in front and then have to come around riders, and that's not what you want on this climb. And you know, 7.6 to go, we're on the easier part, but from here on it just gets really, the final 5k, that's where it really kicks in biggest.
There's Alessandro Genier just on the wheel of Chris Froome. Fabio Aru, the Italian champion. Just behind them in the blue, red and white, you can see Thibaut Pinot. Tom Dumoulin, the defending champion, a little further down in the black and white. And these are the easier sections. And again, it's still 9.2% average here. Then it levels out ever so slightly and kicks up right here now to 22% almost. Igor Anton there, past the Spanish fans from Asturias in the north of the country. Chris Froome on the left-hand side. Looks as though he's moving up a little here as well. 48 was Giovanni Visconti, who looked like he was done for the day. And little by little, the group starts to whittle down. I think when we got to this maximum gradient and this middle 6-kilometre section of an average of 15%, that's where we'll see the group thin quite a lot more. And at that moment, Sean, it's actually difficult to attack out the front, isn't it? A lot of the differences and the decisions will be made out the back of the group.
Yes, well, I think it will be out the rear door for a while, and then you know, you have to wait until a bit further up. And the problem is here, if you try and go a bit early, you never know that you can run out of power because of the gradient. So I think they will be holding off. If you attack at 2 kilometres from the finish here and you're really good, you could pull out a huge advantage.
Enrico Barbin about to be caught. We've just seen a couple of riders dropped out the end. One of them already with 7.3 kilometres still to go was the former Maglia Rosa, Rowan Dennis. And here he was. Rowan Dennis dropped. Oh, we don't want any of that happening, please. 4 years ago, Buongiorno was knocked off his bike by a well-wishing fan. Do not push the riders here. 18 seconds for Conti. There's Mauro Vegni, your best mate, Sean, on the left.
Yes, well, I suppose we better explain to our viewers. We had a little bit of a talk with him on one of the days, getting down at the top of the mountain, and he just said, hello, how's it doing? I said, not so well, which was understandable. Because
it was a bit of a mess up there, wasn't it?
It was. We had a bit of a problem for the second day in a row, and I just said, yes, you know, getting down off the mountain is a bit of a problem, and he wasn't too happy, but I said to him, well, you asked me how I was, and I'm telling you how I am.
It was a polite, honest answer, wasn't it, that he didn't take too well?
Yes.
So Conti is caught, and it's the 2011 winner, Anton, who's caught him. Now, Wout Poels is making the pace at the front for Team Sky. It suggests that Chris Froome's feeling OK, but it's putting his teammate out the back. Sergio Luis Henao alongside David de la Cruz there. Louis Meintjes riding towards the back, closing a few gaps each time. Froome is in this group on the left-hand side, and Poels looks around. Jack Haig still there. Pozzo Vivo on the left-hand side. Formolo towards the back in the black and green jersey. Hugh Carthy is caught after his early attack. And Michael Woods in the pink, white and black is the last remaining man for Education First Trapac. Basque fans on the side of the road. Some Union flags for the Brits there as well. And of course their man, well, one of their main men, but the leader at the moment, Simon Yates in the pink jersey. As Froome just started to lose a little ground there. And we're on one of the hardest sections now. 16.8%. Anton has 13 seconds on the peloton. Dumoulin towards the back of the main group. He's just a little further up here than number 13, Michael Cherel. There's now the Colombian champion. 141 is Meintjes. 74 there is Felix Groschartner. And Tom Dumoulin. Now we'll keep an eye on this man. How will he go? How will he react? Remember, we said right at the start of our program today that he would be riding to power. He'd be watching his power meter and not going in the red to try and follow attacks. That's how the team explained it. At the minute, it's good enough for him to stay with the group. Sean, a few people asking us today, how much time do you think Simon Yates has to put into Tom Dumoulin if he wants to take the Maglia Rosa to Rome?
Well, that is the magic question, and I think he would like to take a minute and a half. He'd be doing well to do that, but you never know what way some of the general classification riders are feeling, and you'll be made aware as well, because we are seeing here on our screens, as you were seeing back at home, the team managers will see that, but a bit more difficult in this situation because some team managers are not in the car behind, they're on the motorbikes, so it's really you know, man against man here, but you have to just judge it here. You know you know, with the power output, you can read that, and that's what Tom Dumoulin is going to be doing, as we've read, and he has said himself. So he's sitting a bit further back, a bit further off, but I'd not be too concerned at the moment because still 6.6 to go.
Well, Froome's still up there in the group. Aru is there as well. Dumoulin a little further down. We can see Rochard on the left-hand side here. 85 for Groupama FDG's Georg Preidler. 12 there is Francois Bidard. And this is Michael Woods. Michael Woods moving out of the front of the peloton in the pink jersey there. Not the pink leader's jersey, that is. That's Education First Strap Back. And bringing over to the leader now. Look at this. Number 1, the defending champion, with 6.5 kilometers to go. Still there and on the wheel of Patrick Comrade, the Austrian rider. Davide Formolo's looking good. 6 minutes down, though. He'll be regretting that crash on Mount Etna, and Michael Woods was one of the guys who openly said, I'm actually looking forward to this. Remember, he's come into cycling late in professional scene. He used to be a runner. This is his first attempt to try and ride a general classification. He's looking for stage wins as well if that doesn't go to plan. For the minute, Michael Woods is 16th at 3 minutes and 43 seconds down, but he's one of the men who said, I'm really looking forward to testing myself against the men and against the mountain. He's doing that on the attack here.
Yes, well, he is. He's attacking and, you know, trying to pull away early, but you never know, because on this climb, if you get a little bit of a gap and you're really feeling strong, then you could have the rivalry back between the other favourites. But you know, this is a big one, and experiences is something Woods might not have as much as some of the other contenders here. So you have to be careful. If you go out too early, you could pay dearly in the end if you cannot keep it going. If you get pulled back by the favourites, then you might find yourself having difficulty to stay with them in the final kilometres.
Well, Michael Woods hasn't won a World Tour race yet. There are 21 stages. This is one he's having a go at, and it will be a mightily special one. He's 31. He finished 7th last year at the Welter. I'm not sure he had to put up with much of that. Certainly not that flamboyant. Anyway, he ignores it and pedals on. Now, any reactions behind? We're looking for Tom Dumoulin, who's just started to lose the wheel at the back. And again, we said he'd ride a power. How's he going? 6.2 Ks to go. Woods is being pulled back slowly by Wout Poels here. Chris Froome just jettisons a bead on, and I know we can't take always too much from how Froome climbs, but he's looking all right so far, isn't he?
Yes, he is looking good, and in the earlier part of the climb, he was a bit further off. He's after moving up a number of places, and in a good position at the moment. And you know, anybody in that top 10, 12 places, it's still a great place to be. But it all depends how you're feeling. If you're there and you're totally in the red, well, then it's not a good pointer. But we can see here, Dumoulin, you know, he's also just in the end of the line here, and it's a question now how you're feeling, and you know, experience is going to be an important thing. And some of the riders, as we mentioned just a moment ago, has that bit more experience than other ones, and that can be important on a real difficult climb like this one.
Well, Poels is just increasing the pace. He's closing the gap to Michael Woods, looking around and seeing who he's putting in danger, making sure he's not putting his own man Froome out of it. And at the back, Ben O'Connor, the young 22-year-old Western Australian, was just starting to lose the wheel as well. Fabio Aru in trouble. Fabio Aru in trouble at the back, and it looks as though he might be in crisis. Big work to do to close the gap to Dumoulin. Fabio Aru is there, as is Davide Formolo, who's drifting. So the two Italians going south. Aru at the moment fights on and holds the wheel. Giulio Ciccone as well was the man in the green there. Woods maintains his little gap. Oh, and Formolo's now losing the wheel. And apart from that accident on Mount Etna, he's climbed very well in the last week, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been looking better in the last week, and we can see in a little bit of difficulty here. Aru also just fighting there, trying to just get back in the wheel of Tom Dumoulin. You can see in front of Tom Dumoulin there's a little bit of a space as well, but he's still very much in there. But the interesting thing is Wout Poels pushing on, and we talked about him in the earlier part of this Giro as well. He came into it with very little racing, but looks like he's getting better as the days go on.
Chris Froome, who hated Monte Zoncolan the last time he rode it, he's since been up and thinks it's more suited to him. looking better than we've seen him in this Giro d'Italia so far, but of course all will be revealed when his Gregario, his domestique, has done his job, and that's it now. Froome on the left-hand side moving up a bit. This is more interesting. Can he open up a gap? The minute they're closing the gap to Woods, Yates is reacting well in the pink jersey as well. And of course he's the man in form here. Pozzo Vivo looking good in the red. Lopez is still there in the turquoise jersey. Interesting too that Thibaut Pinot still has a domestique with him. Oh, that's Aru gone. That is Fabio Aru gone. There he is on the right-hand side, alongside Ciccone, alongside Formolo, and Aru has a big fight on his hands to close the gap, or it could be curtains. We said he's one of the men who can't afford another bad day, Sean.
No, he cannot, but he's a little bit off the rear there, but still it's not over. Depending on how he's feeling it, he is maybe just walking to power as well, and not going totally into the red. You can recover from that, but there's still a long ways to go. 5.6k. The interesting thing is, well, Pools is pushing on here. Chris Froome very much to the front. We can see Movistar have two riders there. Carapaz is there. We can see Betancourt is also there, just on the rear, and we can see Pozzo Vivo in a picture here on the right side. So all the big favourites. Aru is the one who is starting to lose a little bit of time. We can see Betancourt also just a little bit off there.
Betancourt at the back, he's wearing the blue Movistar jersey. The white jersey with the Movistar badge on the back is Richard Carapaz there. And there is Tom Dumoulin just holding on. Tom Dumoulin is there. Sebastian Reichenbach is the Swiss climber left with Pinot. Jack Haig dropped with 5.4 kilometres to go. He's done his job, but it's the Italian champion who's having a crisis now on Monte Zoncolan. Aru fighting himself, fighting his bike, and fighting the mountain. In the meantime, it's Pools who pushes on for Sky. Well, they've looked lacking so far in this Giro d'Italia. It looks as though, unless this is a complete bluff, Sky have turned up finally for work. Chris Froome is on the wheel in second place in the white jersey. Simon Yates, the race leader, stays there and is still there. Tom Dumoulin, defending champion, second overall at the moment at the back. And Thibaut Pinot, third position, looks up there as well as Carapaz, looks to be the next man who might be in trouble.
And we can also see Miguel Angel Lopez there from Astana. He's hanging in there, and he's the one, you know, a pure climber, a lightweight guy. I think if he's got it in the end, he could be a danger man to go on the attack in the final kilometres.
Well, out of the 166 riders left in the Giro d'Italia, we're down to just a handful with 5 kilometres to go. We're almost halfway up the mighty Monte Zoncolan. There is Wout Poels. Looked in fine form, didn't he, in March at Paris-Nice until he had that crash. He's worked his own way back into this Giro d'Italia. And rather like Chris Froome, looked pretty poor at the start of it. Now, Woods is losing the wheel to Reichenbach there, number 86. And it looked as though Carapaz was slipping too. Lopez is looking good with the number 31 on his back for Astana. Pozzo Vivo still there too, but Carapaz getting his head down. There really is no let-up in the gradient at the moment. It only gets a little easier in the final 2 kilometres. 3 more Ks of this average gradient of 15%. Now Yates on the left-hand side. Look at this here now. He checks. He looks really good still.
Yes, well, you have to be good to look around on the steep gradient. The way Wout Poels is riding, he's pushing on very, very strongly. And if you're totally on the limit, then it's very difficult to even look about. But he's, you know, just moved out a little bit, a look over his left shoulder to check to see what sort of faces the other riders are pulling.
And of course, he's not going to be immediately worried about Chris Froome because he's over 3 minutes down. The man he's looking at is Tom Dumoulin behind, who he's still not managed to get rid of. And listening to the former winner Simoni in his chat before the race today, as Yates looked around here, Simoni says Yates today needs to attack Dumoulin, but he needs to do it well before the final kilometre.
Yes, well, I think that will be the plan this morning with the Michelin Scott team. They will be saying, and for Yates, he has to go definitely. You know, 2 kilometres, I think, would be the point to go. On this deep gradient, if you're really good, but it depends on how the others are feeling as well, and that's the way you work your tactic. You look around, and we can see the radios not having the comfort of that here, so Yates has to look around to see where the others are.
Well, thankfully at the front, no mechanical problems. We haven't had to see those motorbikes and mechanics used yet. Now, what does Yates do here? Does he wind it up himself? Does he wait till Pauls has finished? And, of course, Pauls can't have infinite energy supplies. He's ridden at a pretty infernal pace on this climb. Pozzovivo behind. You just sense that the tension is really building here. Yates moving, looks around and still looks $1 million in the pink jersey. And this is the lot that waits them at the top. It's like the United Nations with the big flags around from just about everywhere. There's Lopez on the right. He's wearing the turquoise jersey of Astana. Reichenbach's doing a great ride at the back, isn't he? The Swiss rider for Thibaut Pinot. Oh, and look at the gap behind now. Aru and company are losing time today. Same to be said for Carapaz, remember. And Miguel Angel Lopez will be gaining time in the white jersey stakes. 4.5 kilometers to go. Remember, it's in a kilometer's time at about 3.7 to go, where in 2010 there were only 2 riders left. And it was Ivan Basso getting rid of Karel Evans at that point. That's the last time we had a GC battle at the front of the race on Monte Zoncolan, and in the meantime, well, there's no prizes for guessing who that man's supporting. He's draped in a Sardinian flag, but I think he's going to have to wait a little further down the mountain for Aru. Oh, the T-Rex is back as well. In the room and in the way of Chris Froome. Froome now on the left-hand side. You're getting the feeling now that Pauls might be close to empty. A look around at Yates. What's happening here, Sean? Apart from the dinosaur on the right-hand side, playing silly beggars with everybody.
Well, we can see the two Sky Riders are just having a little talk, and we can see Pauls there looking across to Chris Froome. He's getting, you know, I suppose, what to do from a Chris Froome point of view, and we can see here, you know, just further down, Aru. The motorbikes has been left by, so that tells he's lost quite a bit of ground. But Yates looking so good there, just standing on the pedals, and it's going to be a real interesting final 4.3 kilometers.
It certainly is. Yates is still there, but I tell you what, Tom Dumoulin doesn't look bad at all. He's continued to ride up nice and easily. Thibaut Pinot not in big crisis whatsoever, despite being at the back. He looks fairly comfortable. And now then, Chris Froome attacks. Chris Froome attacks at the front of the Giro d'Italia. He's being followed immediately by Domenico Pozzovivo, and the pink jersey still looks comfortable. The man with a gap to close at the minute is the defending champion, Tom Dumoulin, and this is a key moment in the race with 4.2 kilometers to go.
Yes, and we can see also Thibaut Pinot also having difficulty from Groupama there, just with Tom Dumoulin. But Tom Dumoulin, we know he doesn't react to these sudden accelerations.
It's Froome at the front in the white, and for the first time, Simon Yates hasn't closed the gap. Just a couple of bike lengths left to open up. One to watch with 4Ks to go, and is this Chris Froome's way back into the Giro d'Italia? And now he's putting time and distance into Pozzovivo. You couldn't have imagined this a couple of days ago, Sean. The recovery has been miraculous.
Well, it has been, and we did talk about Chris Froome. Is it over for him? But I think the agreement was you can never count him out, although he's lost a lot of time in this race. If he gets into his shape, and of course he did come into this Giro not at his best, and as the race go on, looking like he's on a better day today.
Well, the pink jersey at the moment, in terms of what he needs to follow, he's doing well. He is gaining time on Dumoulin behind as it stands, albeit a second or two right now. And Chris Froome, okay, he's pulling out. But how much is he pulling out, Sean? Because you can see behind, Lopez is still there, Yates speaks on the radio, and Pozzovivo not far away either.
No, not far away, and we can see the 3 chasers there just all across the road. It's a question now who's going to chase after Chris Froome, but the distance to the finish, 3.9k. There's a lot of time here if you continue on at a really strong pace as Chris Froome is doing. This gap could grow out to be substantial.
Well, he's got 1.8 kilometers remaining of the hardest section here, that of the average gradient of 15%. We've seen the maximum 22 already passed in the first half of the climb. After that, it's a kilometer at 7%, and then the final kilometer with the 3 tunnels 9%. They'll then emerge from the darkness into the light, into the stadium, and whoever there is at the front will be the big favourite to go on and win the stage. At the moment, it's Chris Froome at the front of the Giro d'Italia. Tom Dumoulin looked like he was in trouble, but he's slowly making his way back up to the pink jersey here. No time gaps to tell you about just yet. Second group on the road, Lopez, Pozzovivo and Yates. Behind them, Dumoulin and Pinot. It's Chris Froome at the front, though. And Froome on the left-hand side, he's pulling out even more. It's his simple style. It's not pretty, but it's certainly working for him today. Now then, Yates, I think, just about feels he needs to react. And as far as he's concerned, he's thinking about putting time immediately into Dumoulin, isn't he?
Yes, well, he has to put time into Dumoulin, because in the general classification, Dumoulin is the great time trialist at 47 seconds. Chris Froome was a bit further down, so he can allow Chris Froome to take a bit of time, but there will be a point. If Yates has got it, well, then he has to push on. As we can see now, he's taking up the pace setting with Pozzovivo and with Miguel Angel Lopez, and Tom Dumoulin just grinding away here with Thibaut Pinot in his wheel, and that is the Tom Dumoulin style. We see him last year a number of times like this, losing a bit of ground and then just working away and getting back on the easier section, and we are getting up to an easier gradient, and that's where the big power man can have the advantage.
12 seconds for Chris Froome over the pink jersey. In terms of his distance at the moment in the race, 3 minutes 20 behind, that is nothing. Simon Yates is still in the A1 position here. He's in a top position going up all the way to Monte Zoncolan, but Yates is only pulling out 10 seconds on Tom Dumoulin, who at the moment is doing a very, very good ride. And you talked about Dumoulin's style there, Sean. With all that happened with Toilet Gate on the road and on the way to Bormio last year, we've seen he's a man who does not panic.
No, he certainly doesn't panic, and when you talk to him, we see him in the interviews as well. You've seen it yourself, Rob. When you talk to him, he's very relaxed, and on the bike, he is that way as well. He can just stay cool. But he's been in this situation. He's been in much worse situations last year in the Giro, where he had to stop for that toilet break, but stayed very calm. Again today, that's what you've got to do. And the big champions who have been there before, they can do that. Just keep working on it. Do not panic. Just work to your tactic. Work to what you feel good at.
Froome out onto the pedals and kicks again. And there aren't many parts on this climb where you can get out of the saddle. It is so difficult, the gradient.
Yes, well, we can see here, it doesn't look a big advantage, but I think the advantage there of that 10 seconds is that exactly 10 seconds, because it does take a bit of time on a very steep grade. It could be a bit more, but still Yates working very well. He's just continuing on to press away, as we see Tom Dumoulin doing exactly the same.
Surprising one here might be Thibaut Pinot, who we probably expect to be a little better than Dumoulin on this climb.
You would expect Thibaut Pinot to be a bit better, but again, it's a time when maybe you're not at your best. Will Pinot be able to push on the easier section? At the moment, it's Tom Dumoulin who is doing the chasing, and Pinot is just happy to follow.
3 kilometres remain as Simon Yates starts to pull away. Simon Yates makes his move. 3 Ks to go, and he leaves Pozzovivo and Lopez in his wake. Now he's thinking about putting more than those 12 seconds he has into Tom Dumoulin. Froome extends his lead to 15. It's 28 back to the defending champion. And Simon Yates now striking out for home with 3 Ks to go. Remember, there's never been a Maglia Rosa win in the Maglia Rosa from this side on Monte Zoncolan. Giro Simoni did it the first time, but that was from the easier side. So just 11 seconds now for Froome. Has he gone too early? And the final judge, jury, and if it doesn't go right for him, executioner, will be the finish line here on Monte Zoncolan. 29 seconds Froome has on the defending champion, but just 11 on Simon Yates, and by our count, he's extending that lead now to Tom Dumoulin to 20 seconds.
Yes, well, we can see Yates, he's pushing on, and he had a plan, and I think outside the 3 kilometres to go that bit further out, and that's what he's got to do. If you have got it, if you feel you have anything left, well, then go for it, because you have to risk it here to try and pull the advantage of time from Tom Dumoulin. And it's going to be an interesting one now. As you can see, Yates, he's just working very well, and to ride away from the 2 riders who's with Pozzovivo and Miguel Angel Lopez, very good climbers. It should be interesting to see
will he be able to catch Chris Froome?
Well, we heard Dave Brailsford tell Ashley House earlier on today that Chris Froome was riding granny gears, 34-32. Not quite sure what Simon Yates has got on, but this is a unique prospect to take on for all of these professionals. The hardest climb in world cycling at this level. And Simon Yates is gaining on Chris Froome, the attacker. Now, Lopez sets off in pursuit as well behind. We're heading up into his terrain, remember, the Colombian, and he needs time back too. 3 minutes 17 seconds behind. Chris Froome only 3 seconds behind him. Well, we're 2.5 kilometers from home on what has been a heavyweight version of this Monte Zoncolan climb so far. All the big names at the front, all the big names attacking. Simon Yates, the Maglia Rosa, is riding to keep that jersey very well at the moment. In fact, as it stands, he will be extending his lead. He's in second position on the road, 10 seconds behind Chris Froome. But remember, for those of you just tuning in, Chris Froome started the day 3 minutes 20 seconds down on the race leader. Froome pulling away, but with only 9 seconds on Yates. Yates now would be putting 24 seconds into Dumoulin, and the next 2.5 Ks for him are absolutely key, Sean Kelly. It doesn't matter for Yates too much if he wins the stage or not. Of course, he wants to win the stage, but for him, he's got to think about the distance to the man in the white and black there in the centre of your screen, Tom Dumoulin.
Yes, well, that's what Yates will be thinking of, but at this point, it's just about just giving it everything, grinding away to the finish, and even when it gets to the easier section, you're going to be going so hard, and after going so deep on the steeper section, the steep gradient, for a long time, you're just on the limit, and you know you're going to stay just totally on the limit all the way to the line here. Even though there's 2.2 kilometers to go, that's what you've got to do. You've got to go so deep on this one and see what time gaps are at the end of the day.
Well, you can see Carapaz's name painted on the road there by the Ecuadorian fans. He's at 1 minute and 16 from Chris Froome at the moment. As it stands, he's losing almost a minute to Miguel Angel Lopez in the fight for the white jersey. Before today, he had 1 minute and 56 lead, so he'd be keeping the jersey as it stands, but there's still 2 kilometers to go. Yates is 10 seconds behind Froome here. A reminder that the last 2 kilometers are easier than what we've faced so far on this climb. But it's saying something about this climb if the easier sections are at 7.1 and 8.9% respectively. Does Froome have anything left in a tank to spin away those legs to victory? 2 kilometers to go, but on the chase is Simon Yates, the Maglia Rosa. 8th day in the pink jersey for the Lancastrian, and the 25-year-old from England already has 2 stage wins, both wearing that coveted pink jersey. This is Domenico Pozzovivo, and we're back to the group of Dumoulin at 36 seconds. Dumoulin with Pinot, and Pinot, again, maybe the big disappointment so far today. Fabio Aru has been dropped. We've lost count to him. No sign of George Bennett either. Peeling off the front quite early on this climb. A lot of difference is going to have to be totted up and added up, and there'll be a big shake-up of the GC tonight as Froome rides into the final 2 Ks, and the walls of fans on the side of this mighty mountain. Listen to the noise there. The noise audible, the passion visible on those fans' faces. The defending champion has done a decent job of defending himself fairly well so far today. If the stage were to finish to now, there'd be about 1 minute and 20 seconds of a lead for Simon Yates there in the general classification. And of course, he's talking about needing 2 or 3 minutes when the time trial comes. Yates could do with pulling out more time. Here's Lopez. Yates still at 12 seconds from Froome. It's not over for the stage win yet. And of course, okay, Froome not pulling too much time back on Yates yet, Sean, but it would be a start for Team Sky, a big stage win, wouldn't it?
It would be a big turnaround for Chris Froome. You know, we haven't seen him in difficulty on most of the uphill finishes, but a big turnaround today. We can see him, he's still walking away. Yates can see him just out there in front of the motorbikes, but Chris Froome, the style, just a low gear, able to spin a little bit of a lighter gear, a greater cadence than anybody else. We can see Yates here, a little bit of a slower cadence, and Pozzovivo slower again, but you know, depending on how you're feeling. And we can see here we're getting to the easier section now, and will Yates be able to grind his way back to Chris Froome as we go to 1,400 metres to go?
Well, we saw Juan Antonio Fletcher enter the tunnels on his recon earlier on. We're 400 metres from the first of the tunnels, used in World War I. They were only paved over just over 10 years ago when the Giro d'Italia came up here for the first time. They're dark, the lighting's through, it's very foreboding as the water drips down from the roof. When they emerge from those 3 tunnels, they'll hit the wall of sound, the fans, and as it stands, Simon Yates will be keeping the pink jersey and increasing his lead in the Giro d'Italia, and Chris Froome will be going on to take a stage victory for the first time in his relationship with the Giro, which, let's face it, hasn't been a happy one so far in his career. 1.1 kilometres to go for Froome, but the gap's only 8 seconds. And you can just see that a couple of the bikes are being pushed out the way by the commissars now. I wonder if Froome's going into crisis. And here comes Yates. The gap is closing, 8 seconds, and Sean, I think the stage win might all still be to play for.
Yes, it's looking like it is, and we can see the motorbikes are disappearing there. They're being pulled out one by one. The commissar there just trying to keep a bit of order on the crowd, on the spectators allowed in here, and 1K to go. It looks like Yates is the one who is possibly going to close down on Chris Froome now. Is he have to make a bigger effort maybe there just at this point as we go into the tunnel?
First of the 3 tunnels then, Chris Froome's into it, but he's closely followed by the Maglia Rosa. In the meantime, the Maglia Rosa knows that he has to put more time into Tom Dumoulin, who's ridden a brilliant Monte Zoncolan so far. There he is with the number 1 on his back. He's only 37 seconds behind Froome, and at the minute, Yates only putting half a minute into the man who's defending his title quite brilliantly. What a race we're seeing today. 1K to go for big Tom Dumoulin. Pinot is with him as well, but today was a day that Pinot really needed to take some more time. Here comes Carapaz. The road gets easier. Is there anything less as Froome emerges with 600 metres to go? Into the next of the tunnels, but Yates is approaching. Can Yates do it? And I think Froome might be tiring. Remember, Sean, they come out of the tunnel, and my, does it kick to the line again?
Well, it's a mighty kick up all the way to the line here, and the final couple 100 metres, 200 metres maybe very, very steep gradient, and to the line itself it's a killer of a gradient. As we can see Yates here coming out of the tunnel, he's closing, we can see he's closing metre by metre, and it's just a big, you know, grind here to try and get back to Chris Froome, but he's getting there.
10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds available on the line. They emerge from the tunnel. It's Chris Froome to turn right after 5 hours and 24 minutes of racing. At the minute he has a minute lead over the Maglia Rosa, but look at the power of the pink jersey. Simon Yates is gaining all of the time. He needs those 10 bonus seconds. He wants a 3rd victory in the Maglia Rosa, and Chris Froome's victory might well be in trouble here. And listen to this. It's what they've been waiting for all day long. And just to add to a sense of the occasion, the rain is falling and starting to pour at the top of Monte Zoncolan. There's one more right turn and then a mighty kick left to the line. Yates with another big effort to try and catch him. The Giro d'Italia in play right here, right now. It's been 4 years since we've been here, but it's been a long time since we had big GC action up there. 200 metres for Chris Froome, who attacked a long, long way out in relation to this climb. But look at the 2 men. Contrasting styles, and both with the same age. They both need the stage win. Froome, hands on the tops. He's grabbing that bike for dear life as he spins away. Behind, grinding away, it's Simon Yates, who I don't think is going to get there now. Chris Froome's going to pull away one final time, and I think it's going to be a huge confidence-boosting stage win for him and for Team Sky. Froome turns the corner. This was unthinkable a few days ago. The confidence boost is there. It's launch pad for Chris Froome as he is back in the Giro d'Italia. Stage win for him, stage win for Sky. But in the meantime, Simon Yates keeps the pink jersey. And you will watch that watch now as it turns all the way back to Tom Dumoulin. Next to come over, and it's a fight for bonus seconds to Benico Pozzovivo, who has again looked very good in the mountains. He's still in the fight for the pink jersey. He comes over 23 seconds behind Chris Froome. Fourth place goes to Lopez. And look at this from Tom Dumoulin. A magnificent ride from the defending champion. And what a man. Dumoulin, possibly the big moral winner of the day. He finishes fifth. Well, it's less than half a minute, I think, to Simon Yates.
Yes, it's amazing performance.
Well, breathless stuff as we expected. A terrible climb, never a normal stage. There's Wout Poels, who made possible Chris Froome's victory. Froome has taken the stage. Yates keeps the Maglia Rosa for a 9th day. And one of the big mountains casting a shadow over this Giro d'Italia is out of the way for a lot of the big riders. Sean, Froome is still a long way behind, but he's back. The big day for Simon Yates, who keeps the pink jersey. But I think moral victor definitely on the day, Tom Dumoulin.
Well, certainly Tom Dumoulin, I think he will be pleased with that performance, because this climb was probably the most difficult one for him against the more lightweight guys, and what a performance. It looked like that he was going to lose quite a bit of time, maybe 3.5 out, 4 kilometres out, but I think on the easier part he pulled back a bit, and it looks around 30 seconds of a time lost to Yates. Of course, Yates takes that time bonification as well, but still a great performance by Tom Dumoulin. But Froome is back.
Chris Froome, who has won a stage of the Giro d'Italia for the first time, as Bennett crosses the line. Carapaz 2 minutes down, and the fight for the white jersey is another one that we're going to take into tomorrow that has been reignited. Lopez back in the game, and here's Fabio Aru. And if Froome is back, I'm afraid Aru is finished. Aru and Formolo, who finished 2.5 minutes down to add already to their deficits. And of course, with the time trial to come, that is not Fabio Aru's forte. There's Rowan Dennis to finish 2.5 minutes down. Ciccone as well. It's been bruising, it's been battering. It's been Monte Zoncolan. It was worth the wait. It was worth the party. And for some riders, it's not quite the big party started yet, but they know that the Giro d'Italia is still alive, and my, have we got a race. We'll be talking about it as we go into the mountains again tomorrow. Up and down in the only Dolomite day of the Giro d'Italia, as the Monte Zoncolan amphitheatre waits to welcome home the Gruppetto. The main protagonists have put on a real show. We certainly didn't expect that from Chris Froome. In terms of the time, he hasn't got too much back as Chris Froome, but he's certainly got his confidence. The time trial to come. His team looking good with Wout Poels as well. Yates, maybe not as much as he might have expected. And we'll just check the shake-up here. Chris Froome winning by just 6 seconds from Simon Yates. Yates, who took 6 bonus seconds to add to, what is that, the 31 seconds he took on Tom Dumoulin. So a further 37 seconds for Yates against Dumoulin today. He is increased in his lead in the Giro d'Italia. He'll keep the Maglia Rosa for a 9th day, but Tom Dumoulin will know that his defence of the Giro d'Italia is going very well indeed.
Well, very well, and it's going to be an exciting one. For the fight for the pink jersey is definitely on. We have a fight for the young jersey classification as well, so it's all to happen.
Remarkable Chris Froome, victorious on top of the Zoncolan. Let's look back then at the key moments of the day, and we start with our breakaway: Matteo Montaguti, Francesco Gavazzi, Enrico Barbin, Laurent Didier, Mads Pedersen, Valerio Conti and Jacopo Mosca. They stayed out in front. Valerio Conti winning a handful of points in the King of the Mountains on the day. In total, Conti managed to take his overall tally up to 33 points. And he was the first man to get onto the Zoncolan climb as well. An extraordinary atmosphere awaited the riders. Over 100,000 reportedly gathered on the slopes of Monte Zoncolan, and as expected, there were several attacks made. Igor Anton, the man who won in 2011, one of the first to go, and Michael Woods also tried his luck on the lower elements. But it was Chris Froome who made the decisive attack. With 4 kilometres left to go, Froome setting off on his own. Initially, Pozzovivo, Yates and Lopez managed to stay with him, but when he attacked for a second time, those three were dropped too. Simon Yates, though, knew that what he needed to do was put as much time between him and the defending champion Tom Dumoulin as possible. So he attacked Lopez and Pozzovivo and pulled away from them with ease, closing the gap on Froome in the process. Yates knowing that he needs to have a considerable advantage going into the time trial. In the end, Yates wasn't able to catch up with Froome. For the first ever time in his career, the Team Sky leader coming across the line in first place on a stage on the Giro d'Italia. And what a stage to do it on as well. Monte Zoncolan. So a stage win for Chris Froome, Yates in second. Van Poels, who did some huge work for Froome at the front, driving that pace along, especially on the initial stages of the Zoncolan. A good ride from him. George Bennett, we focused in on earlier today. He's managed to get up. I'm not sure entirely in what place. We will find out more. Chris Froome winning the stage, 6 seconds ahead of Simon Yates. Domenico Pozzovivo coming across the line in third. Let's hear Juan Antonio's view.
Chris Froome wins an amazing stage here in the Zoncolan. So for those who were thinking, oh, Froome is done, well, they have to correct that because he actually won the stage. And what a way, what a teamwork by their teammates, Team Sky. We have David de la Cruz and Sergio Henao, who did a great job alongside Wout de Poels today. David, enhorabuena, el equipo contentísimo, imagino, un trabajo perfecto.
Sí, es que era un objetivo para nosotros, ¿no? La etapa de hoy. Al final,
well, David,
era el día que teníamos
what did you make of today's stage?
Para saber si cómo estaba el equipo, si era teníamos opción
well,
o no de disputar
it was good teamwork throughout the whole of the day, and we managed to really work well together, and Wout managed to do some incredible work for Chris on the slopes there to pull him up halfway, and we've executed our game plan to perfection. It was a really important finish, and it's really important for the team to get the stage win as well.
La Maglia Rosa, they're thinking about getting the pink jersey still, and that's, I mean, are you aware they're still 3 minutes behind?
Yeah, but we have to think that if someone can do it, it's Chris, no? He won already 4 times Tour of France, 1 time Vuelta a España, so if there is someone that can make it, is definitely him.
Well, very interesting. Thanks so much. Gracias, David. Well, very interesting words here about David de la Cruz, the teammates, because Team Sky is still thinking about taking the Maglia Rosa. We have to think as well, and we talk about the difference between good riders, and great Chris Froome showed today that he's such a great rider. Might be a bit far away already for the Maglia Rosa, for the pink jersey of Simon Yates, who performed very well as well, but we still have to believe on him, maybe. Let's see what happens.
Well, extraordinary to think that Team Sky do still believe that they can get that pink jersey, but listening to Chris Froome interviewed on the second rest day, he was saying that Vincenzo Nibali did it a couple of years ago. You never know what's going to happen on the Giro, and you don't. And that is the reality of it. There's a time trial to come, which he could definitely claim some time back on, and there are some monstrous mountain finishes still to come in the final week as well. So it is going to be hard work, especially if he can only get that small margin off Simon Yates. But now we see in the overall standings, Simon Yates' advantage over Tom Dumoulin has now opened up to 1 minute and 24 seconds. Domenico Pozzovivo leapfrogs Thibaut Pinot into third place, with Pino now down in fourth, and Chris Froome suddenly is in the picture once again. Started the day in 12th, he moves up into 5th position. Thibaut Pinot all out when he came across the line. Not a good day for him. French rider goes off the virtual podium, replaced by Domenico Pozzovivo. Much better day for Astana. Miguel Angel Lopez managing to pick up some valuable seconds over his rival for the white jersey, Richard Carapaz, and by my reckoning, Lopez has got enough to go into that white jersey now. I think we'll have to wait and see what the confirmation is. Fabio Aru, a disastrous day for him. The UAE Emirates man, as with all of their big signings, just not really doing it for the team. So, pink jersey, Simon Yates, job done for him. Just how much will it have taken out of him? Huge work done by Team Sky. Somehow, they'd been written off in many people's books. People stopped talking about them, but Wout Poels with a grand performance, and he really set Chris Froome up, put him into position, and then great acceleration from Chris Froome, who is sporting a big smile at the finish line at the moment after enjoying himself on a mountain he famously said a couple of years ago in an interview that he loathed and was his least favourite mountain in professional cycling. An interview with Daniel Friebe where he told Daniel that he just thought that Monte Zoncolan was right on the limit of what a professional bike rider should be expected to do. Well, he tamed the beast on this occasion. An excellent attack and managing just to hold off all of that acceleration from Simon Yates over the closing meters to record a remarkable victory. Let's hear it from the man himself.
Chris, your first Giro victory, but this is not just another bike race, it's the Zoncolan. How big is it for you?
Yeah, I mean, a really, really special feeling winning up on top of the climb today. I mean, it's just amazing feeling on such a monumental climb in this year's Giro d'Italia, such a monumental climb for the race in general. It's just such a good feeling, especially after a really hard start to this race for me and the team. It's been great. The team has supported me so well in these last 2 weeks, so to get the victory today really means a lot.
Why did you choose the 4 kilometers to go mark to attack?
I felt like that was the moment. The race was really on the limit, and I felt that was the moment for me to go. I'd obviously done the recon here. I knew the last few kilometers. The team had done a great job pulling me to that moment. Wout had done a big effort, made it really hard up until that point, 4Ks to go, and I thought that was the moment. And even right to the line, I mean, Simon was just behind me. I kept on hearing 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and I didn't know if he was going to catch me or not. So it was just such a relief to get into that last 100 meters and to hear that I was going to win the stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So decorated in professional cycling, but that is his first ever Giro d'Italia stage win, and what a win. One to really just look back on and celebrate on the Monte Zoncolan.
Sometimes you can look forward to something too much and then it disappoints, but Monte Zoncolan was nothing like that today. And for Chris Froome, what a comeback after a really difficult start to this Giro d'Italia, winning on top of the mighty Monte Zoncolan, confirmation of his victory. 6 seconds from the Maglia Rosa. Yates there, with Pozzovivo coming through in third at 23 seconds. The key time gap, though, for Yates was Tom Dumoulin at 37 seconds. We'll see the GC standing shortly. For Simon Yates, well, he battled hard, didn't he? Couldn't quite catch Chris Froome, but he did put time into Tom Dumoulin ahead of that time trial on Tuesday. There is confirmation of the time gap, 1 minute and 24 seconds to Tom Dumoulin. And Chris Froome up into 5th place, 3 minutes and 10 seconds down. But Chris Froome is very much back in the game. Bernie Eisel alongside me. Wow. I mean, what a stage that was, and what a performance from Chris Froome. I mean, if I'm honest, I thought his Giro was over. You didn't think that. I mean, he's a great champion. That's quite a comeback nonetheless, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, and especially on a stage like Zoncolan. And his team is like, I've seen Wout Poels in good form, but this was an amazing ride from him, pulling all the way up Zoncolan, and just, yeah, Froome finished it off, and it was like, that was really, really nice to see. And probably he wasn't lying. It was like the crash costed him some stages, or like that's why he lost 3 minutes on Yates before. But it seems like he's really back now, and makes it up for an interesting third week.
It certainly does, doesn't it? We've got the time trial, obviously. I mean, a difficult day tomorrow, a rest day, then a time trial, 3 big mountain stages. So there is still time. Let's take a look at his attack now. And that, that's a measure of the confidence that he had today, that he was able to attack like this, given what's gone on the last week and a half.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he's still looking down on his power meter and pedaling it up, but you could see his rhythm changed completely. Most of the time he looked in a smaller gear than everybody else in the front group, and just went for it. And
I mean, how would you explain to people watching at home such a dramatic rediscovery of his form? I mean, obviously he came into this race in good form and he had the fall, but it's quite, you go back 3 days and he was losing 40 seconds, wasn't he, into Osimo behind Yates and Dumoulin, and there he is riding away from them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, not much, not enough to be back for really going for the pink jersey. I mean, he's still 3 minutes 10 down, and so it's still in the hands of Yates. But I think he gave him some confidence for the third week, and it's like what I already expected. His build-up is for the third week, and just, but still, 3 minutes is...
It's still a lot. And of course, he's doing the Tour de France, so I guess he's come in here, although he had the full undercooked as well.
Yeah, probably, and thinking is like on a big picture, like first the Giro, then the Tour. But I think like he's going now is like definitely changed from the first days, crashing in Israel and just nearly going home and just like suffering through till here. And then this comeback on Zoncolan, I think he gave him a massive boost for the last week, and I think he's absolutely not thinking about the Tour de France at the moment. He's just thinking about get on the podium already on the time trial day, and then make your way to Rome and probably finish it off at the top.
Indeed. Well, we shall see, won't we? Well, Froome went 4 kilometres to go. About a kilometre later, Simon Yates, the Maglia Rosa, went. I mean, he held back, didn't he, for a little bit? He didn't follow Froome immediately, but then he went here. What do you think in terms of his tactics? Maybe he should have gone with Froome from the start?
Yeah, it's always hard to say. It's like probably he didn't have the legs before, and we have also seen him on the radio in like in a really tough moment in the final, so in the final kilometre. So he's definitely suffering here now, but it always depends. Like Froome went nicely. It's really, really hard to say. It's like, and now he was definitely. Froome was stronger today.
Froome was stronger today, and we can see the final run in the last couple of 100 metres coming up shortly. I guess a measure of how well Chris Froome rode today was the fact that when Yatesy really did try to close the gap, he actually couldn't.
Yeah, no, it's like another 300 metres flattish at the end, and Yates would have caught him, but he put it, Froome was like stronger when on the steep parts, and it seems like in a smaller gear, and it's just like had a better momentum, and that's what saved him. And
the gear, you mentioned the gear. The gearing was interesting, wasn't it? Because Chris was spinning fast. I think he had a 34, 32. I mean, you can't get a lower gear than that. And in comparison, Simon Yates having to pedal much harder, putting more power down. Perhaps the gearing was a key part of this for Chris and the way he cycles.
Yes, but probably also Yates had the same gearing, but he didn't probably use it in that moment. It's just more like what do you feel comfortable at that moment. It's like, and more you suffer, your tendency is like to go in a bigger gear, and Froome just pedaled his style all the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, just an incredible performance from Chris Froome, from Simon Yates as well. And we can hear now from Chris Froome, the man who's won on top of the Zoncolan with Juan Antonio Fletcher.
Congratulations. Well, that was a great show. How does it feel winning at the hardest climb in Europe?
Yeah, that's a special one. It really is a special one, especially, I mean, after such a tough start these last couple of weeks. And I mean, I just want to say thanks so much to everyone for believing in me, giving me the support. Obviously, my friends and family, my teammates, and all the fans who have supported us through this difficult period and kept the morale up. So thanks a lot to everyone, and this victory's definitely made it worth it.
Your teammates, I mean, they did an amazing job, but also was very well planned by Dave Braceford on all that feeding, everything as usual at Sky was very well planned. Tell me, what was your plan on that last climb? Was it like going on the attack that far from the finish line as you did?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of planning did go into today. I mean, obviously we were here over a month ago, just looking at the climb, really just getting familiar with it, and a lot of work in the background has gone into preparation for this last week of the Giro. Unfortunately, I've lost quite a lot of time on the general classification already, but that's bike racing. I mean, these things happen, and obviously I haven't quite been feeling myself the first part of the race, but hopefully I can come back for it and still just keep racing as hard as I can to the finish.
Well, you mentioned the finish, the general classification, and we had a chat with David de la Cruz before. I said, well, Chris, we believe he still can make it to the Maglia Rosa. I mean, this is unbelievable. We're all surprised. We're not surprised by your victory. How far is now that Maglia Rosa for you?
I mean, it's still over 3 minutes. So I mean, and Simon's in great form. Simon's going really well, and I mean, I thought he was maybe even going to catch me there in the last K. So he's going extremely well, and Tom isn't far off either. So time trials still to come. So I think, I mean, still to race for. We're motivated, and today is obviously going to keep the morale up for us. So just going to keep racing best we can, and just take it one day at a time. I mean, we've seen these things happen in the Giro d'Italia before, that the jersey really can change shoulders in these last few days. So just got to keep the hope and keep racing as much as we can.
Thanks, Froome, and thanks for the show today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, Chris Froome there, I think, referencing Nibali 2015 when he came back from over 3 minutes down. And what strikes me most about that interview is the smile on Chris's face. When I interviewed him in Osimo when he lost that time and when Yates took the victory with Dumoulin second, he just looked deflated. He looked as if he wanted to be anywhere but on a bike and anywhere but in Italy. But there, you can sense this race on.
I don't know your question you ask him there.
Well, he just looked miserable. Maybe I said the wrong thing. I don't. But he did. He just, you know, when you look at somebody's eyes and you think, it's just like, this wasn't supposed to happen. I can't believe it. And then that.
No, but it's also definitely, because he mentioned it now, it's like going into this 3.5 weeks of the Giro, the preparation he put in before, and it's just like, it's months, and being away from home, being on altitude, and just training and sacrificing everything for those 3.5 weeks, and then you lose it off a crash, and then another crash, and that is really disappointing and frustrating. And I think that today put a big smile back on his face, and I think also on Dave B's.
I think it did, and also probably Nico Portal, his director sportif, the tactician behind it. Let's hear from him.
Nico, congrats for the victory of Chris. Chris is back. Yeah, I mean, he's back. Yeah, at least it's something we've been working with him, and he's been working really hard the last couple days. He, like everyone knows, you know, the start was not perfect for him and for the team, but we still believe it in our chance, and so we try to make the best of all the stages before the Zoncolan and tomorrow, obviously. So yeah, it's a big show. It's a big show, and chapeau to him.
Do you think he can still win the Giro d'Italia?
Well, you know, it's quite hard, but if we put all our resources around him, and also we still have the same discours, even if it doesn't look like grey on the paper, but we stick to our discours, and we said we believe in him, and today was a day to show how the team is and how he is, and I think more than ever we still believing he can win. everything can happen in the Giro. The most important thing is his back. He can climb with the best and he can drop them. So it was short. It was not like a big gap, but still, that was something pretty exceptional, and especially for him. So I think let's hope for the best for the next days.
Is that victory even better than usual, let's say, one?
Well, I think, well, I don't know. Maybe it's a good question for him, but I think this one is a name, you know, Zoncolan. For sure, something for him is really special, and have your name here on the palmarès, something, yeah, that we get for the history forever, and then even more because, yeah, we have a hard start. I'm going to boost his confidence for sure. It's going to boost the confidence of his teammate and for the staff, for the whole team. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy Nico Portal. Playing it cool as always, Bernie. You know him very, very well. I mean, I guess he will now believe that Chris is in with a chance, and it changes the dynamic of this race because we were thinking about Sunweb, Mitchelton, Scott, Dumoulin versus Yates, and now Froome and Sky are back in the mix.
Oh yeah, and we have a strong Team Sky. They haven't really been showing themselves in the last weeks. They ride a lot in the front, but not like normal. And I think him winning today is like will put Christian Knees in place again to be there, like soldiering Chris all the way. And then we've heard, yeah, they definitely want to fight for it, and that's good. It's like it's gonna mix up everything and gonna be a really interesting third week.
It is, and one man who definitely doesn't like to lose is Sir Dave Brailsford.
Dave, Chris is back.
Well, it looks that way, doesn't it? You know, it's nice to see him. Nice to see him with his hands in the air. Nice to see him attack on a very, very difficult climb, and it's just enjoyable. You know, good for him, good for us as a team, and hopefully good for the race and exciting for the fans. And yeah, I just think it was enjoyable moment.
How much was it difficult for him to manage a new situation in those 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's not been easy, you know, because I think he came into the race deliberately just a little bit lower in condition than normal, looking to build condition as we go through to the end of the race, and then of course into the rest of the summer. And that plan's a big risk, and it's okay if everything goes perfectly well, then you can absorb the work and you start to progress. But if something happens, like, you know, the crash, for example, then it really impacts on the on that plan. And of course, it's been a very, very difficult start for him, and he's been in a lot of pain. And he was, instead of moving forward with his condition, he's been recovering, you know. So I think that was difficult, but he's tough. He's a tough guy, and I think that was as much mental resilience and a mental kind of performance as it was a physical one. And you know, these guys who are repeated 3-week Grand Tour champions, there's something about them, and a lot of it is mentality, and I think we had a glimpse of that today. You know, he's a real fighter. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave Brailsford makes a good point there. Yeah, happy team moments, wasn't it? But Dave Brailsford makes a really good point there. There is something about these guys who can win multiple Grand Tours, and Chris has done 5, and he's done it, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, I mean, I always say it. It's like there's people out there that can do things. It's like it's not just the training and the racing, and it's like it's everything. It's like you're away from home, away more. You always have to give interviews. It's like you always get to the hotel at least 1 hour, 2 hours after the finish, or like the other teammates arrive, and just early mornings, and it's just yeah, consuming. And he keeps doing it every year because a young rider could be hungry and just like has to get there, has to win his first Grand Tour, and he's repeating doing it. It's like that's what sets him apart. It's like to have that hunger and that focus to do it year by year.
Okay, Simon Yates hasn't won a Grand Tour. He's in the Maglia Rosa. How happy do you think he will be with that performance on Zoncolan? Put 31 seconds into Dumoulin, and then with the time bonus, that's 37.
Oh, he's definitely happy with today. Second place, and he's just didn't lose anything, so it's just he's up there, and it's like he's not really focusing probably on putting so much time on Dumoulin. He's just going day by day and just see how it looks after the time trial.
Okay, sure. Well, let's hear now from the Maglia Rosa, Simon Yates.
Well done, Simon. Congratulations. What a race. I mean, what attack from Chris, and what a great attack from you at 3 kilometers to the finish line. But maintaining the distance either to the front and either to the back on Dumoulin, how was that climb for you?
Extremely difficult. Yeah, I think Chris, he went the perfect moment on a real steep section. I couldn't match him at the time. I kept my own tempo, and then I tried to get him in the final, but I just couldn't get there. It was so close, but so far. And no, hats off to him. He did a great ride. But also, yeah, I'm happy with what I did.
Well, you have to be, and it looks very nice on telly as well. That gap, as you were mentioning, on Chris, but also on Dumoulin, because he crossed the finish line 31 seconds behind you. I mean, he managed as well that gap very well. I don't know if you're aware about that, but, I mean, how does it feel now about having that show from Dumoulin, your most direct rival in this Giro?
I kind of expected that from him, if I'm honest. It's really no surprise. You know, everybody's expecting him to lose big chunks of time here because it's a steep climb, but actually a climb like this is really good for him, you know, a constant pace. Just churn that big gear and you're good to go. So no, a good ride that we expected. We'll see, hopefully we'll try and test him tomorrow as well.
What is the best climb for Simon Yates and what is the worst climb for Tom Dumoulin?
Good question. I don't know. I really don't know. Especially now, we've done many different climbs, and we've been close all the time, so I don't know. I'll keep trying to test him, and we'll see from there.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks for the shows today.
Thank you.
Yeah, very happy Malia Rosa there. And we're going to talk about tomorrow's stage a little bit later on, but clearly they're going to attack again. They still need to get more time, they feel, over Tom Dumoulin, 1:24 now, but with the time trial coming up, still going to keep pushing.
Yeah, I'm actually probably just waiting tomorrow and see. Probably can win another stage. It's like the finish looks perfect for him, could suit him really well. But at the same time, I think he's not really focusing on Dumoulin at all, like 100%, because if he loses the jersey in the time trial, he's probably only 30 seconds down in general in GC. So he could bring it back easily on the next 3 days. So
I think 18, 19 and 20 are massive stages. In fact, 20, I think, is the Queen stage rather than here on the Zoncolan.
Yeah, there's high altitude waiting for them and really, really long climbs and long stages too. And but the other thing is, like, Tom Dumoulin doesn't have such a strong team around him like Yates has. So I think if they are also happy if Dumoulin gets the jersey for Team Sunweb.
No, absolutely. And of course, Sky looking good as well. Wout Poels with a fantastic ride. Let's hear now from Mitchelton Scott, Director Sportif, Matty White.
Matt, again, an outstanding performance of Yates today, but Chris is back.
Yeah, Chris is back. No surprise either. He's the world's best stage race rider. But hats off to Simon. He rode a very measured climb, and we took some nice time on Tom Dumoulin.
So you're happy about the performance today?
Definitely. We're taking time on our rivals every time the road goes uphill. So we just have to keep chipping away slowly. We've got a lot more mountain days to go, but it's a very nice gain today from Simon on his rivals.
A new Giro is starting today?
The second half is starting today. We've got five key days to go, and this was the first one. Another big day tomorrow, and then a rest day, and then time trial.
Do you think Chris is back into the game?
I don't think he ever left the game. I just think he's obviously got a little bit of time to make up. Obviously, his time trial ability is going to put him even closer to guys like us. He's a world-class individual time trialer, and him and Tom Dumoulin will be the favourites for Tuesday's event. But first things first, we've got another big mountain stage tomorrow.
Now, I mentioned that stage 15, haven't we? And the fact that perhaps Simon Yates, Mitchelton Scott are going to attack. Well, the coach is sitting by and ready. He's going to talk about that in a second. But first of all, Brian, you were up at the top of Monte Zoncolan. What was the atmosphere like up there?
It was really special. The crowd was building all day, and it wasn't just, you know, the Tifosi, the Italian fans. It was pretty much an international gathering, and it's just a natural amphitheatre. When they came out the tunnels at the top into that kind of cacophony of noise, it was just so special to experience. That was my first time, but yeah, another stage tomorrow and another difficult stage. So let's have a look at stage 15. For the riders to tomorrow, absolutely no rest whatsoever, and I'm going to concentrate pretty much on the second half of tomorrow's stage. We have a third category climb right at the start, but it's going to be these 3 second category climbs. 7.9 kilometres, 7.3. This comes with 65 kilometres to go. And then we move on to two second category climbs very close together. 8.3 kilometres, 7.5. And then on to a very tricky descent. And then back up again. 3.8 kilometres at 8.8%. So it gets very difficult towards the end. There is an uncategorised climb up towards the finish, which I'm going to show the profile of that, because it doesn't stop all the way. In the last kilometre, you'll see, and it doesn't actually show you on the map here, but I'm just going to show you now, we've got 8.5 kilometres of climbing before we actually get to that point. And then we have this climb here, 2.5 kilometres, 6.5%, with a 10% kick up here. And then the last 2.5 kilometres to the finish are pretty much rolling all the way. So I think tomorrow, the second category climb descending to the next second category climb could be a key moment to put the pressure on the race. And in that climb up towards the finish, with that 10% kick up, I think the softening up and the two second category climbs close together. But I think we could see an attack yet again from Simon Yates on the final climb up to Zapata with the 2.5 kilometres in towards the finish.
So there are the views of the coach. You know him well. Do you agree, Bernie?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean,
you have to really, don't you? No, you don't.
No, but it's definitely a tough day tomorrow. But I don't see Yates probably going for the stage win. It could be like already a breakaway day tomorrow. It's like today we don't know who's going to win the Tour or the Giro, but we know he's not going to win it. And there's a lot of people lost time. And it's like that Passo della Croce is midway race. If the breakaway times are perfect, they get over the top with a few minutes. And there's another few steep climbs. I don't think Mitchell Scott really wants to bring them back. It's just bonus seconds at the finish. Could gain a little bit, but it's not worth sacrificing the whole team for it.
Mike, we've seen Mitchelton Scott. They've sort of played a cagey game. They've, I think, gone for the stage win when it's come back, but they haven't necessarily tried to push bringing the breakaway back. But whatever happens, there probably will be a GC battle, whether it's for the minor placings or whether it's for the stage win.
Yeah, definitely. And but we've seen the climb. It's pretty solid climb for 3.5Ks, and this is, you can't really put Dumoulin under pressure, yes, but you can't drop him there. It's like straightforward, straight up the climb, and then another 2Ks at 1%. I mean, he can time trial again there. So I think he will not lose time tomorrow. It's like, I think it's just a great day to watch on TV.
It is, and today was a great day as well. Highlights of tonight, 7 p.m. on Eurosport, the Zoncolan stage. Looking forward to see that. I say 7 p.m. on Eurosport 1. Then live coverage of stage 15. That's 12 p.m. Tomorrow, Eurosport 1. We've also got live cycling from the Tour of California. That's tonight, slightly earlier at 8:30 p.m. Ergen Bernal of Sky leading that at the moment, looking good for the win. So it's a good day for Sky, isn't it? And then straight after us, live, it is Tour de l'Aisne. So lots of cycling coming on Eurosport. Bernie, thanks very much indeed. Just a final word from you. I mean, what a stage and what a victory from Froome.
Oh, yeah, no, it's like, it's just winning, Froome winning on Zoncolan. It's just good for the history of the Giro, and it's like, and he wrote it down in his books, like, of great races he won. It's just
Bernie,
nice
thanks.
Day.
Got you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. It really was an epic day. The Zoncolan delivered, Chris Froome delivered, and he is back in the game. Goodbye.
I'm just a sucker for pain. Devoted to destruction, a full dosage of detrimental dysfunction. I'm dying slow, but the devil trying to rush me. See, I'm a fool for pain. I'm a dummy, I'm a sucker for pain. It ain't nothing but pain. You just complain. You ain't tough as you claim. Just stay up in your lane. When I'm coming to the crossroads, so I don't fish. But tomorrow, cause I'm a sucker for pain.
No pain, no gain. Never stand down, made our own way. Never going slow, we pick up the pace. This is what we wanted from a young age.
I'm just a